owó yẹn ní tán lọ́wọ́ yín o àgbà náà ní wọnú ẹ̀ o lágbára lọ́run ẹ̀yin lọ́dọ̀ máa pè wá ẹ̀yin dọ̀là máa bá lágbára Jésù gbogbo ẹ̀yin olóyè tẹ wà ń bẹ ìyálòde mo kí yín o àmì wá yín tí o ṣé kí tún bá máa sọ̀rọ̀ sí mi alápẹ̀rù is jealous ẹ̀yin la máa bá lórúkọ Jésù ẹ ṣé gan-an thank you ọjọ́ fìdá.
Kábíyèsí alápẹ̀rù òkè ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀kọ́ lówó ìdí o kábíyèsí ẹ̀bí ìjọba ìlú ìwọlé mọ̀kẹ́ o kùnàwó ìlú o ẹ̀kọ́ àṣeyẹ o kábíyèsí kábíyèsí ẹ̀bùn àwọn torí àwọn kábíyèsí ìjẹ̀bù náà yé bèjì wà lédè díẹ̀ mo kí ẹ̀kú rẹ̀ ṣe o gbogbo àwọn kábíyèsí rẹ́mọ̀ òkúrẹ́ o àbájọ ṣe pẹ́pẹ́pẹ́ ni o my two favourite bishop bishop and reverend archbishop and reverend mo tún yé o ẹ ṣe gan ni ẹkú bàbá o ẹ̀yin lè máa wọ̀ ni o òkìkí yín tàn káàkiri gbogbo Nàìjíríà ìfàtà bá dé function tá a bá rí yín bẹ̀ àmọ́ àwọn pé mo lè kábàárí fagbé àrí ìhù kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀ tá a bá ti rí ẹ̀rọ wà fún mi ṣe iṣẹ́ olúwa tẹ́ ń ṣe náà kò ní rẹ̀ yìí o màdíà ṣé ìmáàmù àbí bàbá chief ó kì í pẹ̀lú ẹ̀rọ ìpàdé pàdé bàbá mo kí yín o ẹ kúṣẹ́ o ẹ pẹ̀lẹ́ àwọn olóyè ìjọba máa ń gbàgbé mo kí yín o ẹ kú gbà gbogbo bàbá àti yèyé mo kẹ́ ọ mo kí yín bí mo ti sọ ní àárọ̀ kàṣàdúrà àdúrà ẹ̀ pọ̀ jù nítorí even àwọn kírísítẹ́nì wá ní àdúrà ní ọ̀pá kírísítẹ́nì bàbá ọmọ méjì lóyún ẹ̀mí àdàgbà pàtàkì sí bókè fún mi pé kẹ́ dàgbà tó ní mo sàárè òun rẹ̀ ẹ̀yin náà máa bí ìyá tí mo kọ sí yín mi ìfẹ́ di kó dẹ̀ di pé broken record gbogbo ìwọ́n ti sọ ṣùgbọ́n tí ò bá mọ orí kò dá torí náà ó dùn mí tó sì yí gan ni wọ́n yẹ sọ pé èyí mi gan ni àyànfẹ́ mọ́ mi bẹ́ẹ̀ lè fi jẹ́ sí mi àyànfẹ́ mọ́ mi ni àlágbára ọlọ́run ní ọ̀la ìgbà wọn máa ráyè torí ṣó ìtẹ́gbẹ́ ni ọlọ́la màá lè tú kẹ̀kẹ́ ọ̀rọ̀ mo dúpẹ́ gan ni kí parí òbí ṣe parí torí kí alápẹ̀rẹ̀ bá jealous torí bàtí alápẹ̀rẹ̀ náà kan ẹ̀mọ́ kọrin fún bàbá mọ́dẹ̀ orí àdúrà ni kẹrọ bá mi gbé àmì rí níbẹ̀ ẹlẹ́pẹ̀ kẹrọ ẹkùn iṣẹ́ bàbá náà rẹ̀ ṣe regulate pé kí n gbé báyé gbórí ẹ̀ náà lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ kẹrọ bá mi gbé torí tí àdúrà oríṣiríṣi ní ìjọba ní irúbọ bá lọ ó lè má lọ straight gan gbogbo gbàgbégbà yìí tó lè kó lọ straight kó lọ tẹ́ ọ̀gbà kó gba gbogbo àdúrà yẹn so bẹ́ẹ̀ tí orí ló máa wí bá ti rí ló máa wí wíyọ̀ àrọ̀ mọ́ àti wọ́n máa ń rí ọ̀ àríwá.
Ade ṣe pati ade ṣe pati a sọ ẹ jókòó rẹ èmi á dẹkọrétì yìí tí bá yẹ dẹkọrétì yìí tán àìbá mi wà mí bẹ kókò tó máa ní ẹsẹ ẹ má di ẹ má lè di. Next two. Báwo wà? Ọmọ mi fi hàn wá. Ilé ìgbọ̀n ọdún ó bí ọ̀run wà. Ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ́ tó gbọ́ mìíràn wà. Ẹ lò pé lágbọ̀n náà báyìí láìpẹ́ láì jìnnà báyìí láìpẹ́ ẹ tó máa gbẹ tó gbórí ìwọ lágbára Ọlọ́run ní ọwọ́ àwọn ọmọ lágbára Ọlọ́run. Òǹbẹ̀rẹ̀ tó ń bẹ̀rẹ̀ báyìí ní tó 33 85 lágbára Ọlọ́run báyìí ayé agbọ̀nà àmọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ́gbẹ̀pẹ̀ fún wa ẹ ní fáìsàn ló gbà. olóyè bùsọ̀bùsọ̀ ni. ó dàbí pé ó yẹ kí wọ́n fi plane gbé fìlà yìí wá ni ó yẹ kí wọ́n fi plane gbé wá àárọ̀ ẹ̀ ló dé so ìtura ẹ̀ tẹ̀wọ́n láti sanwó ṣe é pé custom ní mi ẹ̀ máa sanwó clearing. abamgbé mu afọ́jú fìlà yẹn dà. So àti parí iṣẹ́ tí ń síbẹ̀ yẹn.
certificate is custom made.
ìyẹn kọ́ ni issue. sóde yẹn pé ní àná dáadáa tètè lé èyí táwọn tẹ́lẹ̀ tẹ́lẹ̀ kọ́ nílé. ṣé kí ló mú ogun àwọn wa. torí àtẹ̀wé ẹ̀ eléyìí ní lóògùn nínú ẹ̀rí gbogbo ológun iṣẹ́ gbogbo.
ó ti ní gọ́ọ̀mẹ̀ntì
lóògùn nínú. mo kàn sí mo ní pé ẹ̀ lè sú àbíkọ́ ti gba nàìjíríà yìí tó ẹ̀ ti gbogbo ẹ̀ so eléyìí so ìtòrí ẹ̀ ń sin gba ọ̀rẹ́ yín ọmọ àṣẹ́tù mo ti dírẹ́sì yín eléyìí owó certificate àti owó decoration kálápẹ́ mi nìyẹn so ẹ gbà. ìyẹn mi wọ́n so ẹ lọ ṣe fóònù ńlá sí i. Oya owó certificate àná ẹ bá dáhùn bishop jo ilé oge ní òun ti oge gíga jébì ìdá kò lọ tuntun mi lọ ṣẹ́gun mi oya kíákíá fab oya olùkọ́ certificate alákọ̀wé lédè owó certificate mo ń dóde yìí bí o ṣe tó mi náà ní ẹ̀dínà àti oya mo ń dóde yìí owó certificate àti owó dressing.
And paramount ruler of Remoland. Kábíyèsí gbogbo ẹ̀yin lọ́balọ́ba tẹ̀ wà ní kalẹ̀. Adágbẹ́ lórí o, bàtà gbẹ́ lẹ́sẹ̀ o, ìdúkẹrẹ ìyẹn pọ̀ láàfin o, àwọn olórí a máa ṣiṣẹ́ ìbí o, àfihàn ní gbóná o. Kábíyèsí, my father in Christ, the Archbishop of Lagos Province and the Bishop of Remoland. I want to appreciate you specially. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n sọ Yorùbá. Kí ni díẹ̀ ni mo fi ń ṣe léyìí? Kò sí kan tí mò ń ṣe. Ẹ fi ní Methodist ní mí. Mi kì í ṣe Anglican. Ẹ máa rún panú sẹ̀sì ni. Ẹ ṣe mo dúpẹ́ lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀. Ẹ pẹ́ mbẹ̀. Ṣùgbọ́n àwa rẹ̀wọ̀n ẹ máa lò yín kó. Ẹ bá mi ṣàmì náà. My Lord outgoing Bishop, nígbà táwọn ọjọ́ ní kí n gbẹ́sẹ̀ sí kẹ́ má lọ, èmi náà rí i pé tí n bá ṣe ẹ̀mà ajá aláṣejù torí ẹ ti lọ́dún mẹ́wàá ń bí ó dẹ̀ ṣọ̀wọ́n kí bíṣọ̀bù lọ́dún márùn-ún bì kan ẹ rò pé tí n bá tẹ̀sẹ̀ sí ó ṣeé ṣe kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀. Thank you very much. Mákì náà ṣé bá wọn wà lé ní mí bá wà ẹ̀yin mùsùlùmí mo kí ẹ̀yin bàbá mi.
ìgbà gbogbo mo dẹ̀ ń sọ fún yín ẹ̀yin lẹ́jẹ́ kíkiri yóò kó gbà mí lọ́wọ́ yín torí bàtà ń lọ sílé kéwú ò ní tùmọ̀ ń gbà yẹn akọ̀ ń kíra mẹ́rin akọ̀ ń kọ́ sórí ni so wọ́n gbà tí kiri ó dẹ̀ ti gbà mí lọ́wọ́ yín ẹ bá gbà bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ni ṣùgbọ́n mi ò lè gbàgbé orísun mi. ẹ̀yin olórí mo ní kí wẹ́ o ẹ kú tọ́jú wa o ẹ máa gbọ́ tàwọn kábíyèsí o àwọn kábíyèsí máa gbọ́ ti yín o ìyálóde ẹ̀pẹ́ ń bẹ̀. Kí ni mo fẹ́ sọ on this occasion? Àbí kí sá máa dúpẹ́ torí ẹlòmíì ó ṣe jù mí lọ ó ṣiṣẹ́ jù mí lọ kò dẹ̀ rí 0.000% nǹkan tó lọ́run ṣe fún mi mo ń dúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ lójoojúmọ́ ẹ̀yàn lọ́ba rẹ̀ mọ́
sọ́yà
mi mọ bí mo ṣe lè sọ gbogbo oore yìí fún yín torí pé kí ni kò sí kan tí bá ń ṣe gbogbo yín ẹ̀ ń gbárùkù tì mí ni wọ́n ní kí Jídé kó wá ṣe citation he started flattering me ojoojúmọ́ mo dẹ̀ ń sọ ní pé kọ́ kí nǹkan tó wá wù tí bá ṣe Ọlọ́run ló ṣe ó kàn lò mí gẹ́gẹ́ bí messenger torí ẹ̀ la ṣe ń pè mí ní emoji messenger of God ṣùgbọ́n mo fẹ́ ṣe correction kan alákọ̀ọ́ni mo fẹ́ go listen o mo fẹ́ ṣe correction kan correction yìí ni pé ọmọ rẹ̀ wo ni mí tàbí ní Ìpẹ̀rù báwa ọmọ ìfẹ́ ìlú ìpúpọ̀ onífẹ́ ìlú ìpúpọ̀ mímẹ́ tó sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan Èkó tá a lọ oko ni adẹ̀dúpẹ́ pé à ń kó èrò kò délé gbogbo àwa ọmọ rẹ mọ lọ́kùnrin lóbìnrin lágbára lọ́wọ́ àkèrè kò délé o ọmọ bá ṣòtì mí nù ó ṣàmì so ọpẹ́ ti máa dá torí àpọ́nlé tẹ̀tẹ̀ ń fún mi ó ti pọ̀ jù ọba tí olùsọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan lẹ́nu ọ̀rẹ́ o mo ní mi kì í ṣe ọ̀rẹ́ mo ní bàbá mi ní torí pé ọjọ́ orí kọ́ làgbà àkàrìwò èṣù wa ṣé báwọn ọba tójú yìí lọ́wọ́ àárẹ̀ wọn lọ́jọ́ orí ṣùgbọ́n èyí ni bàbá gbogbo wa gbogbo ilé yẹn á dá o ọ̀nà yẹn á dá o bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe débí lálàáfíà ẹ padà sábúlé yín lálàáfíà o tábà kúrò ń bí à ń lọ ṣe mẹ́nu ní ọ̀nà Ìlíṣàn káfí dúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ Ọlọ́run tó bá dẹ̀ di Sunday lọ́dọ̀ Bishop Ohu a lọ ṣe Thanksgiving abẹ́ṣọ́wà ẹ ti complain pé ọ̀sẹ̀ méjì sí mi ò wá church ṣùgbọ́n ó ní nǹkan tó ń fà 2 weeks ago ìdí mo ti worship wọ́n tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ lórí tẹlifíṣàn wọn ò jẹ́ kí n sinmi gbogbo àwọn ṣọ́ọ̀ṣì ló ń pè mí wọ́n ní Pentecostal ṣùgbọ́n mò ń sọ fún wọn pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ni wọn ni mò ń kọ̀ sílẹ̀ tí mo dẹ̀ tọ́ka wọn sí Bíbélì pé nígbà tí ó bá yá àwọn wòlíì èké á dìde but èrí tí bá rí pé ó jẹ̀ níhùn máa ṣàgbára mi fún wọn ẹ ṣe púpọ̀ àná mi egbòwàwé ẹ ṣe púpọ̀ mo dúpẹ́ o bàbá ń bọ̀ láti Òǹdó lọ́la o wọ́n ti fóònù pa àwọn ń bọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ló ní ọ̀nà fífẹ́ gbogbo ló ń bọ̀ lọ́la agbára lọ ẹ ṣe mo dúpẹ́ o àfihàn ìgbé náà thank you very much and thank you and thank you and thank you again thank you sir.
fèsì adé apẹ lórí bàtà apẹ lẹ́sẹ̀ ìrùkẹ̀rẹ̀ adábẹ́rẹ́ àwọn olórí a máa ṣiṣẹ́ ìbí
mo kí bàbá. Wá láti kí ẹ̀gbọ́n mi lọ tọ́bi sọ́nà. Ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ní o mọ̀ pájọṣe kékeré l'Ọ̀yádùn estate ni nígbà tá a wà ní Ọ̀yádùn estate. A mọ̀ pé specialist ló ní pé ká máa má kàn ó máa di kábíyèsí akínyó ajá pẹ́ lórí bàtà pẹ́ lẹ́sẹ̀ o. Bàbá wa ẹlẹ́pẹ̀ mo fa kókó yìí náà kí o nítorí gbogbo ìgbà ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹ máa ń dùn bí ti ẹbí ṣe máa dá gbogbo ibi tó bá tún wọ̀ máa rí pé ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ máa ń straight ẹ̀ Ọlọ́run á fún yín ṣe o àní tètè mọ eyín. Bàbá mi kábíyèsí dẹ̀nà náà congratulations sir. Kí ni àjídèwé yẹn wọn pé tó bá yà ẹ̀túnmúlá kéékèèké náà lọ́wọ́ torí pé gbogbo àtàbá rí àyọ̀ǹgẹ̀ ní àdúgbòlò Ọlọ́run àti kábíyèsí ẹni tó bá fún yàn lódìdí ọmọ ó yẹ kéèyàn ṣe additional ìdọ̀bálẹ̀ akí bàbá ẹ̀gbọ́n àwọn akí ó fi àkókò kí gbogbo àwọn ọba tó jókòó bàbá mi ní ròlù gbogbo àdúrà yín lórí mi ló máa gbà á gbà. Mo rí vision kan pé the next birthday tẹ máa ṣe government house lẹ ti máa ṣe Ọlọ́run á gbà bẹ́ẹ̀. Aláyé òde I have to single out some kábíyèsí to give particular recognition nítorí ẹni tá a bá ṣe lórí tí ò dúpẹ́ bí ọlọ́sùn.
Hello and welcome to Clearview News Desk. We're reaching you live from Nigeria's capital city, Abuja. First, the headlines. President Tinubu presents 27.5 trillion naira 2024 budget to a joint sitting of the National Assembly. Calls for cooperation from lawmakers. Fresh protests rock Kano State and Abuja following appeal court judgments that sacks the governor. High hopes truce between Israel and Hamas could be extended as talks are being held in Qatar about a possible new deal. I am Florence Joshua with these and more. President Bola Tinubu has made his first budget presentation before a joint session of the National Assembly. Clearview's correspondent reports that while presenting the 2024 appropriation bill to Parliament, President Tinubu unveiled a budget estimate of 27.50 trillion naira, which he said is predicated on a crude oil benchmark price of $77.96 per barrel, daily oil production of 1.78 million barrels per day, an exchange rate of 750 naira to the US dollar for the 2024 fiscal year. According to the president, the 27.50 trillion naira budget proposed expenditure reflects the serious challenges faced by Nigeria and contains key reforms necessary to address them. The president gave a breakdown of the 2024 budget.
The 2024 appropriation has been themed Budget of Renewed Hope. The proposed budget seeks to achieve job-rich economic growth, macroeconomic stability, a better investment environment, enhanced human capital development, as well as poverty reduction and greater access to social security. Defense and internal security are recorded top priority. The internal security architecture will be overhauled to enhance law enforcement capabilities and safeguard lives, property, and investment across the country. Human capital is the most critical resource of national development. Accordingly, the budget prioritizes human development with particular attention to children, the foundation of our nation. To improve the effectiveness of our budget performance, government will focus on ensuring value for money, greater transparency, and accountability. In this regard, we will work more closely with development partners and the private sector to address long-standing issues in education. A more sustainable model of funding tertiary education will be implemented, including the student loan scheme planned to become operational by January 2024.
The budget, which is Christian Renew Hope budget, is expected to be approved and take effect from January 2024, which is Nigeria's highest ever. Protesters turned out in the streets of Kano over the sacking of Governor Abba Yusuf by the appeal court. 2 weeks ago, the appeal court panel upheld the verdicts of the tribunal led by Justice Oluyemi Akintan, which sacked Yusuf on September 20, 2023. The lower court had declared 165,663 votes of Yusuf, who contested under the New Nigeria's People's Party (NNPP) invalid on the ground that they were not signed or stamped by the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC). The governor's votes were then reduced to 853,939, while those of Nasiru Gawuna, his All Progressive Congress APC rival, remained at 890,705 votes. Yusuf had rejected the tribunal verdict, which he described as unfair and a miscarriage of justice, and headed to the appeal court, which also ruled in favor of his opponents. After the appeal court judgment, there was tension in Kano as different groups fixed protests, but security operatives prevented some of them from going ahead with the demonstration to prevent breakdown of law and order. However, on Monday, there were protests in different parts of the state before police dispersed them. 2 days after, the protesters returned to the streets, chanting in Hausa, "We will not accept it. We will not allow it. Kano belongs to Abba. Our mandate must be restored. Injustice exposed in CTC," amongst others. Meanwhile, the National Judicial Council is set to investigate the issue surrounding the certified true copy of the Kano State governorship election. Back here in Abuja and still on the appeal court judgment in the Kano State governorship election, the New Nigeria's People's Party has sent a clarion call to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Former Nigerian presidents and heads of states, heads of international organizations, head of local and international security agencies, all promoters of democracy and world leaders, to counsel the Nigerian judiciary, especially the Supreme Court, to ensure justice in its judgments. The NNPP took the protest to the United States of America's Embassy, British High Commission, Canada Embassy, and the European Union. Addressing the media, National Auditor of NNPP, Ladipo Johnson, and the chairman of the party said, "All the party wants is not favor but justice for the people of Kano State to avoid riots and violence."
There is palpable tension in Kano. The city's atmosphere is enveloped in anger with a sense of shock and agony, pervading every discussion on the streets, offices, and homes. To say that there is combustible mix of provocation and betrayal welling up in the minds of the citizens of Kano is an understatement. The people are bitter, enraged, exasperated, and fuming with fury. The security situation today in Kano State has become unpredictable. Nonetheless, we are not oblivious of the fact that this attempt to forcibly hijack the Kano people's mandate in the manner of a gangster is a ploy to destabilize Kano State, the entire northern region. We hasten to put it on record this moment for global leaders that this is an ill-advised move, which consequences might reverberate not only in Nigeria but also in Africa and the whole world. The deliberate hijack of a people's mandate in Kano will no doubt have consequences politically, economically, and socially, especially in light of its humanitarian repercussions. We are therefore calling on all embassies to alert their various presidents, prime ministers, heads of governments, heads of international organizations, human rights organizations, and the International Court of Justice to draw the attention of the Nigerian president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and specifically the executive and Nigerian judiciary and Supreme Court to do justice to Kano State and the NNPP and the governor. Specific letters have been dispatched to all the aforementioned. All we ask for is let justice be done. Let the mandate given by the people out of their own free will to His Excellency Abba Kabir Yusuf be restored. It is important that we highlight the danger of the double jeopardy done to the people of Kano, first in 2019, and which is being brazenly replicated in 2023, and the consequences of such actions. Two of the same injustice will be too much to bear. We look up to the Supreme Court to serve justice this time around. It's teaching time, they say, saves 9.
We are demanding for nothing, but rather we just need justice to Kano State and the entire people of Nigeria, and also one of our gubernatorial candidate also of Taraba State, Mohammed Sani.
We are only here to speak to ECOWAS, to stand in gap. We are sending all the ambassadors, to all the prime ministers, and to all the head of government as being read. We are going to replicate this exercise in all the states of the Federation.
We want our children to be killed. We don't want to be widows. Please help us. We want justice.
The European Union and ECOWAS representatives all promised to look into the matter.
And I assure you, I've received the message. This is going straight to our management for transmission. And I'm sure they will take a very fair judgment on this matter. And we'll definitely get back to you. Definitely. I guarantee you that.
Since 1999, since the return of democracy to Nigeria, we have deployed the election observation mission during elections in Nigeria. Last time as well, this year as well, I was personally observing elections in Kano, and I saw the enthusiasm in people. Thank you so much for your letter. We follow the case, we duly follow the case, we follow the developments. I will convey that to Ambassador Samuel Isopi, and we'll follow it through. Thank you so much.
The World Meteorological Organization, WMO, the United Nations, and the Nigerian Meteorological Agency, NIMET, have called for urgent action to address the negative impact of climate change. Speaking at a one-day media sensitization on climate change and COP28, UN Resident Coordinator Matthias Schmolle said journalists were trained on climate change reportage and the need to mitigate the effects. Clevis correspondent who was there tells us more. Climate change is impacting human lives and health in a variety of ways. It threatens the essential ingredients of good health: clean air, safe drinking water, nutritious food supply, and safe shelter, and has the potential to undermine decades of progress in global health. It has also impacted negatively on the water bodies, the fauna and the flora. The head of WMO, Professor Petri Talas, in his opening remarks, noted that the occurrences of unprecedented heavy rainfalls has led to devastating floods and rising sea levels, affecting not only the environment but also socio-economic and political aspects. Professor Talas, who was represented by the WMO representative for North Central and West Africa, Bernard Edward Gomez, said, high-impact weather events such as storms, floods, and droughts are causing natural disaster with far-reaching consequences.
As we navigate the increasingly complex and challenging landscape of climate change, journalism is more critical than ever. It is through the power of storytelling, investigative reporting, and community engagement that journalism can inform, empower, and hold accountable all stakeholders in the fight against climate change.
Also speaking, the UN Resident Coordinator Matthias Schmali highlighted the severe impact of climate change in Nigeria, citing last year's staggering statistics of flood-related casualties and destruction, just as the Director General of NIMET, Professor Mansour Bako Mathazu, is looking at the social justice perspective and the vulnerability of third world countries, contributing minimally to global emissions, yet incurring the effects.
And impacts of climate change can be significantly reduced by lowering greenhouse gas emissions in order to keep global temperature increases below pre-industrial levels. Now, to meet this goal, emissions must fall by 45% in 2030.
And as a result of this, the solution to these local changes of climate should also be localized. And that is why we are very much happy with our partnership with all sectors in agriculture, resource and environment, with our dear friend NEMA, NISA and FEMA. We turn out a lot of products, services that are geared towards mitigating, adapting to these changes of climate change.
Between 2030 and 2050, climate change is expected to cause approximately 250,000 additional deaths per year from malnutrition, malaria, diarrhea, and heat stress. The direct damage caused to health are estimated to be between $2 to $4 billion per year by 2030. Areas with weak health infrastructure, mostly in developing countries, will be the least able to cope without assistance to prepare and respond. There are hopes the truce between Israel and Hamas could be extended as talks are being held in Qatar about a possible new deal. Israel says it received a list of hostages held in Gaza who could be released later this Wednesday on the 6th day of the current truce. On Tuesday, 12 more hostages were released by Hamas and Israel freed 30 more Palestinian prisoners. Palestinian prisoners have alleged mistreatment while in Israeli jails. A 14-year-old boy said he witnessed beatings. Israel has not commented. Hamas crossed the border and killed 1,200 people in Israel on October 7th, with about 240 taken hostage. Since then, Gaza Hamas-run health ministry says more than 5,000 people have been killed in Israel's retaliatory campaign, including about 6,000 children. If you're just joining us, you're watching the news on Clearview News Desk. And when we come back, we bring you stories on women and children. Stay with us.
The news continues now with stories from our area of specialization, women and children. After the main transmission of our news, we rebroadcast on our YouTube page, Clearview TV. Do you operate a women or children's NGO? Are you at the helm of affairs of a government establishment or a corporate organization involved in the affairs of women and children? Then you are our partners in progress. We have a mission to better the lot of our women and children. Join us to celebrate womanhood and work assiduously to better the lot of the Nigerian child. This is our mission.
Welcome back. The National Council for Women's Society, NCWS, has advocated for more funding and commitment by the government to tackle gender-based violence and other harmful traditional practices against women and girls. Speaking at a one-day trainers workshop for national officers and state presidents, secretaries and affiliates on female genital mutilation in commemoration of 2023 16 Days of Activism in Abuja, President National Council for Women's Societies, Hajia Lami Adamulau, said the event is part of activities to commemorate the 16 Days of Activism to end gender-based violence in Nigeria. Clavis correspondent was there and now brings us details.
The 16 Days of Activism Against Gender-Based Violence and the Stand Up for Women's Society has joined the bandwagon in calling on leaders at various levels to stand firm to fight violence against women and the girl child. The international president of the SWS, Barrister Ijadele Adetona, who led members of the association across the 36 states and the FCT with international delegates, converged on Abuja for a road walk carrying placards with inscriptions: "Break the Bias," "Support Women Liberation," "No to Human Trafficking," "Stop Violence Against Women," "No More Rape." From the city center to Garaki, the women sang solidarity songs. The international president, Barrister Deborah, through a telephone conversation, advocates for more women in governance, as well as provision of adequate security and implementation of laws that will help fight injustice against women.
Stand Up for Women's Society lend a voice and call for the prevention and elimination of violence against women and girls. We recognize that one organization working in isolation cannot achieve much. Thus, we have formed partnership to address gender-based violence in a focused manner. We can say that 20 states, including the Federal Capital Territory, have adopted the Violence Against Persons Prohibition (VAP) Act of 2015 in an effort to provide more protection under the law for women. Thus far, 6 states are awaiting execution assent.
Executive members of Stand Up for Women's Society from Borno, Ondo, Osun, and Imo states called for conscious efforts by the federal and state governments to put an end to atrocities and crimes committed against women and the girl child in rural and urban societies.
A lot of potentials that we should be given the rightful position. When you say women, when we are not in policy making, that means nobody is going to represent us to say out our problems. But when we have more women in in elective positions, I think women will sit down and discuss the issues of other fellow women like her. And secondly, I want to talk to the whole world, the men, because it's like the world is masculine, which is very wrong. We are all born together equally. We have all the potential that it takes. Because there's an adage that says, if you train a woman, you train the whole nation. And that is why we are here today in the city of Abuja to tell the whole world. We would have done this at the Legislative House early in the morning, but unfortunately we couldn't. But we are sending out our messages to the whole world to know that women are very, very important, and we are advocating that a woman's right is a woman's right. We give back to children, we take care of them, we take them to school, we educate them, we do everything in the house. But we don't want us to be relegated in the society. Just like what my sister have said, that in the society or among the leaders and among the political groups, they normally relegate us after being appointed. They will leave the women. They will not give us any position. That is the reason why we are saying enough is enough. They should give us our bona fide position in the country.
We are asking for, we want our men to give us our rights as women in Nigeria particularly. And we are here in Abuja. We bombard Abuja in order to let the whole world know that we are here. We are there. Women we are brilliant. Women are wonderful. So we want everybody, all nations, to know that we are on our stand. We are no more in the corner. We are no more in the kitchen.
The group also called on Nigerian women to brace up and face the reality of life by standing up for one another to make the change they desire. The 16 days of activism against gender-based violence began on Saturday, 25th November, and will run through Sunday, 10th December 2023.
And that's the news. But before we go, a recap of the top stories. President Bola Tinubu has presented a 27.5 trillion naira 2024 budget to a joint session of the National Assembly. The president used the occasion to call for cooperation from lawmakers during the budget processes and legislative year. Protesters have again turned on the streets of Kano and Abuja over the sacking of Governor Abba Yusuf by the appeal courts. There have been tension in Kano as different groups fixed protests, but security operatives prevented them from going ahead with the demonstration to prevent breakdown of law and order. We also told you that there are hopes the truce between Israel and Hamas could be extended as talks are being held in Qatar about the possible new deal. Israel said it received a list of hostages held in Gaza who could be released later this Wednesday. You can follow up on latest events and happenings around you via our social media platforms on Facebook, Instagram and YouTube at Clearview News Dex, or via our handle on X, formerly known as Twitter, at Clearview Online. Many thanks for watching. I am Florence Joshua.
Here is the breaking news of the moment. Biscon TV, the most exciting 24-hour general interest television station, parading cutting-edge programs in news, sports, politics, business, foreign news, fashion and style, entertainment and lifestyle programs, Biscon movies and more, has been moved to channel 144 on GoTV. Our programs begin daily with Biscon Breakfast Bubble (BBB), featuring newspaper review and interviews on trending issues. Biscon Roundtable is our daily discussion program on essential tips on life and living. Biscon TV broadcasts news 7 times daily from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Biscon TV can be watched in all parts of the country now on GoTV channel 144 and live streaming on Biscon TV on YouTube. Biscon TV live streaming on YouTube is the fastest growing, most watched 24-hour live streaming channel on YouTube. Remember, Biscon TV has been moved from channel 108 to channel 144 on GoTV. Biscon TV, interactive, engaging, and unconventional. Prince B.C. Olatilo, foremost Nigerian multilingual broadcasting legend, ascends the 7th floor graciously on Wednesday, 20th of December 2023. The celebration begins with a birthday lecture on Thursday, 14th December 2023 at the Shehu Musa Yaradua Center, Abuja at 12 p.m. The theme for the lecture is Broadcasting in the Digital Age, Challenges and Prospects for Nigeria, to be delivered by Dr. John Momo, OON, Chairman, Channels Media Group. Present on the day are Nigeria's first family, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and the First Lady, Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON. Chairman of the event, the Emir of Kano, His Royal Highness Alhaji Aminu Ado Bayero, CFR, Serikin Kano, who will be supporting the celebrant, Prince B.C. Olatilo, to whom Kano was home for 13 years in his life growing up. Prince Bisi Olatilo's memoir will be presented by Sir Dr. Kessington Adebukola Adebutu, CFR. Special guest of honor, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, GCON, Nigeria's former vice president. Royal fathers of the day, the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Sa'ad Abubakar III, CFR. His Imperial Majesty, Oni Babatunde Adeyeye Nitogunse, CFR, the Oni of Ife. His Royal Majesty, the Obi of Onitsha, Igwe Alfred Nemeka Achebe, CFR. Chief host, Otumba Senator Gbenga Daniel, representing Ogun East Senatorial District and Chairman, Senate Committee on Navy. All hail Prince Bisi Olatilo, the man of the moment, who ascends the 7th floor graciously.
The National Council for Arts and Culture introduces the first National Stakeholders Conference on the review of the past 35 editions of the National Festival of Arts and Culture, NAFEST, a platform for holistic and robust deliberations on NAFEST for wealth creation and a key player in the creative economy, in line with Mr. President's renewed hope agenda. Acknowledging and honoring their excellencies, the executive governors of the 36 states and the FCT minister for their contributions to the success of the past 35 editions of NAFEST. Venue, Chida Hotel, Abuja. Date 5th to 8th December 2023. Time 10 a.m. daily. All stakeholders are hereby invited to come and let's celebrate the bond of unity that our cultural heritage brings. NAFEST, the festival that unites the nation. Announcer, Otumba Olusegun Olusewe, OON, Director General, National Council for Arts and Culture.
I met Bisi Olatilo in 1979 when he came from BCOS, I think. And we met at Radio Nigeria. This is the man I'm used to. You have been part and parcel of my broadcasting life. If I look at BC, he was a brother to me. He fought my wars more than I fought his. When we look at broadcasting, we look at you in such prolific essence. You did almost everything that any broadcaster could do. One of the very gifted newscasters, program presenters. He was really there for everybody. For example, during Betty's first ping ball, it was BC that recorded everything, put it together, brought it out on a network, and then brought it to us.
Welcome to Biscon Television Foreign News Today. I'm Stella Opara, and coming up in the news, U.S. President Biden hopes for extension of Israel-Hamas truce as more hostages released. Sierra Leone prison breaks were coordinated, says Information Minister. U.S. President Joe Biden to invoke Cold War-era law to boost medical supplies. And South Korean man Yoon-soo gets 14-month jail term for praising North in Poland. We'll bring you details of these and more after the short break. Welcome back. You're watching Biscon Television Foreign News. Now the news in full. U.S. President Joe Biden said he hoped the temporary truce between Israel and Hamas can go on as long as hostages are being released after the militant group freed 17 more people, including a 4-year-old Israeli-American girl. Hamas said it wanted to extend the pause in fighting, which will enter its 4th and final agreed day, Monday. Israel has previously offered to agree to an additional day for each additional 10 hostages freed, and to release 3 times the number of Palestinian prisoners each time. 39 teenage Palestinian prisoners were released by Israel on Sunday, taking the total since the truce began to 117. Hamas said it had handed over 13 Israelis, 3 Thais and 1 with Russian citizenship. An international committee of the Red Cross has confirmed it had successfully transferred them from Gaza. Israel has said it had received what could be the final list of hostages slated for release. The list was being reviewed, the office of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said in a statement, adding that it would provide further information when possible. Now, Malawian opposition politicians and rights groups have criticized President Lazarus Chakwera and his government for sending 221 young Malawians to work on farms in Israel. The move has followed Israel's aid package of $60 million 2 weeks ago to help Malawi's economic recovery. The labor export deal has been criticized amid concerns over the secrecy with which it was done and the potential risks to citizens at the time Israel is in conflict with the Palestinian Hamas group. He also questioned why the government had kept the deal secret, only informing Parliament about a plan to send workers to an unnamed country on 22nd November. The government has defended the deal, saying it will export Malawians to Israel and other countries to fulfill the administration's commitment to job creation and youth empowerment. The government also assured of the safety and security of the Malawians, saying they will work in locations which are classified as fit and safe and will be provided with medical insurance and repatriation protections. Now, gunmen in Sierra Leone attacked a military barracks and freed hundreds of prisoners in a coordinated and properly planned attack, the country's information minister said. The attack was a very serious breach, Information Minister Cherno Ba said. Current and former military officials were among those involved, some of whom have been detained by security forces. Addressing suggestions that there had been an attempted coup, Mr. Ba said major leaders who coordinated the attacks have been apprehended and are currently being interrogated by the security forces. Several countries in West and Central Africa are on the military roll after a series of recent coups. These include Sierra Leone's neighbor Guinea, as well as Mali, Niger and Chad. A guard for former President Ernest Koroma was among those detained, according to news source. In a televised address, the president described the event as a breach of security and an attack on democracy. The political situation in Sierra Leone has remained tense since June, when President Bio was re-elected, narrowly missing out on the need to have a runoff. Now, Niger has started running its biggest solar power plant, filling in the shortage brought about by a carton-imported power supply from neighboring Nigeria in July. Nigeria, which accounted for 70% of Niger's power, cut its electricity supply in August after neighboring countries imposed sanctions on Nigerian military leaders who overthrew elected President Muhammadu Bazoum. Most of Niger has since then suffered frequent blackouts. Energy Minister Mahaman Mustafa Baki said that quality of electricity supply had improved in the capital and other towns following the coming online of the solar plant. The French embassy in Mali has said it notes the operational launch of the plant, but warns that it faces operational risks as it could not be finalized under the conditions initially planned. The plant, built by a French consortium, was initiated in 2018 and inaugurated on 5 July this year. French relations with the Nigerian junta have soured since the coup. The plant has over 55,000 solar panels and can generate 30 megawatts of electricity. We'll take a short break now to come back with more stories. Stay tuned. watching Biscon Television Foreign News. Now to U.S. President Joe Biden will invoke a Cold War-era measure to boost investment in U.S. manufacturing of medicines and medical supplies that he has deemed important for national defense, the White House said. The announcement is part of a series of measures the Biden administration is unveiling on Monday to help industrial supply chains and counter several years of historically high inflation. Biden will authorize the Department of Health and Human Services to use powers under the Cold War-era Defense Production Act to enable investments in essential medicines, the White House said in a statement. The areas of investment also include medical countermeasures, which include supplies that diagnose, prevent, or treat diseases related to chemical, biological, radiological, or nuclear attacks. Biden, a Democrat who is running for re-election in 2024, is eager to show Americans that he is tackling inflation and addressing broad concerns about the state of the U.S. economy. Now, Donald Trump has vowed to intensify his crackdown on immigration if he returns to the White House, and has left the door open to resuming his most controversial policy, family separations at the U.S.-Mexico border. But key allies who could join the new Trump administration as immigration enforcers are wary. 5 former Trump officials and conservative allies told newsmen that even as Trump weighs harsher anti-migrant measures, they are concerned about implementing a new version of the 2018 zero-tolerance policy that separated thousands of children from the parents at the southwest border. They said they worry about a repeat of the widespread public backlash provoked by the original policy. Trump is the leading candidate for the Republican Party's 2024 presidential nomination and has made border security a major theme of his campaign. He is vowing to restore the hardline policies from his 2017 to 2021 presidency and implement new ones that clamp down further on both legal and illegal immigration. Now, a South Korean court has sentenced a 68-year-old man to 14 months in jail for praising the North in a poem. Lee Yun-soo advocated for unification in his piece that was published in the North State media in 2016, newsmen report. He wrote that if the two Koreas were united under Pyongyang's socialist system, people would get free housing, healthcare, and education. He was convicted under a law that prohibits public praise of North Korea. In the piece titled Means of Unification, Lee also argued that in a united Korea, fewer people would take their own lives or live in debt. The poem was one of the winners of the poetry contest in the North in November 2016. Lee had been jailed for 10 months in the past for a similar offense, newsmen reported. In its ruling on Monday, a Seoul court said he continued to generate and disseminate a considerable amount of propaganda that glorified and praised the North, the report added. And that's it on Biscon Television Foreign News. Compiled and produced by Tomiloba Abolan. I'm Stella Opara. Thank you for watching.
Alhaji Aliko Dangote, GCON, is a Nigerian businessman and industrialist. He is best known as the founder, chairman, and president of Dangote Group, the largest industrial conglomerate in West Africa. The Bloomberg Billionaires Index estimated his net worth at $17.8 billion in June 2023, making him the richest person in Africa, the world's richest black person, and the world's 94th richest man. Dangote was born into a wealthy Hausa Muslim family on the 10th of April 1957 in Kano. His mother, Hajia Mariam Sanusi Dantata,
was the daughter of businessman Alhaji Sanusi Dantata. His father, Mohammed Dangote, was a business associate of Alhaji Dantata. Through his mother, he is the great-grandson of Alhaji Al-Hassan Dantata, the richest person in West Africa at the time of his death in 1955. Dangote's brother, Sani, was also a businessman. Alhaji Aliko Dangote was educated at the Sheikh Ali Kumasi Madrasa. He also attended Capital High School in Kano. In 1978, he graduated from the Government College, Birnin Kudu. He received a bachelor's degree in business studies and administration from Al-Azhar University in Cairo, Egypt. The Dangote Group was established as a small trading firm in 1977. The same year, Dangote relocated to Lagos to expand the company. The young Alhaji Aliko Dangote received a 500,000 naira loan from his uncle to begin trading in commodities, including bagged cement as well as agricultural goods like rice and sugar. In the 1990s, he approached the Central Bank of Nigeria with the idea that it would be less expensive for the bank to allow his transport company manage their fleet of staff buses, a proposal that was approved. Today, the Dangote Group is one of the largest conglomerates in Africa, with international operations in Benin, Ghana, Zambia, Togo, and many other countries. The Dangote Group has moved from being a trading company to being the largest industrial group in Nigeria, encompassing divisions like Dangote Sugar Refinery, Dangote Cement, and Dangote Flour. The company has in its employ more than 11,000 people in West Africa. In July 2012, Dangote approached the Nigerian Ports Authority to lease an abandoned piece of land at the Apapa port, which was approved. He later built facilities for his sugar company there. It is the largest sugar refinery in Africa and the third largest in the world, producing 8,000 metric tons of sugar annually. The Dangote Group owns salt factories and flour mills and is a major importer of rice, fish, pasta, cement, and fertilizer. The company exports cotton, cashew nuts, cocoa, sesame seeds, and ginger to several other countries. Additionally, it has major investments in real estate, banking, transport, the textile, as well as the oil and gas industry. In February 2022, Dangote announced the completion of the Pojo assembly facility in Nigeria following its partnership with Stellantis Group, the parent company of Pojo, and the Kano and Kaduna state governments. The new automobile company, Dangote Pojo Automobiles Nigeria Limited, DPAN factory, which is based in Kaduna State, commenced operations with the rollout of the Pojo 301, 508, 3008, 5008, and Land Trek. On the 22nd of May 2023, in Lekki, Lagos, Nigeria, the Dangote refinery was commissioned. The plant plans to export surplus petrol, turning Africa's biggest oil producer into an export hub for petroleum products. It also plans to export diesel. The refinery is situated on a 6,180-acre site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lekki, Lagos. It is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world at 1,100 kilometers long. Alhaji Aliko Dangote became Nigeria's first billionaire in 2007. He reportedly added $9.2 billion to his personal wealth in 2013, according to the Bloomberg Billionaires Index, making him the 30th richest person in the world at the time and the richest person in Africa. As of June 2020, Alhaji Aliko Dangote was the wealthiest person in Africa with an estimated worth of $20 billion. Alhaji Aliko Dangote played a prominent role in the financing of President Olusegun Obasanjo's re-election bid in 2003, to which he gave over 200 million naira. He contributed 50 million naira to the National Mosque under the aegis of Friends of Obasanjo and Atiku. Alhaji Aliko Dangote also contributed over 200 million naira to the Presidential Library. In 2011, Alhaji Aliko Dangote was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan to serve as a member of his economic management team. In 2017, rumors circulated that Alhaji Aliko Dangote was considering to run for president of Nigeria in the 2019 election. Dangote declined and responded that he does not intend to run for political positions. Alhaji Aliko Dangote has worked alongside the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation on public health issues. In August 2014, he donated a huge sum of money to assist the Nigerian government's efforts to stop the spread of Ebola. In May 2016, he pledged $10 million to support Nigerians affected by the Boko Haram insurgency. In March 2020, he donated huge sums of money for the fight against the spread of COVID-19 in Nigeria. In 2019, Alhaji Aliko Dangote and Mr. Femi Otedola promised to give the Nigerian national football team $75,000 for every goal scored in the African Cup of Nations. He's also an avid fan of English football team Arsenal FC and has shown interest in buying the club. In 2020, he donated money to Nigeria's sports ministry to renovate the country's national sports stadium in Abuja. Alhaji Aliko Dangote lives in Lagos. He owns 2 private jets and reportedly works 12 hours every day from 5 a.m. to 5 p.m. and runs 10 miles on a treadmill almost every day. He has 3 daughters named Halima, Maria and Fatima, and an adopted son named Abdurrahman. Halima followed him into the business world and is currently his company's executive director of commercial operations. Alhaji Aliko Dangote sits on the board of the Corporate Council of Africa and is a member of the steering committee of the United Nations Secretary General's Global Education First Initiative, the Clinton Global Initiative, and the International Business Council of the World Economic Forum. He was named co-chair of the U.S. Africa Business Center in September 2016 by the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. In April 2017, he joined the board of the directors of the Clinton Health Access Initiative. He is also on the board of One Campaign. Alhaji Aliko Dangote was appointed the founding chairman of the Nigeria End Malaria Council by former President Muhammadu Buhari in August 2022. He is also a member of the Global End Malaria Council, along with other leaders including Bill Gates, Ray Chambers, and former Liberian President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. Prince Bisi Olatilo, foremost Nigerian multilingual broadcasting legend, ascends the 7th floor graciously on Wednesday, 20th of December 2023. The celebration begins with a birthday lecture on Thursday, 14th December 2023 at the Shehu Musa Yaradua Center, Abuja at 12 p.m. The theme for the lecture is Broadcasting in the Digital Age, Challenges and Prospects for Nigeria, to be delivered by Dr. John Momo, ON, Chairman, Channels Media Group. Present on the day are Nigeria's first family, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and the First Lady, Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON. Chairman of the event, the Emir of Kano, His Royal Highness Alhaji Aminu Ado Bayero, CFR, Serikin Kano, who will be supporting the celebrant, Prince Bisi Olatilo, to whom Kano was home for 13 years in his life growing up. Prince Bisi Olatilo's memoir will be presented by Sir Dr. Kessington Adebukola Adebutu, CFR. Special guest of honor, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, GCON, Nigeria's former Vice President. Royal Fathers of the Day, the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Sa'ad Abubakar III, CFR. His Imperial Majesty, Oni Babatunde Adeyeye Nitogunse, CFR, the Oni of Ife. His Royal Majesty, the Obi of Onitsha, Igwe Alfred Nemeka Achebe, CFR. Chief Host, Otumba Senator Gbenga Daniel, representing Ogun East Senatorial District and Chairman, Senate Committee on Navy. All hail Prince Bisi Olatilo, the man of the moment, who ascends the 7th floor graciously.
Here is the breaking news of the moment. Biscon TV, the most exciting 24-hour general interest television station, parading cutting-edge programs in news, sports, politics, business, foreign news, fashion and style, entertainment and lifestyle programs, Biscon movies and more has been moved to channel 144 on Go TV. Our programs begin daily with Biscon Breakfast Bubble BBB, featuring newspaper review and interviews on trending issues. Biscon Roundtable is our daily discussion program on essential tips on life and living. Biscon TV broadcasts news 7 times daily from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Biscon TV can be watched in all parts of the country now on Go TV channel 144 and live streaming on Biscon TV on YouTube. Biscon TV live streaming on YouTube is the fastest growing, most watched 24-hour live streaming channel on YouTube. Remember, Biscon TV has been moved from channel 108 to channel 144 on Go TV. Biscon TV. Interactive, engaging, and unconventional.
I met Bisi Olatilo in 1979 when he came from BCOS, I think, and we met at Radio Nigeria. This is the man I'm used to. You have been part and parcel of my broadcasting life. If I look at BC, he was a brother to me. He fought my wars more than I fought his. When we look at broadcasting, we look at you in such prolific essence. You did almost everything that any broadcaster could do. One of the very gifted newscasters, program presenters, he was really there for everybody. For example, during Betty's first ping ball, it was BC that recorded everything, put it together, brought it out on a network, and then brought it to us.
The National Council for Arts and Culture introduces the first National Stakeholders Conference on the review of the past 35 editions of the National Festival of Arts and Culture, NAFEST, a platform for holistic and robust deliberations on NAFEST for wealth creation and a key player in the creative economy, in line with Mr. President's renewed hope agenda. Acknowledging and honoring their excellencies, the executive governors of the 36 states and the FCT minister for their contributions to the success of the past 35 editions of NAFEST. Venue, Chida Hotel, Abuja. Date 5th to 8th December 2023. Time 10 a.m. daily. All stakeholders are hereby invited to come and let's celebrate the bond of unity that our cultural heritage brings. NAFEST, the festival that unites the nation. Announcer, Otumba Olusegun Olusewe, OON, Director General, National Council for Arts and Culture.
Prince Bisi Olatilo, foremost Nigerian multilingual broadcasting legend, ascends the 7th floor graciously on Wednesday, 20th of December 2023. The celebration begins with a birthday lecture on Thursday, 14th December 2023 at the Shehu Musa Yaradua Center, Abuja at 12 p.m. The theme for the lecture is Broadcasting in the Digital Age, Challenges and Prospects for Nigeria, to be delivered by Dr. John Momo, OON, Chairman, Channels Media Group. Present on the day are Nigeria's first family, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and the First Lady, Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON. Chairman of the event, the Emir of Kano, His Royal Highness Alhaji Aminu Ado Bayero, CFR, Serikin Kano, who will be supporting the celebrant, Prince Bisi Olatilo, to whom Kano was home for 13 years in his life growing up. Prince Bisi Olatilo's memoir will be presented by Sir Dr. Kessington Adebukwola Adebutu, CFR. Special guest of honor, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, GCON, Nigeria's former vice president. Royal fathers of the day, the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Sa'ad Abubakar III, CFR. His Imperial Majesty, Oni Babatunde Adeyeye Nitogunse, CFR, the Oni of Ife. His Royal Majesty, the Obi of Onitsha, Igwe Alfred Nemeka Achebe, CFR. Chief host, Otumba Senator Gbenga Daniel, representing Ogun East Senatorial District and Chairman, Senate Committee on Navy. All hail Prince Bisi Olatilo, the man of the moment, who ascends the 7th floor graciously.
Here is the breaking news of the moment. Biscon TV, the most exciting 24-hour general interest television station, parading cutting-edge programs in news, sports, politics, business, foreign news, fashion and style, entertainment and lifestyle programs, Biscon movies and more, has been moved to channel 144 on GoTV. Our programs begin daily with Biscon Breakfast Bubble (BBB), featuring newspaper review and interviews on trending issues. Biscon Roundtable is our daily discussion program on essential tips on life and living. Biscon TV broadcasts news 7 times daily from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Biscon TV can be watched in all parts of the country now on GoTV channel 144 and live streaming on Biscon TV on YouTube. Biscon TV live streaming on YouTube is the fastest growing, most watched 24-hour live streaming channel on YouTube. Remember, Biscon TV has been moved from channel 108 to channel 144 on GoTV. Biscon TV. Interactive, engaging, and unconventional. Here is the breaking news of the moment. Biscon TV, the most exciting 24-hour general interest television station, parading cutting-edge programs in news, sports, politics, business, foreign news, fashion and style, entertainment and lifestyle programs, Biscon movies and more, has been moved to channel 144 on GoTV. Our programs begin daily with Biscon Breakfast Bubble (BBB), featuring newspaper review and interviews on trending issues. Biscon Roundtable is our daily discussion program on essential tips on life and living. Biscon TV broadcasts news 7 times daily from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Biscon TV can be watched in all parts of the country now on GoTV channel 144 and live streaming on Biscon TV on YouTube. Biscon TV live streaming on YouTube is the fastest growing, most watched 24-hour live streaming channel on YouTube. Remember, Biscon TV has been moved from channel 108 to channel 144 on GoTV. Biscon TV. Interactive, engaging, and unconventional.
Hello, welcome to Biscon Television News. I am Gloria Anozia Young. First, the headlines. On the national scene, President Tinubu departs Abuja for COP28 Climate Summit in Dubai. Governor Diri presents 480.9 billion naira 2024 budget to Bayelsa Assembly. Business. Oil gains ahead of OPEC Plus meeting as Black Sea shutdowns provide support. Foreign. Kenyan President William Ruto's favorite outfit, Kunda suit, banned in Parliament. Sports. England captain Owen Farrell to miss 2024 Six Nations to prioritize mental well-being. And now the news in full. President Bola Tinubu has departed Abuja for Dubai, the United Arab Emirates, to attend the COP28 Climate Summit, also known as the 28th United Nations Climate Change Conference. Ngelale, in a statement, said, Tinubu, who will participate in the World Leaders Summit on December 1st and 2nd, 2023, will deliver a national statement highlighting Nigeria's stance on various thematic issues, including renewable energy and climate financing. The President's message will also focus on holding businesses and institutions accountable, reflecting Nigeria's dedication to sustainable and responsible practices. While in Dubai, Tinubu will actively participate in key sideline events, which will further support the advancement of his asserted commitment to aggressively attract foreign direct investment for enhanced wealth creation and revenue expansion in the country. in addition to other events hosted by the Nigerian delegation. The Speaker of the Ogun State House of Assembly, Olakunle Oluomo, has appealed to tertiary institutions owned by the Ogun State government to reduce fees payable by students. Oluomo asked them to reconsider the plight of indigent parents by doing a downward review of the recently hiked tuition fees. During plenary on Wednesday, the minority leader and lawmaker representing Odogolu State constituency, Lukman Adeleye, called the Assembly's attention to the sudden rise in fees and the protests that greeted the development. Adeleye, earlier in his presentation, recounted the recent mass protest by the students of Tai Solarin University of Education, pleading that the Assembly wade into the matter to ensure a reduction of the hiked fees. Reacting, Oluomo acknowledged the adverse effects of the economic challenges being faced by parents currently. The Speaker noted that it was important for the heads of the tertiary institutions to show more compassion and empathy by allowing the new fees to wear human faces so as not to put the students at a disadvantage. The Governor of Bayelsa State, Duoye Diri, on Wednesday presented the 2024 appropriation bill of 480.993 billion naira Christian budget of sustainable and shared prosperity to the House of Assembly for consideration. The 2024 fiscal year's estimates are 1.722 billion naira higher than the approved 2023 budget of 439.271 billion naira currently under implementation by the state government. He lamented that the greatest challenge in the course of implementation of the 2023 budget is the high inflation rate in the country, noting that current reports from the National Bureau of Statistics indicated that food inflation was about 31.5%, while inflation hovered around 27%. Diri, however, said a general analysis of the budget performance as of September 2023 showed that his administration had achieved an overall performance of 73%, where both the recurrent and capital expenditures got due attention. Presenting the 2024 budget proposal, the governor said the fiscal document was consistent with the assumptions contained in the state's 2024 to 2026 medium-term expenditure framework and fiscal strategy paper, which the Assembly approved in October 2023. The Kogi State governorship candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Senator Dino Melaye, said he will not challenge the electoral victory of the All Progressives Congress before the State Election Petition Tribunal. Newsmen report that the Independent National Electoral Commission declared the APC candidate Usman Ododo winner of the November 11th governorship election in the state. He further added that no one will want to go to the tribunal because the ruling party has captured it. The PDP governorship candidate, who came in third in the election on Wednesday, alleged that the judiciary is no longer independent but a department of the APC. As the controversy surrounding United Nigeria Airlines (UNA) and flight diversion deepens, new revelations have come to light. Shedding fresh light on the unfolding events, these emerging facts offer a compelling glimpse into the complexities surrounding this contentious incident. Newsmen reported that the event that occurred last Sunday involving a United Airlines flight NUA 0504 departing Lagos for Abuja, in which the said flight landed in Asaba. The airline had blamed the incident on bad weather, a report that did not align with that of the Nigerian Airspace Management Agency, NAMA. However, fresh facts have emerged from the incident as the Flight Dispatcher Association of Nigeria, FLIDAN, disclosed that they followed the Nigeria Civil Aviation Regulations, Part 8 Operations, by filing a flight plan with the Aeronautical Information Service, AIS, which was transmitted to the control tower.
President Bola Tinubu on Wednesday said his administration is targeting a 3.76% economic growth in the 2024 fiscal year. This was as he spotlighted national security, local job creation and poverty reduction as the top priorities of the 2024 appropriation bill, which he called the budget of renewed hope. Addressing the National Assembly, Tinubu promised to overhaul the nation's internal security architecture to enhance law enforcement capabilities to safeguard lives, property, and investments nationwide.
The internal security architecture will be overhauled to enhance law enforcement capabilities and safeguard lives, property, and investment across the country.
He said the proposed budget prioritizes human capital development, with particular attention given to children, because human capital remains the most critical resource for national development.
Human capital is the most critical resource of national development. Accordingly, the budget prioritizes human development with particular attention to children, the foundation of our nation. To improve the effectiveness of our budget performance, government will focus on ensuring value for money.
On the economy, Tinubu argued that a stable macroeconomic environment is crucial in his administration's quest to catalyze private investment and accelerate economic growth. Consequently, he affirmed that his administration shall continue to implement business and investment-friendly measures for sustainable growth.
A stable macroeconomic environment is important to catalyze private investment and accelerate economic growth. We have and shall continue to implement business and investment-friendly measures to sustainable growth. We expect the economy to grow by a minimum of 3.76%, above the forecasted world average.
We'll take a short break and be back with business news. Please stay tuned. Welcome back, and now for business news. Oil prices rose on Wednesday as investors turned their attention to an OPEC Plus meeting to decide on output policy, while supply disruption caused by a storm in the Black Sea combined with lower U.S. inventories to drive buying. Brent crude futures were up 0.8% to $82.29 a barrel at 3:47 local time. U.S. West Texas Intermediate crude futures gained 1% at $77.16 a barrel. Both benchmarks rose about 2% on Tuesday as the market anticipated that OPEC Plus, made up of the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries and allies such as Russia, would extend or deepen supply cuts. OPEC Plus on Wednesday continued talks, which sources had described as difficult. A meeting to decide on next year's output policy on Thursday was, however, expected to go ahead on schedule, sources have said on Wednesday. You're still watching Biscon Television News. Up next is foreign news. Stay tuned, please. On the foreign scene, Kenya's parliament has banned the wearing of a suit named after the late Zambian president, Kenneth Kaunda, within the building. Speaker of Parliament Moses Wetangula said Kaunda suits, as well as traditional African clothes, were not welcome. Kenyan President William Ruto often wears them on official occasions. This has made the Kaunda suit, a safari jacket with matching trousers, popular with the political class. The suit is named after the late Zambian president who loved wearing them and made them popular among political leaders across sub-Saharan Africa. Mr. Wetangula said his decision to ban the suit was due to emerging fashion trends that threatened the established parliamentary dress code. The calendar suit has been allowed previously in Parliament, and some MPs have been known for often wearing them. Mr. Watangula acknowledged that these suits had been somehow tolerated in the past, but that it was now time to stop that amid a threat to the parliamentary dress code. Up next, sports news. Join us again. Welcome back. This is sports news. Owen Farrell has ruled himself out of the 2024 Six Nations after deciding to take a break from international rugby to prioritize his and his family's mental well-being. The 32-year-old, who has won 112 test caps for England, most recently captained his country to a third-place finish at the 2023 Rugby World Cup in France. His form and place in Steve Borthwick's starting side, in addition to his interaction with referees, has recently come in for scrutiny. Farrell overtook Johnny Wilkinson as England's leading point scorer of all time during the World Cup, while he has won a Six Nations Grand Slam in 2016, two further Six Nations titles, 2017 and 2020, and two series victories versus Australia, 2016-2022. Farrell also toured with the British and Irish Lions in 2013, 2017 and 2021. Let's stay tuned now for entertainment news. We'll be right back.
Hello and welcome to Showbiz News. Nigerian actor, comedian, radio and TV presenter, writer, producer and film director Ayodele Richard Mako, better known as AY, celebrated himself and his wife, Mabel, in a fresh Instagram post marking their 15th wedding anniversary and 20 years of togetherness. In the post, which has garnered attention, the comedian and actor reminisced about their struggles, beautiful moments and experiences that have shaped their love life. Shortly after, fans and well-wishers flooded the comment section of the post to extend their wishes. In another story, controversial singer Portable is taken to social media to remind Nigerian rapper Odumodu Black who the best rapper is. Portable asked how Odumodu Black is the best rapper in Abuja, as he recalled when they both had a rap battle in Nigerian's Got Talent contest at Eden Garden. He mentioned that he always consistently placed first when he raps in Yoruba ahead of the rapper in all competitions. It debunked the perception that Odumodu Black is the best rapper in Abuja. Portable said he is the best in everything, including singing, dancing, and even rapping. And that's all we have for you today on Showbiz News. Hello and welcome to Movie Trailer. To Freedom. A grieving widower mourning the loss of his wife realizes a year later everything is not what it seems. Starring Paul Abba, Frederick Adam, Ahmed Afolabi, Sunday Baba, Atta Daniel, and many more. 13 Letters. A confirmed playboy is forced to rethink his attitude when 13 of his ex-girlfriends take their grievances to social media. 13 Letters is a Nigerian romantic movie written by Pearl Ago and directed by Kayode Peters. It stars the Good Ultimate Search winner Kunle Remi, BB Niger Steady A, Mofe Duncan, Bimbo Ademoye, Bolanle Ninoluwo, Amanda Dara, Adedamola Adewale, Ariyike Dimples, and Chris Iwa, and many more. And that's all we have for you today on Movie Trailer.
And that's it for the news, but before we go, let's take a recap of the headlines. On the national scene, President Tinubu departs Abuja for COP28 Climate Summit in Dubai. Governor Diri presents 480.9 billion naira 2024 budget to Bayelsa Assembly. On the business scene, oil gains ahead of OPEC Plus meeting as Black Sea shutdowns provide support. On the foreign scene, Kenyan President William Ruto's favorite outfit, Kaunda suit, banned in Parliament. Sports, England captain Owen Farrell to miss 2024 Six Nations to prioritize mental well-being. And that's the news produced by Tomiloba Abolari. I am Gloria Anozie Young. Thank you for watching.
Prince B.C. Olatilo, foremost Nigerian multilingual broadcasting legend, ascends the 7th floor graciously on Wednesday, 20th of December 2023. The celebration begins with a birthday lecture on Thursday, 14th December 2023 at the Shehu Musa Yaradua Center, Abuja at 12 p.m. The theme for the lecture is Broadcasting in the Digital Age, Challenges and Prospects for Nigeria, to be delivered by Dr. John Momo, OON, Chairman, Channels Media Group. Present on the day are Nigeria's first family, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and the First Lady, Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON. Chairman of the event, the Emir of Kano, His Royal Highness Alhaji Aminu Ado Bayero, CFR, Sedikin Kano, who will be supporting the celebrant, Prince B.C. Olatilo, to whom Kano was home for 13 years in his life growing up. Prince B.C. Olatilo's memoir will be presented by Sir Dr. Kessington Adebukola Adebutu, CFR. Special guest of honor, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, GCON, Nigeria's former vice president. Royal fathers of the day, the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Sa'ad Abubakar III, CFR. His Imperial Majesty, Oni Babatunde Adeyeye Nitogunse, CFR, the Oni of Ife. His Royal Majesty, the Obi of Onitsha, Igwe Alfred Nemeka Achebe, CFR. Chief host, Otumba Senator Gbenga Daniel, representing Ogun East Senatorial District and Chairman, Senate Committee on Navy. All hail Prince B.C. Olatilo, the man of the moment, who ascends the 7th floor graciously.
The National Council for Arts and Culture introduces the first National Stakeholders Conference on the review of the past 35 editions of the National Festival of Arts and Culture, NAFEST, a platform for holistic and robust deliberations on NAFEST for wealth creation and a key player in the creative economy, in line with Mr. President's renewed hope agenda. Acknowledging and honoring their excellencies, the executive governors of the 36 states and the FCT minister for their contributions to the success of the past 35 editions of NAFEST. Venue, Chida Hotel, Abuja. Date 5th to 8th December 2023. Time 10 a.m. daily. All stakeholders are hereby invited to come and let's celebrate the bond of unity that our cultural heritage brings. NAFEST, the festival that unites the nation. Announcer, Otumba Olusegun Rushewe, OON, Director General, National Council for Arts and Culture.
I met B.C. Olatilo in 1979 when he came from BCOS, I think. And we met at Radio Nigeria. This is the man I'm used to. You have been part and parcel of my broadcasting life. If I look at BC, he was a brother to me. He fought my wars more than I fought his. When we look at broadcasting, we look at you in such prolific essence. You did almost everything that any broadcaster could do. One of the very gifted newscasters, program presenters, he was really there for everybody. For example, during Betty's first ping ball, it was BC that recorded everything put it together, brought it out on a network, and then brought it to us.
Here is the breaking news of the moment. Biscon TV, the most exciting 24-hour general interest television station, parading cutting-edge programs in news, sports, politics, business, foreign news, fashion and style, entertainment and lifestyle programs, Biscon movies and more, has been moved to channel 144 on GoTV. Our programs begin daily with Biscon Breakfast Bubble (BBB), featuring newspaper review and interviews on trending issues. Biscon Roundtable is our daily discussion program on essential tips on life and living. Biscon TV broadcasts news 7 times daily from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Biscon TV can be watched in all parts of the country now on GoTV channel 144 and live streaming on Biscon TV on YouTube. Biscon TV live streaming on YouTube is the fastest growing, most watched 24-hour live streaming channel on YouTube. Remember, Biscon TV has been moved from channel 108 to channel 144 on GoTV. Biscon TV, interactive, engaging, and unconventional.
The national anthem, please. I was in The Guardian from 1991 to 2011 when I then went to Abuja. And I came back in the background in 2015 and then left again in 2016. And I'm here again here today as Master of Ceremony, something I used to do when I was chairman of the editorial board of The Guardian. So for me, it is a homecoming. And I look around the hall and I see a lot of persons for whom it's also a homecoming. I can see the Rutamoto's chairman, Sheraton Hotel, a major supporter of minority rights and the man who founded the Guardian newspapers and built it up into the foremost newspaper in Nigeria. 1 minute, please. May the soul of the faithful departed rest in peace. Thank you very much. Well, he also began from the Guardian. Mr. Bayo Onanoga is the special advisor to the President on Information and Strategy. Federalism, which is one of, it's a thesis, it's something. And then we decided to put it together. And when we put it together, we said, okay, when we will present it on the day we will mark our 40th anniversary with a lecture, who can look at this? What is it? You say federalism is the answer, after all. Okay? Federalism is that. So what is the question? One of the intellectuals who has used all his time as a political scientist and a professor who has done so much on federalism is Professor Egosa. It's a Professor Egosa Osaya. He may not be prominent to you, but it's very significant. As a professor of political science, we know why. And that is why we have invited him. We want to do something. We want to say, look, what is the question? We have said is the answer. What is the question? He will do that for us. And of course, the person representing the president on the high table is Bimbo Bunde. Is the secretary to the government of Lagos State and is representing the governor of Lagos State. We will continue to recognize the rest of the people. They've recognized some of our people. We want to you see the order that so many giants, Dr. Ruben Abati, we introduce the rest of them. You can recognize the deputy governor of Ogun State. We have been waiting for her.
Protocols in order to save time. Actually, the job of the chairman is to manage the situation. I have deliberately not made a prepared speech because that is not my function. I will have to be disturbing the two main lecturers. Sitting with the deputy governor is making me uncomfortable. Why? She calls me, she has humility. And she can insult, she does insult me occasionally. We were at the 80th birthday of Alake of Ebalan, and Emeritus Prime Minister of Nigeria, Jasper Akiola, was preacher. And when he mounted the group, he said, well, look, I'm not going to tolerate all you milling around, all these photographers, all those standing around. I want peace and quiet. I was sitting next to the deputy governor and said, hey, you see, we have our other head village headmaster. The main village headmaster is standing by me here and referring to me. And I was then saying to the government, I said, you see now, the deputy governor is using immunity to really whip the father of APC in Ogun State. Now I want to be a village headmaster today as chairman because I want us to remain focused, attentive, and I promise you I will manage the situation that we should not spend more than 2 hours or 2.5 hours and we should be done. So I want to appeal to you. Do you agree to it or not? No, we want democracy. Now coming to Guardian. Actually, Guardian, Alex and I have been working on it as far back as 1979, 1980. But we couldn't get it on because the brother, Michael Ibu, was not too enthusiastic. And you know, Alex is one person who respects, differ, and deeply love his brother Michael Ibu. He would never do anything that Michael does not approve. So we were delayed in starting the village news. Of course, I had to now go back from Herald to Sketch. And in truth, the first Guardian was published on February 27, 1983. And we in Sketch were the one who for 6 months we are printing Guardian from Ibadan. You can imagine, we printing a rival newspaper. It shows you that the love that we had in the media then for each other, because the Guardian was creating his own constituency, intellectual in approach, in depth, different from our own style in sketch, which we were tabloid and political. So for 6 months, we printed the Guardian from Ibadan. And why? I had to fill in because I was the one who caused the delay. Pius Ayon, the then first production manager of the sketch, had ordered 8 units of God's overnight. And all the 8 units were to go into one folder. And I said, Alex, this is a waste of money. How can you put 8 folders into 8 units into one folder when you may not need all the 8 units? You may need only 2 units for 16-page paper. So I opposed the configuration and said, let us start with 2 folders, 4 units on the left, 4 units on the right. When you want to print bumper edition of 56 pages, you couple the 8 units into one folder. When you want to print 24, you use one folder and the other folder will be backup. That was what delayed the starting of the Guardian at Rutam House. So it's not just that they were not to start printing right away. Because of that suggestion, we had to reconfigure the God's overnight with the manufacturer. So Guardian actually started the 7th of February 1983. It went daily. By the time it went daily, the overnight, God's overnight had been delivered. And they can now then print at Rutam House in Isolo. So that's the story behind why there is a discrepancy between February 27 and July 4. Now, I want to thank God. I know wherever Alex is, and I know he's in heaven because he's such a good man. When he was buried with a copy of the Guardian. He went to heaven holding a copy of the Guardian, and Lady Medibu will confirm that a copy of the Guardian was by his side in the casket. So Alex is in heaven with Guardian, and today I'm sure he is very, very proud of what I call Lady Publisher. Lady Medina Lexipu took over the mantle of this newspaper at a very difficult time. And I'm happy today that Guardian is living to his reputation, and it is my hope that when you unveil the new Guardian that you are talking about today, Guardian will go higher and higher. I won't talk too much, I will do a little review after the lecture. So I welcome all of you to this lecture, and I hope that we manage the time in a way that we all remain we will concentrate and nobody will have cause to doze for a second. Thank you.
The Lord spiritual and temporal, honorable federal ministers, honorable state commissioners, members of the diplomatic corps, captains of industry, our host, the Director General of the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, University Vice Chancellors, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a joyful morning to you all. This year, 2023, marks 40 years exactly since the founding in 1983 of The Guardian, an independent newspaper by my late husband, Mr. Alex Ibu, with an enduring motto of conscience nurtured by truth. The Guardian has been managed to remain strong and reliable Within the first 10 years, 1983 to 1993, we already achieved that as two of our associates who were there at the time noted recently in a great book titled The Making of the Nigerian Flagship, a story of the Guardian, published in April this year. The book by Mr. Aaron Okodie and Mr. Oluseun Ogunseitan tells the story of how the brand was made within the first decade of its existence. The interlocking and mutually reinforcing fundamental principles of the Guardian were and are intellectual excellence, the balanced coverage of events, consistently upholding the interests of justice, equity, and the rule of law, pursuing probity in public life, actively promoting the best interests of Nigeria and Africa. It is upon that seminal anchor that I welcome you most sincerely to the Guardian's 40th anniversary lecture today, Tuesday, 28th November 2023. The cross-cutting challenges of social dislocation, terrorism, economic hardship, and political upheavals across parts of the continent, touching Nigeria, Niger, Mali, Congo, Burkina Faso, etc., etc., and finding lasting solutions to them, according to sets the scene for today's seminal lecture, aptly entitled For the World to Respect Africa. It is being delivered by one of Nigeria's greatest exports to the world, former Honorable Minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and currently in his second term as President of the African Development Bank, today's guest lecturer, our very known Dr. Akinwumi Adesina. It was the Guardian's Man of the Year in 2021. We published in December when the preface to the essay was titled Proudly Nigerian, Proudly African. The fact that he's a global citizen means that the intricacies of securing his commitment to an event of this nature can prove to be extremely tricky. So we thank you very much for most kindly honoring this invitation, sir. Today's keynote address, if federalism is the answer, what is the question? It's been delivered by Chief Host, Professor Eosa Esari. I hope I got it right, sir. Director General, Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, and former Vice Chancellor, Millennium University, Edo State. I'm highly anticipating the public presentation of a compendium of 61 editorials titled The Guardian, Federally Dismissed Papers. The editorial board of the newspaper published on federalism from October 29, 2020 to December 23, 2021. May I also take the opportunity to appreciate two of our founding fathers publicly, Aremo Olusegun Oshoba, and Dr. Patrick Cole. I'm not sure he's here. Dr. Cole, former Managing Director of Daily Times and former Nigeria's ambassador to Brazil, is one of the original founding fathers and attracted the late Dr. Stanley Makebu, the then chairman of the editorial board of Daily Times. All in all, we have a very busy day of robust intellectual engagement, active learning, and networking opportunities. I must therefore thank you in advance, all most sincerely, for attending. Thank you.
You will probably be hearing this for the first time today. It was one of the few people that I look up to, and I read his columns every Friday. As a young reporter, I look forward to seeing him, and eventually, when I read the Jonathan presidency, the edition, the article he ran at some point in time, and when he was appointed, I wasn't shocked. Thank you, everyone. Today, I have a responsibility to talk about the future of The Guardian. But we can't talk about the future of something we don't understand the past. Yeah. The MD, the publisher, and Dr. Bakti they've tried to talk about the past of the paper. And today, in this room, we have people who have actually invested heavily in The Guardian. Their time, efforts, investment, and financially, even from our owners. So today, I was appointed when I received the call to take the mantle of the leadership. The first concern that came to my mind was, I'm going to be handling a legacy brand. How do I handle this? And one thing I have come to understand is every product has a life cycle. The people here have built a very good brand, a very strong brand, which has matured over the years, and it's at this point in its maturity stage. So what do we do differently? We decided to, of course, for any product, for it to get going, and for the future, you have to consider certain things, innovate or die. And I felt, how do we do it? We need to tell the story differently. And we decided to go the radical path, and thanks to the former editors who are here, Mr. Alabi Williams, who I took over from. It's always a debate when we talk in the newsroom, debate ideas, debate stories. It's quite intellectually engaging, but the reward is what we see out there. So the first thing was, how do we turn around the paper for the future? We have a very good brand with segmented with different offerings. And we decided we're going to consolidate all of this and try to build a better brand. Because even if I leave tomorrow, we also need to hand over a better brand to the next generation that will take over. And that was what exactly we tried to do. And with the encouragement of the owners, the MD, who had held me at one point in time to take me through the process, we were able to do something differently. Journalism is actually, quality journalism is expensive. If we want social justice, we want people's voices to be heard, it's not a walk in the park. And we decided to go around, try to tell the stories differently. We are in a generation where people run through content now. There's a lot of things fighting for the attention of people. And news is not an essential commodity. Like my NDU says, it's not food. People can do away without news, but cannot do away with food. So we decided, what will you do differently? Tell the story differently. Let people get interested in what is happening around them, and get people engaged, and try to ensure there is a change in our environment. So we've looked at the past, we've looked at what has been done over the years, and we decided to consolidate and get ready for the future. We have digital platforms, looking at the new offerings, and decide we're going to bring all of this together and get ready for that future. And that future is one where, beyond news commoditization, where we also try to get people involved, get the audience involved, get even the stakeholders involved. We have a platform, we have the Guardian TV, the Guardian Digital, and we are already beginning to segment the market to see how to tell the story and how to serve people better. I'm going to yield the floor to one of our executive directors, Ms. Anita Ibru. She's going to talk about a few things that we're going to be bringing on board, but I would like to make an appeal, like it's done almost every other place. quality journalism is not cheap. And for us to get to that point, we need to get the support of every stakeholder through your patronage, through your support, in order to be able to tell the story better. Today, I am sad when I hear that you pick a newspaper and you read every other newspaper. It shouldn't be. We are in a society where we want the change, but the kind of change we desire, we need to champion it, and we need to tell it differently. And of course, in an era where it's almost like school and scam, I came to The Guardian. It's still, I can be able to say, I think The Guardian is about the only newspaper that has more PhD holders. The weekend editor is also a PhD holder. My deputy editor, Dr. Wole Ibade, also finished as the best graduating student. He has the best thesis from the University of Lagos. So it's a place where intellectuals are made, and I'm glad to see Mr. Izeze. These are people we read their struggles, because while in school, I remember reading, there's no way you read the history of Nigerian media that you talk about The Guardian, that you won't talk about the prices some of the people on this floor have paid. And it's going to be a disservice not to leave a better brand. And I'm glad, at least to some extent, the calls I received from him affirming that The Guardian is once again becoming the flagship that it is known for. Without wasting much of our time, I would like to give the floor to Zanita Ego to tell us about some of the new things we're trying to do and what The Guardian is going to be known for. Thank you.
Thank you, Femi. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and I observe the existing protocols. Thank you for coming, distinguished guests. I was going to join my brother later in thanking you, but I've got this slot which fits in very nicely with what Femi just said. I'd like at first to mix this up a bit, just to make it a little bit interactive for a second, if you don't mind. So rather than speaking at you, let's start a short conversation, but very, very quickly. I won't take up much time. I had a question, but it seems like everyone already knows the answer. That's, what is the motto of The Guardian? So we know it, it's all over here, thanks to our brilliant event organizers. They've put it all around so you can see. But maybe someone can answer that question quickly. Hands up? Someone? Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I'll lead on to that in a second. The next question, very important, because we've talked about succession, we've talked about change, so I'm going to be more focused on transformation. So, how many of you in here have actually visited or browsed guardian.ng? Hands up, please. Yes, that's what I thought. Not as many as I would have hoped. So I'd like to show you something later where you can get a better taste and feel for what guardian.ng is all about. And finally, I'm going to get a little bit sentimental because what I'm saying up here also relates very much to my father. So last question, I promise. What does the number 40 mean to any of you in here? I'll take 4, please. What does 40, when you think of the number 40, what does it mean to you? Yes, sir. Thank you, that's a brilliant one. Anyone else? Yes, sir. Yes, that's a good one, thank you. You're talking about transformation, that's a good one. It's okay. Yep, that's very good. That's biblical. Yep. Last one, sir. Thank you. Well, let me help you out a bit here. But first of all, I decided to focus on number because my brother Toke is well known for his interest in numerology. And so I think it's also highly befitting to zone in on the number of years the Guardian has been alive, and as we know, that's 40. But truth be told, at times the struggle has been real. But 40 also marks In sacred scripture, the number 40 signifies new life, new growth, transformation, a change from one great task to another great task, etc. Let me cite just a few examples. The reign of the great flood, the great deluge, lasted 40 days and nights. Moses spent 40 years in the desert before God raised him up to lead Israel out of Egypt. God delivered Israel from bondage, then took them into the desert for another 40 before they entered the promised land. 40 is indeed popular in religions and in sacred writings, e.g. as 40 days of prayer and fasting. Above are examples, therefore, of incidences of sheer grit, determination, patience, discipline, acts of faith, and overcoming of struggles. Of course, I cannot possibly sum up 40 years of life and strife at The Guardian in just a few minutes, but we hope to at least capture the essence of the brand with what I just said. What it stands for, or in some cases what it stands against, and I'm going to do that now by sharing a snippet of our digital transformation journey now. As we look to celebrate 40 years of The Guardian being in existence, we have decided to invest in our shared future with the print assets by enhancing digital capabilities and skills in order to drive The Guardian's business-generating opportunities. A robust online presence is not a luxury, it's a strategic necessity. And I thank my brother for his vision for finding Guardian Digital. To say it hasn't come with challenges would be undermining the process. It really has not been easy, but our digital transformation journey coincides with this very 40th anniversary year. Again, 40 years marks hard work, and so we shall persevere. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Adeshina for speaking on a very apt subject with which the Guardian brand aligns perfectly, for the world to respect Africa, because we see it as our job to refocus the narrative of not only our country, Nigeria, but of the wider Africa, and to change how the world views this continent among the other journalistic, reporting and marketing roles we play. We also market companies. That's what we do via our advertising spaces that we sell. Our responsibility also remains firmly embedded in the main principle of our motto, which we touched upon already, truth. Therefore, I'm going to stop now, and to that end, I would like to share a very, very special video, which is a snippet of the launch of a new brand campaign. It's called Truth Tellers. It's inspired by 40 years of the truth in celebration with The Guardian Nigeria. This is dedicated to my father, because he came up with that motto. Lastly, I also came up with a spin-off title called Guardian Angels, and you'll see there was sort of the theme of Guardian Angels is very much in this documentary. So please could you kindly play the documentary. Thank you for listening, and thank you for coming, and thank you for viewing all our content today in various forms.
Also a truth teller, and my vessel of truth is my camera. I use my camera to look for truth. In the civil rights movement of this era we're living through, anti-racism movements, women's rights movements, people that fight for climate change and beyond, all trying to bring light to a world that is seemingly on fire. My camera also allows me to find truth within myself. There's an honesty when I look through the viewfinder and see the world as it could be. It makes me strive and work harder in fighting for the beliefs and truths that I believe the world at its best can be. And I think for many of us right now, with the current news cycle of so much going on that is disturbing, finding truth has become harder with so much dis and misinformation on our algorithms and news feeds. It's time for us to curate what we consume and make sure the pillars of what we believe in, what we decide to look at in our internet-connected devices, are based on truth.
Hi, my name is Dr. Grace Masha, and I'm passionate about women's health. The truth is that many women still go unheard in healthcare. The truth is that many women still lack basic knowledge around women's health conditions globally. And we still have worrying statistics such as black women in the UAE 4 times more likely to die in childbirth. Now, as a doctor and the founder of Our Leading Health, it is my mission to improve the education around women's health topics and how we advocate for ourselves in healthcare.
My name is Stephanie Rodriguez, and I'm on a mission to impact 1 billion lives by 2025. I do this through my work in democratizing safety for women and girls and vulnerable people in support of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. In this quest for impact, my journey brought me to Nigeria in 2019, where I spoke at a conference. I left Nigeria with something extraordinary. I didn't know at the time that I had contracted cerebral malaria from a mosquito, and my life would take a pivot and become transformed in a way I could have never imagined just before the pandemic. I was on my deathbed and my life was truly a miracle. I would be in the hospital for more than 444 nights and have 44 operations that would ultimately leave me as a bilateral double above ankle amputee. I learned that no matter what we go through, we are strong. But I've also learned the importance of working for the eradication of malaria, and I work today with organizations like Rotary International and the Global Fund to educate those who are unaware that malaria continues to plague us and we can do something about it. I've also learned through my journey in becoming a para-athlete representing Australia in the discipline of wheelchair fencing that when we lose something, we actually gain things. And in adversity, we learn what our superpowers truly are. My truth is that we are all interconnected, and events in our life serve to make us what we become. I've learned that we, 25% of the world's population living with disabilities, have something to offer to community and society.
My name is Majid. I'm a wellness coach and a mental health advocate. Mental health is heavily stigmatized. Men have expectations. We're expected to be stoic, unemotional, self-reliant. But this is simply not true. I am a truth teller, and I'm here to tell you the truth. That men need support, and men need safe spaces.
Hi, my name is Tessie Antonida. I'm from Luxembourg. I'm a serial entrepreneur, an investor, I'm an academic, I am an advocate for women's rights, a UNAIDS global advocate for young women and adolescent girls, and patron of UNA UK, among many things I'm doing. I'm also a mother of 4. I'm a truth teller. One of my latest projects is baby books for babies from 0 to 4-year-olds, where I teach them in a playful way about traditions and cultures of Luxembourg. Why do I think this is important? Because tradition and culture are historical. It's something we grow up with. And I hope that through my books, that my children, their children, and the children after them learn in a playful way about something that I love very much.
Hello, my name is Tony Dickinson, and I bring upskilling into the light. I'm a special needs advocate. I'm a mother raising a child with Down syndrome. And the journey has been an amazing one. In that journey, I found my voice to advocate for the rights of those with special needs, and also for support for the parents. I bring into light what is hidden. Let's forget about the shame and the stigma, and let's celebrate life. Thank you to The Guardian for helping me find my voice through this journey, and happy 40th birthday. And we use our conscience nurtured by the truth.
I'd like to take this opportunity to wish The Guardian Nigeria a happy 40th birthday.
So thank you so much for having me here, and happy 40th birthday to The Guardian.
Thank you to The Guardian for helping me find my voice through this journey, and happy 40th birthday.
Truth should never be a needle in a haystack, especially in the States so violent.
Thank you for being a teller.
represented by Stabayo Nonuga, the Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy. Your Excellency Babajide Sanwo-Olu, the Executive Governor of Lagos State, represented by Barrister Bimbo Salu Hondeyin, Secretary to the State Government. Your Excellency Adimot Salako Oyedele, the Deputy Governor of Ogun State, who has been harassing my uncle. And we'll talk about that later. Your Excellency, my dear brother, my uncle, Aremo Olusegun Oshoba, former governor of Ogun State and chairman of today's event. Your Excellency, my dear brother Ralph Aregbesola, former governor of Osun State. Lady Medin Alex Ibro, chairman and publisher of the Guardian newspapers, always so elegant, ageless, and just stunningly beautiful. So good to see you, man. Professor Wale Omole, of course, he was my vice chancellor when I was at the University of Ife, also ageless, incredibly brilliant, and I think I have to get some genes from both of you. And I had somebody, I think the editor, saying he was from University of Ibadan. Is that correct? Professor Omole, great Ife. Great, all right. Sorry, Mr. Vice Chancellor. Professor Egbosa Osage, Director General of Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, and thank you very much for hosting us today. Esteemed members of the editorial board of the Guardian newspapers, Toke Ibru, Executive Director of the Guardian newspapers, and all of the wonderful family members from the Ibru family, Martins Oloja, Managing Director and Editor-in-Chief of the Guardian newspapers. Thank you for all you did to get me here. Dr. Femi Adekoya, the newly minted editor of the Guardian. Congratulations on your promotion from business editor. I remember I used to read your columns as business editor. Senior management and staff of the Guardian newspapers. And of course, I saw my big auntie walking as I was just getting in, Mrs. Tokumbo Awolowo Dosumuanti. Good to see you, man. Your Royal Highnesses, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and good afternoon. It's such a great honor for me and a pleasure to join you today as we celebrate the 40th anniversary of what I consider to be Nigeria's premier newspaper, and indeed one of Africa's finest newspapers, The Guardian. This milestone not only marks 4 decades of journalistic excellence, it also symbolizes the enduring power of the press in shaping society and fostering an informed citizenry. The Guardian has done that and more in Nigeria over the past 40 years. 4 decades ago, as a young man finding my way out in the world, I fondly remember picking up a copy of The Guardian for the very first time in 1983, for the princely price of 20 kobo at the time. There was something special about the publication that immediately lit up Nigeria's media scene. The Guardian was exceptionally well written and researched. It brought together some of the finest writers that you can think of, an editorial staff that was incredible, including Stanley Masego, Jemi Ogubi, Suli Abu, Lade Banola, Olatunji Dare, Omar Ogun, Odiene Efemi, Edwin Madunago, and several others. Their journalistic brilliance and prose made The Guardian the undisputed news publication of the era. Ever since, The Guardian has been a steadfast beacon of truth, a guardian of democracy, and a mirror reflecting the myriad facets of our society. Its motto, conscience nurtured by truth, is apt. It was then, it is now, and it will be for the years to come. That's because without truth and without conscience, no foundation, no nation, no society, or institution can stand. Over the years, This world-class publication has set a benchmark for journalistic excellence. It has helped to shape public discourse, champion accountability, and serve as a people's watchdog. In doing so, The Guardian has justifiably earned the respect of Nigerians and readers all across the world. Today, as we commemorate this significant anniversary, we laud the newspaper's unwavering commitments to the principles of free speech, transparency, and the pursuit of truth. We also salute the pioneer publishing spirit of the late Alex Ibro, the courage of the Ibro family, and successive publishers, the generations of Guardian journalists, many of you are here today, who have upheld the principles of editorial independence and freedom of expression, even during the darkest, the most oppressive years of military rule. True to its name, the Guardian has remained a guardian of truth. In this age of globalization and interconnectedness, the role of the media extends beyond national borders. I was glad when Lady Merin Ibru was talking about, and also her daughter when they were talking about the importance that you attach to issues beyond Nigeria in terms of projecting the image of Africa. The Guardian has therefore also been a voice for Africa, as it should, sharing stories that resonate across the continent and beyond. Of course, in 2021, I was very humbled when the Guardian, in his collective wisdom, graciously honored me as the Man of the Year. It was pretty cool, actually. And in that edition, I picked it up, and there was a caricature thing of me. It had a nice photo, and it had me with on the front cover with my bow tie with it, which I really like. Thank you for doing that. And with a caption, Man of the Year, proudly Nigerian and proudly African. I thank God God made me a Nigerian. I always will be grateful for that. Thank you so much for such a great honor. It is one I will always cherish. So congratulations, Lady Merin Ibru and the Ibru family and all of you on your 40th anniversary. Let me now turn to the theme that I've been asked to speak about today. And that is for the world to respect Africa. Now, the first thing that I want to underline is that respect is never a given. It cannot be purchased. It must be earned. And it is earned based not on rhetoric or request, but based on action. Concrete action. Consistent action. Over time. As a leader, my way of making decisions is actually pretty simple. No econometric analysis going with it. I simply write down the things that make me ashamed, and I do the opposite. We must take a critical look around us, the underdevelopment, the poverty in the midst of plenty, and the fact that we are far behind other regions of the world, despite our enormous resources, and determine that enough is enough. Poverty must not become the comparative advantage of Africa. Nearly half of the world's gold and 1/3 of all the minerals are in Africa. With its vast mineral resources and human resource capacity, Africa should not be where it is today. Nigeria and many other African nations were once at the same level of development as some East Asian countries, notably Malaysia, Indonesia, South Korea, and several others. We must really ask ourselves, when will we make the shift that South Korea made from being a country that was one on the low end of the development ladder to a rich, industrialized nation that it is today? There was a period during which some East Asian countries like South Korea struggled to actually obtain World Bank loans. And I remember this because my friend who was then the president of the World Bank, Jim Kim, told me about it because he's from South Korea. It was very difficult for them to actually qualify to have a World Bank loan. And that was a concessional loan at the time. Today, South Korea is the 7th largest exporter of goods in the world. Not only that, its GDP per capita towers at 266% of the global average. We must therefore find solutions to our many challenges in Africa. While we must deal with the bread and butter development issues, we must think strategically as we set ourselves upon a path of also becoming wealthy nations. Our countries must become great contributors to global wealth and development financing for others. We simply must turn the tide. Ultimately, we must put ourselves in a position where too we also can give. That is how Africa will earn respect. Let me start with poverty on the continent. Africa has some 431 million out of the continent's 1.4 billion people living in extreme poverty. A number that has increased with an additional 84 million people since the impact of COVID-19 pandemic in 2020. South Asia and East Asia and the Pacific had roughly 50% and 2/3 of their population living in extreme poverty in 1990. And they saw a significant decline to 9% and 1% respectively by 2019. Sub-Saharan Africa, which had 50% of its population in extreme poverty in 1990, just like it was in South Asia, only saw a decline to 35% by 2019. It is therefore time for poverty accountability for governments. Africa will not earn respect globally until we end poverty at scale. Now, for too long, and way too long, we have allowed poverty to linger pervasively in the midst of plenty. Our nations are resource rich, and yet the majority of our citizens remain poor, in most cases, dirt poor. We often tend to accept poverty as normal. Let me be unequivocally very clear. Poverty is not normal. It is abnormal, especially when we have so much resources and when it has been pervasive for so long. And that is why I believe Africa should not become a museum of poverty. To reverse this trend, we must have public accountability on poverty. Our governments must realize that it is their responsibility to lift all their people out of poverty and into wealth as fast as possible. And of course, it is doable. We are seeing clear examples of such progress in other regions of the world, especially in Asia, over the past 3 decades. There is no reason why acute poverty cannot be eradicated in Nigeria and across Africa. We have to become a continent that grows inclusive and well-distributed wealth. By tackling poverty, I do not mean the so-called poverty alleviation, because that is a term that I reject in its entirety. We cannot be comfortable with poverty. If you are sick from malaria and you visit with your doctor who says, "I will alleviate your malaria," please get out and look for a better doctor. I do not believe in poverty alleviation. If someone moves from $1.30 per day to $1.50 per day, and they move to $1.60 per day, they are still poor. They are still extremely poor. I had a conversation with my good friend, Professor Jeffrey Sachs, when we were on the Millennium Development Goals, together then with the UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon. And I said, if we are measuring poverty based on the convenience of the rich, then it looks as if everything is improving, when in fact it is not improving. You walk into McDonald's and try to buy a hamburger for $1, you can't. For $1.60, you can't. And so why are we measuring poverty, that people are out of poverty, just because they are earning $2 a day? It cannot buy you a hamburger. Let's get serious about this particular issue. We must therefore eliminate poverty and create wealth. and do so fast. To protest my point, let's look at the following. South Korea moved the GDP per capita that was $350 in 1960s when it got independence to approximately $33,000 in 2023. Now that's the kind of quantum leap that we need rather than an attempt to be saying we are dealing with alleviating poverty. When we rapidly take our people out of poverty, we will begin to earn the respect that we deserve. Saudi Arabia has oil, as does Nigeria. Kuwait has oil, as does Nigeria. Qatar has abundant gas, as does Nigeria and other countries. Yet Nigeria is the country, the largest share of its population living below extreme poverty line in 2023 in Africa. That is not a gold medal that we should be proud about. Clearly, there is something fundamentally wrong in our management, or rather mismanagement of our natural resources. It is also clear that if we continue to mismanage these natural resources, we will remain stuck. When we look at a pervasive state capture, in several instances, oil and gas, minerals and metals, it is abundantly clear that there is no transparency or very little of it in, and of course on accountability for how we manage these abundant resources. Consequently, in the midst of plenty, majority of the people remain poor. I have urged African governments to stop securing loans backed by their natural resources. And that's because those natural resource-backed loans are not transparent. They're expensive. They make debt resolution very, very difficult. If that trend continues, it will be a disaster for Africa. Now, some speak about natural resource curse. They say that if you have natural resources, somehow you are going to be on a trajectory where you are going to be poor. I don't think the issue is the natural resources, that is the natural resource curse. I think it's a curse of leadership. It's a lack of leadership. How can it be that what's supposed to make you rich makes you poor? I don't buy this. The so-called natural resource curse has not applied to Saudi Arabia. It has not been relevant to Qatar, nor to Norway. I was there recently on a panel with their Minister of International Development, talking about $1.3 trillion of assets under management that they have from their own resources, which is the same oil that we have. Now, ladies and gentlemen, these are all nations that are rich in natural resources that have served them very well. Now, why should it be different for Africa's natural resource-rich countries? It all comes down to governance, transparency, accountability, and sound management of our natural resources. If we manage our natural resources well, Africa has no reason to be poor. We have $6.2 trillion of natural resources. So how in the world are we poor? We simply need to pull up our socks, stamp our corruption, and manage our natural resources in the interest of our countries and in the interest of our people. And let me say, the resources of a country does not belong in the pockets of powerful and rich individuals. It belongs for the state to be used for the benefit of the people of that country. There must be accountability on our natural resources. I wonder sometimes when people go around and say, well, I've actually helped, we put a borehole in a state, or put a borehole and it's on national television. The very fact that you're actually installing boreholes is an indication of government failure. Because in 21st century, every single house must be having pipe-borne water. So there's nothing to be really delightful about in trying to do that. And we should get away from this feeling of leaders feeling that they are doing public good. No. Leaders must be held accountable for the resources of the people. Africa will gain respect when it is able to feed itself. Any nation or region that begs for food is free only in words, but dependent on others for life. Feeding 9.5 billion people in the world by 2050 will be a big challenge, given climate change and a limited amount of cultivated arable land left in the world in many countries. Africa will play a critical role in this, and that's because Africa has 65% of the remaining uncultivated arable land in the world. And that means that what Africa does with agriculture will determine the future of food in the world. Now, but despite this, Africa has not been able to feed itself. Africa's food import bill hit $85 billion in 2021. It's expected to surpass $110 billion by 2025, with 283 million Africans going to bed every day hungry. Now, we are changing this narrative. Of course, when you got a president of the African Development Bank coming with an agriculture background, what do you expect? The African Development Bank has invested over $8 billion in agriculture over the past 7 years, which has improved the food security for 250 million people. When the Russian-Ukraine war broke out and disrupted wheat and maize export, Africa faced a potential food crisis. I said, and many of you may remember when I was Minister of Agriculture here, I said it at a time in 2012 when we had a really disastrous flood. Dr. Abati will remember my statement at the time. I said we will not have a food crisis. And we didn't have a food crisis. We managed it well. In fact, we did the nation's first dry season farming program, which produced so much food like you've never seen before. And by March of the next year, we had produced so much food that the price of food collapsed. Inflation went down. And so I said the same thing when we had this potential food crisis from Russia and Ukraine war. I said Africa will not see a food crisis. That Africa should not go around begging for food or pleading with Russia to give it more food, but rather get bowls in its hand, put its own seed in those bowls, and plant those seeds for itself to grow the food with pride for itself. The African Development Bank rapidly approved $1.5 billion emergency food production facility for African countries. Today, this facility is supporting 20 million farmers in 36 countries to produce 38 million metric tons of food valued at $12 billion. Now, just for your information, the total amount that we will lose, we stood to lose from Russia invasion in Ukraine for the imports was 30 million metric tons of food. And that's 8 million metric tons more than that 30 million metric tons of food that I'm talking about. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Africa did not beg. Africa produced more food, and Africa gained respect. Our support to Ethiopia helped it now to achieve self-sufficiency in wheat within just 4 years, turning it into a wheat exporting country. And we started here in Nigeria already in this dry season. There's absolutely no reason why Nigeria should not be a net exporter of wheat. To replicate this global success, the African Development Bank helped to organize this year in January, myself and President Macky Sall of Senegal, a Feed Africa Summit, which attracted 34 heads of state and government. Our leaders didn't just simply come there to speak. They committed to driving self-sufficiency and food sovereignty. I want to emphasize food sovereignty. Every time you need food, your neighbor may love you to death, but it's not your neighbor's responsibility to feed you. And any responsible father or mother, when it's time for dinner, can't all just say, well, just go to your neighbor's house. No, we must have pride and be able to feed ourselves. I'm glad to report that this landmark summit, we've been able to mobilize globally $72 billion to help Africa achieve these targets. But even as we do this, we must do more than simply produce more food and agricultural commodities. Take, for example, that Africa, which accounts for only 65% of the production of cocoa, only receives 2% of the total of $120 billion worth of global value of chocolates. Now, what's the brain surgery, you tell me, in making chocolates? While African farmers languish in poverty, chocolate processors smile all the way to the bank. One is condemned to penury, The others create wealth. The same can be said for cotton, tea, coffee, cashew, and other raw commodities that Africa exports at a significant loss in terms of revenue and jobs. Now, let me be very clear on two issues. The export of raw commodities is the door to poverty. The export of value-added products is the highway to wealth. To gain respect, Africa must turn itself into a global powerhouse in food and agriculture. That's why the African Development Bank and its partners have provided $1.6 billion for the development of what we call special agro-industrial processing zones. In fact, right here in Nigeria, we have put in place the same program in 8 states that are now being funded by the bank, Islamic Development Bank, and also International Fund for Agricultural Development, with more than almost $620 million devoted to Nigeria. And I received requests now to do this in 25 more zones in Nigeria. And just to break down the technicality on this, what exactly do they mean? You go to rural areas today, there are zones of economic misery. There ain't nothing there. Infrastructure is concentrated in the urban areas. And yet we say majority of our people are in rural areas. The only way we are going to be able to get them out of poverty is if we turn the main business in which their lives depends into a real wealth-creating sector. And that cannot happen unless we have consolidated infrastructure and logistics that's going to make agriculture not only productive, efficient, competitive, money-making business that will drive all those people out of poverty into wealth. So these new zones are zones where we are going to put in roads, water, irrigation, storage, infrastructure, processing facilities, so that food and ag companies can locate there and bring new life there. If you are a minister of finance, listen to me what I'm saying today. Africa must go beyond the fiscal transfers of resources to rural areas. Africa must expand the fiscal space in its rural areas by turning those areas from zones of economic misery into zones of economic prosperity. And that can only happen through this kind of structural transformation. And I was delighted that at the Africa Investment Forum, which we had 2 weeks ago, that we launched a $3 billion alliance for special agro-industrial processing zones that will continue to do this in several countries. African countries, must turn the sweat of their farmers into wealth. Africa will gain respect when it takes advantage of its vast natural resources to develop its economies and transform the lives of its people. What applies to agriculture also applies to Africa's minerals, oil, gas, and metals, such as copper, cobalt, manganese, graphite, and lithium. Africa accounts for 70% of the global reserves of platinum, 52% of cobalt, 48% of manganese. If you take the DRC alone, Democratic Republic of Congo, it accounts for 70% of the global supply of cobalt. But listen to this. China accounts for the highest percentage of refining of these strategic minerals. Cobalt, 73%. Nickel, 68%. Lithium, 59%. Copper, 40%. So as the world transitions into renewable energy sources, Africa has the largest source of renewable energy in the world. That renewable energy revolution will depend on these critical minerals for the manufacturing of wind turbines, solar panels, battery energy storage systems, and electric vehicles. There is so much money to be made because the size of the electric vehicles market is estimated to rise from $7 trillion today. And between now and 2030, if you combine that with the battery energy systems, storage system, it will be $8 trillion. And that will rise to $57 trillion by 2050. It's going to be a 500% increase in demand for cobalt, graphite, and lithium by 2025. Therefore, Africa must strategically position itself in this rapidly growing global battery storage and electric vehicle value chain. We did a study we supported from the bank to look at the manufacturing of lithium-ion precursor batteries in the Democratic Republic of Congo. And we tried to compare that with China and Poland. And we found that if you were producing that in Democratic Republic of Congo, it would be 3 times cheaper than manufacturing in China, United States, or in Poland. And therefore, Africa must develop these value chains in order to process, add value, and become well integrated into global supply chains. Of course, we must not forget there are real geopolitical issues and interests that drive international engagements on these critical metals. But Africa should strategically position itself to build its own industrial manufacturing capacities with infrastructure, with skills, with knowledge, competencies, and investment partnerships. Africa's green metals must become Africa's green wealth. Africa will gain respect when it becomes an important player in global manufacturing. Today, Africa accounts for just 3% of the global manufacturing. Industrializing is the fastest way to wealth. And here, once again, permit me to focus on my home country, Nigeria especially. Nigeria must unleash an industrial revolution on this continent. The day Nigeria wakes up and becomes a Lion King like you had in the Lion King movie, everything will change for its people, and everything will change for all of Africa. Malaysia and Vietnam have used aggressive horizontal and vertical diversification of industrial production to move from low value to high value market products. The result is reflected in their wealth status. Malaysia's export value per capita is $7,100. For Vietnam, $3,100. For Nigeria, $160. So while Malaysia and Vietnam have long moved into global manufacturing growth, they are creating explosive wealth and jobs for themselves. Nigeria, meanwhile, has remained in a survival mode. Sadly, Nigeria is still unable to replace its imports of petroleum products, despite being one of the largest exporters of crude oil in the world. For now, Nigeria is developing way too slowly and far below its potential. I am very hopeful that the current administration, under His Excellency President Bola Tinubu, and I have followed a lot of the statements being made by the government, I am quite hopeful that it will help to revive Nigeria's manufacturing sector. And I'm here, I'm glad that the Special Representative, the President, is here. It's very, very important. Industrial manufacturing is the way we are going to pull ourselves out of this morass of poverty that should never be in this country. Now, everything that I've said so far about Africa coming into its own and reaching its full potential is undermined by a very strong manufacturing base. To get there, we must implement the right policies, make the right investments, get our infrastructure in order, improve logistics and financing frameworks. We must make sure that this is driven by a highly skilled and competent youthful workforce. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, Africa will gain respect when its voice is heard and respected as the world grapples with the greatest threat to human existence, that is climate change. Next week, the whole of the world will descend in the United Arab Emirates for COP28, the annual meeting of the Conference of Parties of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. In fact, as soon as I finish this lecture, I'll be on my way to the airport to be on my way to that event. I came specifically just to honor you here on my way out there, so I can add my voice to Africa's call. Climate change is devastating many parts of Africa. drought and diversification across the Sahel, desertification across the Sahel. And in the Horn of Africa, cyclones in Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Malawi, and Madagascar have had devastating effects. Africa, which accounts for only 3% of global emissions, now bears the disproportionate consequence of it. 9 out of the 10 most vulnerable countries to climate change are in Africa. Africa loses $7 to $15 billion a year to climate change, and if that continues, it's going to reach roughly almost $50 billion a year by 2030. Now, there's always a debate about the growth trajectory of nations. Now, while the developed countries grew very well, they created massive wealth, they did so with huge amount of externalities globally which they did not internalize. Their living standards went way up, but at the cost of the environment, because they simply used up 85% of the global carbon budget was used up by the developed countries. Africa's emissions are dwarfed by the emissions of other continents. Let me put that in perspective for you. If you're an American or an Australian, the amount of carbon that they actually emit per month is the same as an African emits for the whole year. And in many places, the amount of electricity used by a refrigerator in America or in other developed countries is more than an African will use for the whole of the year. But when we look at the global financing for climate change, I believe it is shortchanging. Senator, how are you? It's shortchanging Africa, providing only $29 billion out of the $653 billion in climate financing globally. To give voice to Africa's needs, the African Development Bank launched $25 billion Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program to deliver greater financing for Africa to adapt to climate change. In fact, as I'm going to UAE, we'll be launching a $1 billion climate risk insurance facility for adaptation that will allow us to insure African countries against extreme weather patterns, be it droughts, be it floods, be it cyclones, so that we don't have to constantly go through the vicissitudes of these things when they happen. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Africa will gain respect when it can provide universal electricity access to all of its people and drop the garb of being known as the dark continent. Africa, after all, has the largest renewable potential in the world, including solar, hydro, wind, and geothermal. The problem, of course, is we have 600 million Africans today that have no access to electricity. And we have 900 million Africans that cannot even afford decent cooking. We lose today 300,000 women every year. And what are they trying to do? Simply cook a decent meal for their families. 300,000 kids on their back lose their lives just because of secondary smoke they get from this particular situation. This cannot continue, and so I think we need to really look at this and say the global energy transition must recognize the realities of Africa. There has been a lot of underinvestment in Africa in energy. We get only 3% of the $3 trillion that have gone into renewable energy global investments, only 3% over the last 2 decades. And therefore, when it comes to renewable energy, Africa accounts for only 3% of the jobs being created by that globally. In my view, that is unfair, that is unjust, and that is unacceptable. And that's why when I became president, when I was elected president first time in 2015, I launched what is called New Deal on Energy for Africa, to push so that we can get universal access to electricity. It's a hard work, but I'm glad to let you know that since that time, the average access, average across Africa, has moved from 32% to 57%. Now, there are some countries that are making remarkable progress. Ethiopia, Kenya. And if you go, for example, Morocco. In Morocco, the African Development Bank supported Morocco. Today in Morocco, they have 98% of all their rural areas, they have 100% electrification rate. The African Development Bank, therefore, is at the forefront of unlocking Africa's renewable energy potential. We helped to finance in Morocco what's called Nu Wazazate. That's the largest concentrated solar power plant in the world. If you go to Kenya, you see the Lake Turkana project there. That's the largest wind power station in Africa. And right here in Nigeria, we've invested $210 million to develop the transmission lines. We are going to be supporting the state of Jigawa to develop 1,000 megawatts of solar power, which will be very big for this country. The governor of Lagos State, you hear, Governor Sanwo-Olu and I had a discussion in which the bank committed to supporting Lagos State to have the first public-private partnership transmission line in this country, and that's going to be right here in Lagos State. We're doing more than that. I did my master's thesis and PhD thesis when I was in the United States, living in Maradi in Niger Republic. So when all these issues, Senator, was happening in the north and all that, Maradi is like my home base. And so, but I know that they don't have electricity there. And that's why the bank launched a $20 billion investment program to develop 10,000 megawatts of electricity all across the Sahel countries, including northern Nigeria, by the way. That will provide electricity for 250 million people. And when done, it will be the largest solar zone in the world. We've started in Burkina Faso, we started in Chad, we started in Mali, and we'll continue as soon as things allow us to do so. Now let me ask you just a question here about what you know about energy. Anybody know anything called INGA? Have you ever heard of it? Okay. You haven't heard about INGA. Okay. You should. Because INGA is the largest source of hydropower that Africa has. 44,000 megawatts potential in the Democratic Republic of Congo. But ever since I was in university, I've been hearing about INGA. So I went over there to see President Tshisekedi, and they took me to the site of INGA. And I asked them, why is this vast potential not being used? And they gave me all kinds of reasons. Then I got to the community where INGA was based, so I asked the population, can you tell me what the name INGA means? You know what they told me? They said the name INGA means yes. Yes, Y-E-S. So on my way out, they gave me the golden book to sign. And I put there, the African Development Bank says yes. Because with 44,000 megawatts of solar, they can be exporting power to Nigeria, to South Africa, to all of that. Why are we suffering in the middle of so much wealth? Yes, 100% electricity is the only thing that is acceptable and is the thing that we must achieve as a continent. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Africa will gain respect when it can secure the health of its own people. When COVID struck, Africa was caught unprepared due to several decades of underinvestment in health and the development of the pharmaceutical industry. You know, I should tell you, when I was a student in the University of Ife, you know, my professor who taught me about chemistry is sitting right in front of you here. Prof, can you stand up, please? Yeah. Professor Mollet taught me biochemistry. Never met a man more brilliant. He used to show up with no notes. And all those benzene rings and stuff like that, he grew them right into our brain. And I can never forget that his passion for biochemistry stays with me till today. You are a great man. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. But today, Africa produces 20 to 30% of its pharmaceutical products, 1% of its vaccines. And so when this issue of COVID started, it was for me very heart-wrenching to see African leaders going all over the world trying to find basic things, medicines, gloves, sanitizers, and masks. We were at the bottom of the value chain. And I said to myself, my staff are here, never again. To reverse that situation, the African Development Bank put up a $10 billion emergency facility. That facility allowed our countries to quickly recover from the impacts of the COVID-19 and allowed them to have access to all of this sanitizers, masks, and the oxygen, all the things that they needed. Now, how in the world did we come to a place where we externalized the health of our population? Where we then became dependent for 1.4 billion people's health on the benevolence of others. Now, what if others are not so benevolent? Now, what will happen? And therefore, we must manufacture more of our medications. When I was growing up in Nigeria, we used to have something called BOD products. We used to have all these good pharmaceutical companies here, but they are gone now. In fact, to manufacture these vaccines, you now need technologies and processes that are protected by intellectual property rights under the World Trade Organization. So you cannot actually have access to that. And so we decided as a bank to change that in 3 ways. First, we started investing $3 billion to revamp all the pharmaceutical plants in Nigeria, in Africa, including in Nigeria. We also have committed $3 billion to revamping the healthcare infrastructure in Africa. You know, if you get primary healthcare right, 85% of all of the problems are solved. But 50% of them have no access to electricity. Only 30% of them have access to water and sanitation. So we decided that we'll invest $3 billion in revamping all this infrastructure for all our primary, secondary, and tertiary healthcare facilities. But when it comes to the issue of vaccines, if you look at what has happened since COVID, a number of companies, global pharma companies, have come to Africa to set up manufacturing companies, which is good. However, they are fill and finish companies. In other words, you fill it, you package it, and then you sell it. It's like selling Coca-Cola. Okay. But Coca-Cola, you may like drinking it like I do, at least I used to. Until my wife started telling me I was getting weight. But you cannot change the formulation because Africa's own epidemiological profile is very different. And therefore, we must have the scientific capacity, the innovative capacity, to be able to manufacture vaccines and pharmaceutical drugs that deals with our own epidemiological profile. And I was in Belgium when all African heads of state were there with all European heads of state. At the end of the meeting, Mr. Charles Michel, who is the chief president of the European Union Council, said, is there anybody that has a burning issue on their mind? Of course, my job, my duty, my calling, my responsibility is to be a vuvuzela for Africa's needs. And I put up my hand, I said, Your Excellency, I've got something on my mind. And what I have on my mind is, how are we going to make sure that African companies, pharmaceutical companies, can have access to the active pharmaceutical ingredients that they need, to the antigens that they need to manufacture vaccines? How in the world are we going to be able to do that? I can see Lady Ibra is trying to help me with my sweating. That's what happens when you wear a three-piece suit. It's not the bow tie, the bow tie is cool. So we decided, and I said, let's create what's called the Africa Pharmaceutical Technology Foundation that will intermediate between our local companies and the global pharma companies in access to intellectual property rights protected technologies and processes for making pharmaceutical drugs and vaccines. I'm glad to let you know that our foundation is now up and running. The office will be opened in Kigali next month on the 18th of December. I was able to get His Excellency President Kagame to chair the council of that foundation. And a very good friend of mine, Chancellor Merkel, the former Chancellor of Germany, I went to see her too because she's been really a great supporter of Africa. And she said, look, Akin, I've retired. And I'm not seeing anybody else. I'm writing my memoirs. But you, I will see. And I went over there, and she accepted to be the co-chair of that Africa Pharmaceutical Technology Foundation. And that's because we lose $2.6 trillion to low productivity and health in Africa. $2.6 trillion. So a healthier Africa will definitely be a much richer Africa. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Africa will earn respect when it deepens good governance and the rule of law. You can clap better than that. For now, the erosion of the democratic space in several African countries is disturbing. The Mo Ibrahim Governance Index declined in 2022 and 2023. The return and the rise in the number of military coups in parts of Africa, especially the Sahel, poses a potent and imminent danger to reversing the continent's stability, growth, and development. Now, fixing this, because I lived there, I worked in Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso, Chad, everywhere, for many, many years. I know those places like the back of my hand. Requires a clear understanding that the Sahel region has continued to suffer for decades from climate change, desertification, and extreme poverty, and more recently from terrorism. Terrorists, ladies and gentlemen, don't just appear. They don't just appear. They thrive where three factors or drivers exist: extreme poverty, high youth unemployment, and climate and environmental degradation, what I call the disaster triangle. Anywhere you find this disaster triangle, be it the Horn of Africa, be it in the Sahel, terrorists, or in northern Nigeria, terrorists take over this place. Today, many of our countries are spending upward of 85% of their budgets on security. What's left? For development. And therefore, we must urgently and comprehensively tackle this challenge to prevent reversals of gains in development. This calls for strengthening of the overall security architecture. You know, let me just explain it so I don't get too technical. When countries don't have money to support themselves in the fiscal space that's very tight, they need new instruments. And I remember saying, as a president of a multilateral development bank, our job is to finance development. But here's the challenge. Today, 85% of Africans are living in or close to a country that is in conflict. And therefore, when I talk about we are financing development, we must be able to change our perspective to link security to investment, to growth, and development. It's an ecosystem that we must have new instruments that allow us to do that. And that's why I made the case to African heads of state that we will help to develop what is called security index investment bonds. These are new financial instruments that will allow African countries to access significant amount of resources on the global capital market to do four things for them. First, strengthen your security defense architecture. I'm not saying guns. We don't sponsor guns. We don't do bullets. No. But just your security capacity. Second, rebuild areas that have damaged infrastructure. Third, build social infrastructure, water, education, health, schools. And the reason why this is important is because when terrorists come to a place and they look like ungoverned spaces and forgotten spaces, they thrive in those environments. And finally, you go to Saudi Arabia and try to attack their oil fields. You can't. You go to Qatar and try to attack their gas fields. You can't. When the African Development Bank put together, during the Africa Investment Forum, a transaction worth $24 billion for Mozambique, liquefied natural gas, the largest foreign direct investment in Africa. Shortly after that, terrorists took over Cabo Delgado of $24 billion investment. No, that can't happen in Saudi Arabia. That can happen in Qatar. That can happen anywhere. So the point I'm making is these new instruments will allow our countries to secure the zones in which they have strategic investments. That is very, very important. Coming right back at home, 2 weeks ago, I met with the 7 governors from the northwest of Nigeria. They came to see me in Abidjan. We discussed the challenges in northern Nigeria, northwest Nigeria. Today, with terrorism, poverty, unemployment, and degradation, it's heartbreaking to see what's going on there. And I told them that, look, we as African Development Bank salute the joint effort they are having, and we will strongly support them in agriculture, we support them in infrastructure, we support them on energy, and we will support them to also deal with the issue of the pastoralist and farmer conflict that have actually dealt with many of the challenges we have today in Nigeria. Let me say that I hear often that we must have African solutions to African problems. It is loud and it is correct, but it will only be respected when Africa's problems are financed by Africa's resources. Political sovereignty must be backed by economic and financial sovereignty. Africa will earn more respect when it can mobilize financing for its own development. Today, you see high debt levels. Several countries rush to the capital markets to source cheaper loans to develop their economies, especially to invest in critical infrastructure. The number of countries that went to Eurobonds went from 2 to 21 between 2007 and 2022. They issued $140 billion of Eurobonds. Many of them went to China to get a lot more, but it's pay time now, and it's very difficult for many African countries. And right here in Nigeria, 98% of the government revenue is spent to service debt. Africa must find a better, a more sustainable way to finance its development. We can do that if we manage our natural resources well. That's because the value of our natural resources is $6.2 trillion. We have no business not being able to finance our own development. Africa should not be a poor continent. It's high time for Africa, therefore, to truly assert its aspiration and move up from being a low-income, highly indebted set of nations and become a donor to less privileged nations. Global respect comes when nations do not overly depend on others. What do you see? You see country A, Africa's summit. Country B, with Africa's summit. Country C, with Africa's summit. Why? Africa is a continent. It should be the other way, where Africa brings those countries here to have a summit with Africa here. Not that we are traveling around the world at the beckon of a single person. That should not be. You don't get respect that way. Africa, if we can dream it, we can achieve it. Africa will earn respect, ladies and gentlemen, when its youth can be taken care of by Africa, and we can unleash the potential of our young people. Let me tell you a story. Just before I was elected president, a week after I was elected president of the bank, I went to a place called Gore Island in Senegal. Gore Island is a place where you have a door, a big door, they call it the door of no return. That's where they took all the slaves. And I stood over there in this place of the door of no return. And my mind was working about visions of those that they took out of this place. And when I got him back to my car, I began to reflect because I had a week to resume work. And I said to myself, thought to myself, those people they took out of these places were taken away against their volition. Today, young generations, Africa's best and brightest, strongest, are taking rickety boats with their own volition, heading into the Mediterranean Sea, many dying over there. This shouldn't be. We have a population of 477 million people between the ages of 15 and 35. We must harness that asset. We must. I picked up the paper, New York Times, and talked about the fact that the world is becoming more African. That's because the demography is changing. Most of it are going to be a lot of our young people. But I want to say that as we try to create more jobs for our people, of our young people, we have to realize that they are very talented. They don't need handouts. They need investment. I go around African countries. Many tell me, Mr. President, we have a youth empowerment program. We have another youth empowerment program, but unfortunately, I've never had a young person walk up to me to say, I've been empowered. So I assume that those that are doing it are probably empowering themselves. And so I don't believe in all this youth empowerment business. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying the youth shouldn't be lifted up. No, that's not what I'm saying. The youths don't need dollars. They don't need handouts. They need strategic investment in their skills, their knowledge, their entrepreneurship capacity, their businesses. We must create youth-based wealth. That's all we've got to do as a continent. And that is why at the African Development Bank, we're launching what's called Youth Entrepreneurship Investment Banks. Youth Entrepreneurship Investment Banks are new financial institutions that will do nothing but finance the businesses, the ideas, the enterprises of young people. They are going to be first-rate banks because they will finance those businesses in the life cycle of their businesses. These young people are going to dominate the world. Look at Nollywood. In fact, when I used to work at Rockefeller Foundation in the 90s, I was in Zimbabwe. And I entered my office. My staff was Julie, my secretary. And as I entered, it was about 1999, I think. And she said, "Good morning, sir." And I said, "Good morning." She said, so I said, "What was that?" She said, I said, "What happened?" She said, "Sir, that's what they do in Nollywood." I said, at that time, I didn't even realize that Nollywood had become something exported like that. I said, okay, Nollywood is good, but not that part of it. So in Nigeria, we launched something called IDICE, Digital Information and Creative Enterprises, $640 million that will allow the creation of 6 million jobs in Nigeria, digital and creative enterprises, that will add $6.4 billion to Nigeria's economy. As I close, let me say that there is no doubt in my mind that the future for Africa is bright. And investors know it. 2 weeks ago, we had the Africa Investment Forum in the city of Marrakesh in Morocco. We had over 1,000 people, investors from around the world that were there. We raised $34.8 billion of investment for Africa in less than 72 hours. And since we started it in 4 years ago, actually 2018, so 5 years ago, right now, we have helped to mobilize $177 billion of investment interest to Africa. That just tells you that Africa is bankable. Right here in Nigeria, look at what Dangote is doing. Phenomenal. I think we should clap for Dangote. I like people that have confidence in their own countries. We put in $400 million to support that. We put in another $400 million to support Indorama that is doing fertilizers in Nigeria. We put well over $200 million to support Bua, who is doing cement in the northwest of Nigeria. And in Nigeria, to date, the African Development Bank has put in $10 billion US. And please do tell President Tinubu that the African Development Bank strongly will back Nigeria and the reforms of Nigeria, because in those reforms lies our pathway out of the morass we are in today. So we see huge opportunities in Nigeria, and we believe in Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, I am optimistic about Nigeria. I've always said this. God does not make mistakes. I was born as a Nigerian. I'll live as a Nigerian. I'll die as a Nigerian. And on the resurrection day, I'll ask God for permission to let me hold a green, white, green flag in my hand. I'm optimistic about Africa, and I believe in Africa. The African Development Bank itself, which is your bank, it's a great honor for me to be the first Nigerian ever to be president of the African Development Bank since 1964. And I thank God that last year, the African Development Bank was ranked as the best multilateral financial institution in the world. And this year, the African Development Bank was ranked as the most transparent financial institution in the world. That's the testimony of how you get respect and how you get recognition. All comes from doing the right things. So we now stand, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at an intersection point in world history. Let's bring Africa's prosperous future into the present. A more prosperous Africa will be a more respected Africa. An Africa that unleashes its full potential. An Africa like a lighthouse at the harbor that will attract all ships to it. An Africa that cannot be ignored. An Africa that develops with pride. An Africa that asserts itself globally. An Africa that's a beacon of hope for all of its people. Together, let's be guardians of that hope for Africa. Together, we can make it happen. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
You know, we are so glad about when people like this are a number of presidents who are just not only just words, a lot of action. Not just action, integrity, honesty. And in the people, thank you for the situation. You make me proud. You make us proud. God bless you. We just didn't make a mistake. Make you man of the year. More than science. And do that more. God bless you. And my assignment just remarks about what we do further. And I welcome you all to this segment of today's event, public presentation of what we call Guardian Federalist Papers. After we published 61 editions, like you said, I'm not even used to reading papers. For the over 30 years I taught, I did take the notes of that. It's better for me to speak without reading. So I will be a use of that, but I'm not going to waste the time. What we have done as a guidance is to talk about what we need to make this country great. We had an opportunity in the past. We are a federation, proper federation, not this federation. Federation, that federation means that are independent and look at their resources to grow. Now, all we do is borrow money. And then our children, we were taught in moonlight things in those days. Our parents told us what to do. And they were really truthful. Now, everybody's doing money. We thank you one more time, the traditional, for what you are doing for us in Africa. For what you are doing for us in Nigeria. A continent like this should not be looking for power. God said, let that be light. That was creation of that. And where is that light? Here. And who are in darkness? We. So something is wrong with us. So these are some of the reasons. I don't want to go into all the reasons we have to do several. I was trying to a publisher because I really want us to be monotonous. And then I told LG, let's adjust that say, and we will be adequate. But by the time we saw people asking more questions and more questions and more questions, and LG talked to the publisher. So we said we can go on. The 61 is the period, the number of years that we have been independent and that we are in poverty. We became the world political public. So really, the speaker, former vice chancellor also, who is in matters of international affairs, will speak to us. I don't want to take my time. So I'm not going to look at this. It really doesn't matter. Thank you.
I have a long list of protocol on the state of aquatic splendor. It is our joy and pride that we, Lagos State, house the Guardian newspaper for its 40 years, and we are proud to let this go down history. Thank you. It is with great delight that I welcome captains of the media industry, eminent personalities, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and colleagues to the coming of age of the iconic newspaper, the Guardian newspaper. Let me salute the great publisher herself, Lady Maiden Alex Ibru, for staunchly maintaining the dream of the founders of this flagship newsprint, supported by a dedicated team of staff and the board management. On behalf of the government and the good people of Lagos State, I wish you a happy anniversary. Mr. Governor would like me to let us know, I had said I will preach his speech, that since the inception of the Guardian newspaper in 1983 till date, the paper has professionally carried out its reportage with an unusual grace and quite distinction, which qualities stands the Guardian out amongst her peers. The Guardian newspaper has achieved great esteem in and outside Nigeria as one of the most authoritative newspapers in Africa. Hence, it has been, thank you, please clap, it is the truth. Thank you. Hence, it has been aptly described as a flagship of the Nigerian press. And that is why today we celebrate its 40 years of outstanding professional, impactful, resilient journalistic practice of the Guardian newspaper. You will all agree with me that the Guardian is a household name in Nigeria and Africa. In conclusion, let me once again heartily congratulate Lady Maiden Alex Ibru for the attainment of this laudable milestone with its credibility, integrity, and model intact. We're very certain that your husband, the late Mr. Alex Ibru of blessed memory, must be excited at the oak tree that this newspaper has become. Lagos is proud to be associated and to be your landlord always. Thank you. Thank you. On these notes, I therefore wish you many more years of journalistic excellence, global understanding, and positive change. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Well-established protocols. So for people who like listening to my protocol list, not today. I bring you greetings and best wishes of His Excellency Prince Dapo Abiodun CON and the good people of Ogun State. It's a pleasure to be standing here today to commemorate the 40th anniversary of the Guardian newspapers, a beacon of journalism excellence in Nigeria. In celebrating this anniversary, we are also paying tribute to its founder and visionary, the late Mr. Alex Ibru, and acknowledging the remarkable contributions of his wife, Lady Maiden Alex Ibru, their children, and all members of the Guardian family in sustaining and driving the newspaper forward. I congratulate our father and leader, His Excellency Akinrungu Olusegun Oshoba, who was one of the visionaries of the paper on this anniversary. He must feel the joy and pride which any parent feels when their child clocks 40. We thank God for the grace of long life and good health, and pray that you're alive and well to celebrate the Guardian's 50th anniversary. I thank Dr. Akinwumi Additional for his very insightful lecture and for sharing his vision and plans for Africa through the Africa Development Bank. We thank you for your leadership and your passion for Africa's growth. I acknowledge, on behalf of Ogun State, your support for us in various initiatives, and we host one of the special agro-processing zones which you referred to in your lecture. In Ogun State, we are changing the face of agriculture and improving the lives and livelihoods of our citizens in the agricultural value chain through this program. Ladies and gentlemen, we have heard that after the demise of her husband, Lady Maiden Alex Ibru stepped into the shoes of leadership, bravely guiding the Guardian through turbulent times. Her unwavering commitment, astute decision-making, and visionary leadership ensured that the Guardian did not falter, but it has rather continued to thrive. Equally, we must recognize the invaluable contributions of the management of the newspaper in making the Guardian relevant to this new generation. Their fresh perspectives, innovative thinking, and willingness to adapt to the digital age are playing a significant role in attracting a wider and newer readership and also maintaining the newspaper's credibility. As we celebrate this milestone, we must remember that the Guardian newspaper is not just a source of information, but an institution that has actively contributed to shaping our society. The Guardian's commitment to excellence, its dedication to the ideals of journalism, and its tireless efforts in upholding its reputation is truly commendable. It has played a crucial role in holding public figures accountable, exposing corruption, and championing social justice. It has been our conscience nurtured by truth. On behalf of the Governor, Prince Dapo Abiodun CON, and the good people of Ogun State, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the Guardian newspaper's family on its 40th anniversary. I salute the late Mr. Alex Ibru, Lady Maiden Alex Ibru, their children, and the dedicated team at The Guardian for their remarkable contribution to the media landscape. May The Guardian continue to inform, educate, and inspire generations to come as we look forward to its next 40 years. Thank you very much for listening, and thank you very much for
Well, this is a good message from Mr. President. Before I begin, just acknowledge our father here, Chief salute all the men and women that built the Guardian. Before I read the message, I want to say that I was a pioneer. And I remember it was very hard at the beginning when we started the Guardian. I joined went daily on July 4. I remember those days when we used to spend about, maybe in the office about 3 a.m., 4 a.m. for a go. Every crisis is there, was a weakness at that time. And a lot of people sweated for the Guardian. Our guy then, Mr. Albo, was also around then, and it was really, really tough. So while we are saluting those who founded the Guardian, we should not forget those who also actually built, who laid the building blocks that made the Guardian what it is today. Mr. President said that I should apologize that I did not make it. Right now, he's trying to prepare for his budget speech tomorrow, and the day after, we're going to Dubai to attend the global conference on climate change. It gives me great pleasure, I'm giving the speech now, to be here today to share in the joy of the commemoration of the 40th anniversary of the Guardian newspapers. In February 1980, the Guardian rolled out, Nigeria, as it turned out, was witnessing the last year of the Third Republic, which was effectively terminated by the military coup of 31 December 1983. The Guardian, which started as a weekly, went daily on 4 July 1983. Sometimes printed in color, it primarily served as the flagship of the Nigerian press and distributed itself from the back. It is magazine-like news reports, news features, and insightful editorials and opinions written by Nigeria's brightest intellectuals from our universities. In keeping faith with his motto, conscience nurtured by truth, two of the newspaper's correspondents, Nduka Irabo and Tunde Thompson, were jailed in 1984 under the draconian Decree 4, which ignored truth as a defense in published reports. Under the Abacha junta, we also remember that the Guardian was shut down for many months. I must salute the industry and the resilience of the newspaper in surviving military rule and surviving so far the economic downturn and falling offline leadership as a result of the negative impact of technology on the industry. I have a confession to make. I read all our papers every day before leaving my bedroom. I therefore usually read the insightful and critical editorials published by the Guardian and other newspapers about our government. Let me say that I bear no grudges even when you attack our policies and foibles. On the contrary, you hand my respect for sticking to your constitutional duty of making government accountable at all times. I'm happy to note that our own Dr. Kim Adesina, President of African Development Bank, is has already spoken, so I will skip it. And also note that Professor Egosa Osayi will be delivering a paper very soon on federalism. The issue discussed by Dr. Kim Adesina and the one that we are going to hear from Professor Egosa are issues that are very dear to my heart. And I believe the conversations will be useful to us in government at various levels. As you know, our government is determined to lead forward our economy from a GDP of 450 billion to 1 trillion by 2030. The hard work to enable the realization of this goal has already begun. I shall return to this later in this address. On the issue of federalism, Professor Osage will find me already converted. In my 34 years involvement in politics, I've been a federalist, a fervent believer in his principles as enunciated by Chief of Afro from 1960 and his book published in 1966, Thoughts on the Nigerian Constitution. Thoughts on the Nigerian Constitution. I will believe that federalism is the best for Nigeria because nations multilingual, multi-religious, and multi-ethnic structure, as it will allow the sub-nationals to develop at their own pace without the intrusion of the central authorities. Although the 1960 Constitution says in Article 2, Section 2, that Nigeria shall be a federation consisting of states and a federal capital territory, many critics have reviewed that we have been operating a unitary constitution. As governor of Lagos, my administration shall challenge some of these assumptions. We and sometimes along with states with like minds approach the court with a bid to wrest some power from the central government, and get judicial clarity on certain constitutional provisions. Some of the results of our efforts are now very clear for us. States can now generate power and distribute it. States can have real network of their own. In our action plan for a better Nigeria, as initiated in our Renewed Hope agenda, we devoted a whole chapter to federalism and decentralization of power, and pledged to rebalance the responsibilities and authorities of the different tiers of government. We pledge to collaborate with the National Assembly and the states to amend our national governance architecture so that states are afforded the autonomy and resources needed to better serve the people. We are committed to these objectives. And in due course, we ask the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission, RMAFC, to have another look at the revenue allocation formula, as we promised in our manifesto, to recalibrate the division of funds among the three tiers of government. I believe states and local councils deserve more funds to address local developmental challenges and fulfill the obligations of our people. In the meantime, as we make more funds available to the states and the councils, I want to enjoin the media to expand their monitoring role in ensuring that the states and councils use the funds received judiciously and wisely to cater for their people and build self-sustaining economy. There is too much concentration by the media on the federal government, while they pay scant attention on the states and local councils. States through the Nigerian Governors Forum should also not relent in pointing out areas they think the central government is overbearing or usurping what should be their powers. Provisions of the Constitution that need amendment should be submitted to the National Assembly, Constitutional Amendment Committees to make the states and the center function more effectively and optimally. Earlier this month, I ordered a review by a special committee of the Nigerian Police and the Police Act. Since its formation in 1861 and the coming into force of the 1999 Constitution, the Nigerian Police has faced innumerable challenges because of shortcomings and has had little or no meaningful reforms. There's a very urgent need to strengthen it by enhancing its coordination, introducing technology, and beefing up its manpower resources. Amidst the general global economy, we're not talking about the economy, an issue that affects all of us. Our ambition to attain the 1 trillion economy appears daunting. We believe it is achievable with God on our side and our collective determination. This explains why the VP and I have been on the road trying to attract huge investment in various phases of our economy, agriculture, oil and gas, renewable energy, and others. The VP, that's the African Development Bank, we have to thank Dr. Adishina. In conjunction with the Islamic Development Bank, the International Fund for Agricultural Development has pledged to invest at least 1.52 billion into the 36 special agro-industrial zones in the country. It will just certify that it's a beneficiary. LBDs in this endeavor is a pledge of 1 billion. The LBD also supporting our country with another 1 billion loan for budget support to finance our economic reform program. I think before I showed Dr. Additional an information. Let me just say, this is my own information, just telling our journal this year. The country was asked no money. I think this government didn't inherit, even though the president normally says he inherited liabilities and assets. I would say, money-wise, we inherited more liabilities. As of June this year, this country has already committed about 98.9% of the revenue on debt service alone of revenue. So how much is left to do anything? So the Tinubu administration was putting his thinking cap to really turn a lot of things around. Yesterday, the Federal Council share approved the loan offer that is the one by LBD, which is on constitutional terms for 25 years and grace period of 8 years. We have already embarked on fiscal reforms, which the Taiwo Ibele Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms inaugurated on 8 August 7th that made some 20 quick win recommendations, which are being fine-tuned for implementation of the new year. They have also stopped the corrupt and wasteful fuel subsidy, which enabled the Federation to make huge savings, which are being passed to all tiers of government by the Federation Account Allocation Committee by way of increased allocations. We are also determined to unify the foreign exchange market rate and stop the criminal arbitrage of the past. To arrive at the 1 trillion economic destination, we believe that sooner than later, to borrow the Guardian marketing mantra 40 years ago, we must address the capital adequacy of our banks that will provide the fuel for this journey. Let me use this opportunity to appeal to Nigerians to exercise some patience. The economic reforms we are implementing come with some pains. The pains are temporary, and as we shall soon begin to feel the positive impact of the reforms. Once again, I congratulate the Guardian for its 40th anniversary, and I wish the Guardian many, many more years of celebration. Thank you for this.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Bayo Nonoga, representing the President of the Federal Republic, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Well, now we're going to move very fast.
National Affairs, we are very delighted to be playing host to the Guardian at 40. We congratulate the answer. What is the question? Now, I thought this one suggested another round of confusion, creating a conundrum that in 1982 led my teacher and senior colleague, Professor John Ayoade, to write a monograph entitled Federalism in Nigeria, the Worship of an Unknown God. And he was simply saying that, many times you listen to debates, you read, contributions from people, and you wonder if the people know what they are talking about. So his confusion was, even those who advocate for federalism don't even have a sense of what they are saying. And so when you say it is the answer, but what is the question, you are further complexifying that conundrum. Now imagine for 1 minute the proposition that says if A then B, where B is the answer to A. And you are saying that B would be true irrespective of what A is. In other words, irrespective of what the question is, B would be invariantly true. Now that in itself has to have a form of illogicality, except we want to argue, and we can prove, that B would be the answer to all A, notwithstanding the conditions or problems raised by A. Now, would that be true of federalism, for instance, with all of the problems that we know of federalism and the fact that its success is not always guaranteed? Would such a system be a ready answer and solution to all that we want to deal with? So I thought we should go to the bag of wisdom of the famous and legendary tortoise and get what he would say. And part of the recommendations you would get from that bag of skills and wisdom would be working from the answer to the question. And that is what I think would make sense. If you work from the answer to the question, then you can say, yes, it's a solution, but what is the problem? So rather than say what is the question, we then presuppose that federalism provides solutions to certain kinds of problems. And that's the framework within which, I think we would want to look at the Federalist Papers from the Guardian. But let me also say that we're very delighted as the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs to be returning to a theme that we once had to consider in 1978. In 1978, the NIIA brought the whole world to this same hall and had an international conference on federalism. Now, that conference led to the publication of a 1979 classic entitled Readings on Federalism, edited by Bolaji Akinyemi, Patrick Dele Cole, and Walter Ofonakoro. Now, that was a 1979 publication. That conference was very significant because that long ago, the world took Africa and Nigeria in particular so seriously that it believed we had things to contribute to the world of learning. Now, how be it, in 2023, several years after, we no longer are considered worthy of such contributions. To the contrary, we now get invited to all kinds of summits where people tell us about ourselves, and we are hardly allowed to speak for ourselves. So I'm glad that President Adesina has made the point that we should have a reversal, and the NIA stands strongly for that summits on Africa must happen in Africa. And the NIA has provided a platform for this reversal that will change the global narrative and global understanding of issues that are very dear to our hearts, including federalism. The second thing is many of the issues that are raised in the Federalist Papers by The Guardian were already tackled in the 1978 conference. And if those issues are the same issues we continue to tackle today, it tells you something about federalism. It tells you something about the dynamic character of federalism and the fact that federalism never solves any problem once and for all. Federalism is a living system, it's very dynamic, and it gets to be adjusted and recalibrated as the society continues to unravel. We'll come to that in a minute. But I must consider myself very, very lucky that I'm asked to do this at the end of 3 of my very recent outings on federalism. The first was a publication in 2014 entitled A State of Our Own, which was an inaugural lecture that I delivered at the University of London. In that outing, my argument simply was that Africa is going through a sort of revolution of the reenactment of the state as a self-determined entity, and that the only vehicle, the only instrumentality that could be used to very profitable ends in that regard has to be federalism. So, federalism provided that kind of answer. And then, in another publication which Abate just referred to, Federal Solutions to State Failure in Africa, I had the following argument, very simply put, that today you talk about failed, fragile, weak states in Africa, and people are saying, why is Africa so blessed? Africa has never been so cursed. Africa has always been blessed. But where is the Africa in statehood? It's Pierre Engelbert in the 1997 conundrum described the African state as a state that is neither African nor state. So, in that book, my simple argument is that what is failing in Africa, what is fragile in Africa, is the colonial inheritance. That state that we have, that is neither African nor state, is decomposing. And the fact of that decomposition has been accelerated by the second independence movement that you find all through the corners of Africa. In Nigeria, it takes the form of separatist agitations, it takes the form of terrorism, it takes the form of violent extremism, it takes the form of secessionist movements. These are movements questioning the sanctity and tenability of the colonial state. And that dissolution is already underway. Again, it reinforces the need for federalism, because a new state that would be the solution to the failure and disappearance of the colonial state, what in essence would then be the post-colonial state in its organic form, will be one that needs to be rebargained and renegotiated. There is no substitute for doing so except federalism. My third and nearer home to this particular conundrum was the inaugural that I delivered at the University of Ibadan in 2019, entitled What Man Has Joined Together. Now, federalism is a system that has been put together by man to solve man-made problems, to solve existential problems in a way that has been designed not to fail. But you know, when you have a human contrivance, the chances are that there will be imperfections and there will be problems. But federalism is a very delicate system that requires very delicate balancing to survive and to work. This is the argument. And so when the Guardian papers would say and argue that federalism is the answer, yes, to what problem? It is to the problem of the management of diversity. That's correct. And so we can begin to see that the Guardian papers are taking us back to a root that is very fundamental to the existence of federalism. You cannot have federalism without federalists. You need people who understand federalism. You need people who would advocate for it. You need people who would defend it. And that is the role that I see the Guardian papers playing today. For those of us who want to go a little deeper, you will find that even in the United States of America, at the 1787 Philadelphia Convention, there were those who wrote the Federalist Papers and went around mobilizing support for why a united and integrated America would be better than a divided America. So what you have as American federalism today has such very, very mobilized foundations by federalists who were truly federalists. For a long time, our federalists have disappeared in Nigeria. So maybe the Guardian is beginning a process of resuscitating the federalist movement, committing these things to work. In 61 outings, 61 writings that make up this book, the Guardian has argued that federalism is the most appropriate and suitable system for Nigeria. I don't think many of us would disagree with that. However, I think that federalism still needs to be further understood. And the problem that I would just mention in the few minutes that I have is that the essence of federalism is not to be found in the federal constitution only. The essence of federalism is not to be found in federal government. The congeries of solutions that federalism provides requires greater innovativeness, creativity, adaptability that will suit the circumstances of individual federal situations. A while ago, Dr. Deshino talked about the epidemiology of even development and made the case for an African contextualized approach to dealing with issues of development. Nothing can be even truer than that for federalism. There is an epidemiological approach to federalism that says no two federations can be exactly alike. Federalism provides a framework for doing the kinds of things that states want to do in terms of solving problems. But to say that American federalism, like Casey Ware argued a long time ago, is the beginning and the end of federalism is simply to miss the point. Because what is true of America can never be true of Nigeria. Many people don't realize it, that with over 250 ethnic groups in our country, there is no country else in the world that is exactly like Nigeria. So the kind of federalism that will work in Nigeria is not federalism that, thrives on a federal constitution that is crafted in America and borrowed and imported to our land to fit the circumstances that are incongruent with those of the United States. Every federal situation, to the extent of its context, its historicity, and its political economy, has the federalism that suits its circumstances. So for one federal situation, if you find the instrumentalities that work for you, that is true federalism. True federalism is a contextual variable, and that contextuality is what defines federalism. So, the essence of federalism, William Livingston argued in 1952, is not to be found in the Constitution. It is rather to be found in the nature of society served by that Constitution. So, a sociological approach that says, what are the imperatives that need to be addressed? That is what I advocate. In most of these 61 outings by the Guardian, you will find almost article after article enamoring the so-called perfection of the 1963 Constitution. Now think of the 1963 Constitution. This was a constitution, many people don't remember, that had provision for emergency powers under which the federal government could take over the affairs of regions. And the sacking of the action group from the Western region owed a lot to that possibility, which was actualized. This was a constitution that allowed the Regional Commissioner of Police to take orders from the Inspector General of Police, the same things that we say today. This was a constitution that had many of the problems that we have today, suggesting to us that we needed a lot more than just what the constitutional provisions, had for us. But let me even suggest to us that the greatest problem that our constitution faced in that first republic was not that we didn't have a good constitutional order. In addition to the central constitution, we had regional constitutions. But Nigeria failed a more fundamental federalism test, which is embodied in the J.S. Mill's law of federal instability. According to this law, if it is the case that one or a few component units of a federation have so much power that they can lord it over the rest of the country, of the federation, that federation would be perennially unstable. It cannot last long. The problem we had bedeviling our federalism that long ago, and many still think it's bedeviling us today, is the fact that people feared domination. They still fear domination. At the national level, we have the fear of national domination. Within the constituent units, minorities also fear the domination of majority groups. And those problems remain with us. But let me just quickly put all of this in perspective in terms of the changing instrumentalities that W.A. Livingston talked about. We had, up until 1966, a region-centered federal trajectory, meaning that we had regions that were not just simply autonomous, but they were described as independent states in a primitive international system. That's how divided the regions were. It was the West for Westerners, East for Easterners, and the North for Northerners. For Nigeria, everyone, maybe the minorities will contend, but everyone wanted to be autonomous. And so they were. In 1967, we fought a civil war, which was like the logical conclusion of the divisiveness that had eaten Nigerian federalism up. So the military thought for a minute that the only way to save this country and to redeem it was to tweak the nature of our federal solution and move rapidly from a region-centered federal trajectory to a nation-centered federal trajectory. And that was the transition that we had, which was fully paid for by the Rikefe panel report, which in 1976, in recommending that we move from a 12-state structure to a 19-state structure, said the following, that it is no longer necessary for any constituent unit of Nigeria to be viable, because the whole essence of viability now is a function of the viability of the central government. as long as the central government is viable, the country and its constituent units will be viable. That's where we are today. Now, that nation-centered trajectory of federalism brought us from a production-based federalism to a consumer-based federalism. So everything that should be productive is now seen only in terms of first, consumption, second, entitlement, which is actually a recipe for indolence. So rather than be productive, all that you need to do is to get a strategic advantage, what the economists call comparative advantage, by ensuring that you have a succession to power. And then you can have your own turn in sharing of the national cake. Now, what I hear federalism as answer saying is that we are at that intersection where we need to tweak our federal instrumentalities again. We need to get back to things that approximate the era where state viability was a major consideration in the disaggregation of our federal system. The present centralized or hyper-centralized instrumentalities can no longer suffice. We need to work out new frameworks for our federalism. Now, and I'm saying that in working out the new framework, it cannot simply and only be about the Constitution. We need to talk about the strengths that have come the way of Nigeria through how far we have gone with the federal political culture of accommodation and resilience and tolerance and win-win for everyone that would allow us all get into new magical forms of bargaining and renegotiation. The ones that will then make the state that will emerge a state exactly the way we want it, a state of our own where everyone finds a just and equitable cause to be part and parcel of Nigeria. I recommend this publication to you because, as I said, it's inconceivable. I see that the learned gentleman is looking at me and saying, this man is trying to oppose what lawyers know best to do. Each time I listen to commentaries on TV and on radio, especially when I listen to Ruben Abbas, saying section 121, section 40, section, I said, there they go again. Do these guys understand that federalism entails a lot more than legal engineering? The way forward for us as a people is to balance federalism as federal government and federalism without federal government. The things that will make us, and this is how I will close, the days when we would have thought that we can have a highly decentralized or denationalized or non-centralized federal system, those days are gone. The present nation-state trajectory supports only centralized states. And that's one reason why the executive branch of government has dominated nation-states today. That's why the president of every country appears like the only one who can talk for the country. But if we want to have a country where all of us can find a space, I will refer us to the article that Martin Zoloja wrote after his most recent visit to Akwa Ibom State, where he said, I have seen that federalism is the answer after all. What did he see? He saw a state that was different, that was thriving. Now, that is not because the Constitution allows it. It is because the space that is available for a certain state autonomy has been used by the governors of Akwa Ibom to build the states. You're looking for indolence, you find in many state governors that kind of indolence. That is the federalism of
military federalism. The federalism we want now is a demilitarized federalism. Thank you.
Lecture, you can see a man who is the author of 150 books. Please, can you again help for the professor? I've learned so much this afternoon. God bless you.
Of the younger people here, Professor Rosa Osagai's profile is on page 8 of the program that you have. You see, a professor of the very first rank. So these professors, they don't disappoint, you know. They know their stuff, whether they are teaching biochemistry or they are teaching comparative politics.
The directors, the family will join us, and the chairman of the Student President, the director, the family, and we'll take the pictures in boxes. Family members of the general will also join. The editor, past editors, and present editor will join. Now we have a minister of material. The great memory of the great founder, the visionary officer, Mr. Aristide. May his soul continue to rest in perfect peace. Editors are present editors. You also join to have their own now. All past staff of Guardian.
Ladies and gentlemen, here for the vote of thanks. I must say I'm so overwhelmed and grateful. Can you hear me? Yes. I must say I'm very overwhelmed and grateful for all your attendance here this morning. The Guardian, my late father's legacy is 40 years old, and I wish he was alive to see this glorious day. You know, I'm grateful for the creator of heaven and earth for my life. I was barely 3 years old when the Guardian was established, and today I'm standing with some of the same people who saw me grow, and to say thank you for celebrating the newspaper at 40. So many great newspapers, empires have since disappeared, and here we are, arguably one of the most influential newspapers in Africa's most populous country. So on behalf of the Alex Ibru family and my dear mother, the publisher, Lady Maiden Ibru, I want to thank President Ahmed Bola Tinubu, who honored us with a worthy representative, a great journalist, and one of our leaders in media, Mr. Bayo Onunoga, Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy. I thank the governors and their representatives of Lagos and Ogun States. I'd like to thank my dear uncle and chairman of this occasion, Chief Olusegun Oshoba, for finding the time to celebrate with us with what you had begun with my late father 40 years ago. I want to appreciate the President of the African Development Bank, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, for the great honor to have him. I know he's been very, very busy, but God will continue to bless him and open doors for him in his promotion for the best interests of Nigeria and Africa at large. He's the kind of leader we need in this country. I also thank the host, Professor Ogosa Osagi, Director General of the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, whose scholarship today has enabled us to see the better hope for tomorrow in Nigeria. Thank you for your illuminating and seminal keynote and review of the Guardian Federalist Papers. And we'll sooner invite you to be a visiting member of the editorial board and consultants. Prof, thank you very much, sir, for your leadership in the editorial board, and we take a bow to you for the Federalist Papers, which under your leadership were able to come through. Thank you so much, sir. I'd also like, most importantly, to thank the past associates that are here and executive managers and former MDs who have been calling and drawing attention to issues in our content development and operations, and those being their capacity as the newspaper's brand ambassadors all over the world. I greet you all and thank you. This is time we also salute all the associates and managers who have remained with us at the critical time. I understand it's not the best time for the media industry, but I salute your resilience, professionalism that has kept us in business at this time when we pass through some areas of turbulence in economic terms. I'd also like to thank our readers and advertisers for their continued patronage and support. As we round off this celebration, I assure you that we will not allow democracy to falter in Nigeria, our dear country. As a journalist, Walter Lippmann noted almost a century ago, democracy falters if there's no steady supply of trustworthy, relevant news. As the son of the late Oromo Alex Ibru, and now the CEO of the Guardian newspapers, I can assure you that we will not fail to supply good information, which is the lifeblood of a healthy democracy. Thank you very much, and wishing you all a safe journey home.
I met Bisi Olatilo in 1979 when he came from BCOS, I think, and we met at Radio Nigeria. This is the man I'm used to. You have been part and parcel of my broadcasting life. If I look at Bisi, he was a brother to me. He fought my wars more than I fought his. When we look at broadcasting, we look at you in such prolific essence. You did almost everything that any broadcaster could do. One of the very gifted newscasters, program presenters, he was really there for everybody. For example, during Betty's first ping ball, it was Bisi that recorded everything, put it together, brought it out on a network, and then brought it to us.
Prince Bisi Olatilo, foremost Nigerian multilingual broadcasting legend, ascends the 7th floor graciously on Wednesday, 20th of December 2023. The celebration begins with a birthday lecture on Thursday, 14th December 2023 at the Shehu Musa Yaradua Center, Abuja at 12 p.m. The theme for the lecture is Broadcasting in the Digital Age, Challenges and Prospects for Nigeria, to be delivered by Dr. John Momo, OON, Chairman, Channels Media Group. Present on the day are Nigeria's first family, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and the First Lady, Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON. Chairman of the event, the Emir of Kano, His Royal Highness Alhaji Aminu Ado Bayero, CFR, Serikin Kano, who will be supporting the celebrant, Prince Bisi Olatilo, to whom Kano was home for 13 years in his life growing up. Prince Bisi Olatilo's memoir will be presented by Sir Dr. Kessington Adebukwola Adebutu, CFR. Special guest of honor, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, GCON, Nigeria's former vice president. Royal fathers of the day, the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Sa'ad Abubakar III, CFR. His Imperial Majesty, Oni Babatunde Adeyeye Nitogunse, CFR, the Oni of Ife. His Royal Majesty, the Obi of Onitsha, Igwe Alfred Nemeka Achebe, CFR. Chief host, Otumba Senator Gbenga Daniel, representing Ogun East Senatorial District and Chairman, Senate Committee on Navy. All hail Prince Bisi Olatilo, the man of the moment, who ascends the 7th floor graciously.
Your Excellency, the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, distinguished Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, distinguished Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON. My dear brother, the Right Honorable Speaker, House of Representatives, Right Honorable Abbas Tajudeen, the Deputy Senate President, my brother Barao Jibrin, and of course the Deputy Speaker, Right Honorable Ben Caro, my good brother, Your Excellencies, the Executive Governors present here with Mr. President, the principal officers of the Senate and the principal officers of the House of Representatives, very distinguished senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and right honorable members of the House of Representatives of Nigeria. May I especially recognize in the President's entourage, Right Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, the Chief of Staff to Mr. President, and also recognize in Mr. President's entourage, the Civil Senator George Akume, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, members of the Federal Executive Council, the head of the Civil Service of the Federation, the Clerk of the National Assembly, members of the Diplomatic Corps. Let me recognize Engineer Ahmad Amshi, Chairman, National Assembly Service Commission, and his commissioners, Alhaji Sani Magaji, Tambua, earlier mentioned, the CNN, Barrister Kamaro Ogulano, Deputy Clerk of the National Assembly, the Clerk of the Senate here present, and the Clerk of the House of Representatives, the Secretaries of the Directorates of the various arms of the National Assembly, the head of the security agencies of the National Assembly, the head of the federal agencies and parastatals, and of course, National Assembly management staff, invited guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen of the press, and any, if any, oh my God, the national chairman of the greatest party in Africa. Permit me to apologize to the national chairman for the breach of protocol. I just turned and I saw his face. Your face cannot be hidden. His Excellency, the chairman of APC, Ganduje of Nigeria, the youngest in Africa. On behalf of the Right Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives, the distinguished Deputy Senate President, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, the distinguished Senate Leader, the principal officers of both chambers, distinguished senators and honorable members of the House of Representatives, I, distinguished Senator Godswill Akpabio, with great honor and privilege, welcome an alumnus of this great National Assembly, our Information Ambassador to Aso Rock Villa, the esteemed President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. To the joint sitting of the National Assembly for this crucial budget presentation session of the 2024 budget estimates. We collectively extend the same sentiments to our esteemed Vice President, His Excellency Kashim Shettima, GCON, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, the Chief of Staff to Mr. President, the Right Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, and indeed all honorable members of the Cabinet of Mr. President, and of course, other members of Mr. President's entourage here present. It is said that no matter how high the eagle flies, its talons keep pointing to the earth. Mr. President, we know that no matter how high you rise in life, your heart will always point to this assembly. Mr. President, the United States of America has had democracy for about 247 years. But it was only when it marked its 185th anniversary, that it succeeded in producing two former senators, John F. Kennedy and Lyndon Johnson, as President and Vice President, respectively. But within 24 years of our democracy, we have achieved what took the United States of America 185 years to achieve. Not only do we have two former distinguished senators serving as president and vice president of our dear country, we also have other alumni of this National Assembly in positions of public trust. The Secretary to the Government, George Akume, CON, the Chief of Staff to Mr. President, Right Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, CFR, the former Speaker, and other representatives in Mr. President's Cabinet. And even for those appointments, we thank Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished and honorable members, maintaining a cordial relationship with the executive arm has always been a requirement of the law. But now, given that our old boys run the executive, a good relationship with the executive is a must for all of us. Never have we had so many bridges and connection points between the two arms of government in Nigeria. So we will continue to work hand in hand and see eye to eye with the executive arm while ensuring that the principles of separation of powers as checks and balances as enshrined in our Constitution are observed in the overriding public interest. Mr. President, this is your maiden trip to these hallowed chambers to deliver your maiden budgetary estimates as President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. This is a significant milestone in our nation's journey toward progress and development. The presentation of the budgetary estimates sets the course for our nation's fiscal policies and priorities for the coming year. It is an opportunity for us to deliberate, scrutinize, and collaborate in order to ensure that the budget aligns with the needs, hopes, and aspirations of our people. Therefore, the National Assembly bears a great responsibility in the task of reviewing and approving the budget. We fully understand the weight of this responsibility and the impact our decisions will eventually have on the lives and on the welfare of the Nigerian people. It is our duty to ensure that the budget reflects the principles of transparency, accountability, and inclusiveness. Consequently, we will certainly conduct a very thorough and meticulous review of the estimates you are about to present to us. I would also like to express our gratitude to Mr. President for his tireless efforts in driving economic growth, promoting social welfare, and enhancing the security of our dear nation. Your patriotic efforts give us hope. Your antecedents comfort us, while your courage to take decisions motivate us. In our people-focused legislative agenda, we place a strong emphasis on national security, recognizing it as a cornerstone for progress. These challenges demand a united front. We remain steadfast in our determination to work collaboratively with the executive arm and the judiciary to address and overcome the security challenges confronting our dear nation. In this National Assembly, the death of any Nigerian equates a loss of a constituent to one of us. So whenever we lose anyone to insecurity, it is the sound of the ambulance passing by our window. We believe that insecurity can and must be stopped, and it must be stopped by all Nigerians running around and supporting government efforts. We also want to seize this opportunity to appreciate our armed forces for fighting for us and sometimes paying the supreme sacrifice for our security. And Mr. President, so far, we are taking the right steps, and calm is returning to our dear nation. We need to acknowledge the specific achievements of Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration so far. Those who doubted him initially forgot his track record as the governor of Lagos State from 1999 to the year 2007. And Lagos, of course, is Nigeria's melting pot. They forgot his various economic reforms that helped attract investments and promoted economic growth, improved the ease of doing business, promoted business policies, and attracted foreign direct investment, not to mention today's robust internally generated revenue, which he grew as the governor of Lagos State from 600 million to today's 59 billion. Nigerians strongly believe that with the debt profile of the day today, that we are the man for the job to fix our economy. Already we have seen significant economic reforms, starting with the courageous removal of the petroleum subsidy, which has become an albatross for our nation. We have taken the right steps to unify the multiple foreign exchange markets. We have signed the 2023 electricity bill into an act of parliament, not to mention other good works that we have done. Mr. President, as the removal of the petroleum subsidy caused some discomfort in the nation, you responded with compassion and dole out palliatives to assuage the effects on the good people of Nigeria. We salute you. We, the elected representatives of the masses of this country, we have taken note of your responsiveness to governance. We have also taken note that these bold steps taken so far by this government have created some measures of economic discomfort to Nigerians, so we plead for continued support for the government to actualize the long-term benefits of these policies. The pain of today is like the pain of childbirth. When the result of the baby manifests, we will rejoice and will forget the pains of childbirth. However, we hope these budgetary estimates contain provisions to ameliorate the sufferings that the economic measures so far have exerted on our fellow citizens whom we represent. The 10th National Assembly, under our watch, is fully aligned with the President's dreams for our country. Our plans encompass comprehensive legislative actions that will contribute to nation building, economic growth, and social development. Through strategic reforms, we aim to create an enabling legal environment for sustainable progress and growth. Mr. President, distinguished senators and other members, the two chambers of this assembly are the two wings upon which not only the executive will soar, but our country will rise as well. There is some parallel unity between the two chambers, as you can see me and the honorable speaker seated together. This is the way we are. Very recently, the House of Representatives set forth its legislative agenda, and I was the chairman of that occasion. And soon the Senate will also dole out its own. Both chambers believe that we need to encourage the executive arm to unbundle some of the agencies in Nigeria for effectiveness, and even to merge some of them for government to reduce the weight of expenditure. There are also a lot of overlaps in some of the agencies. We are determined to look into those issues for greater effectiveness. We do the necessary for our country to go back to agriculture as a way of stopping the overdependence on imported foods and even the overdependence on crude oil. A money economy is putting all our eggs in one basket. It is a risk we have taken for too long, and we cannot continue to tempt providence. We also believe that education should be prioritized and something done to stop frequent closures of schools. If we do not checkmate the drain will numb our brains. This is why we must open the door of education, because when you open the door of education, you close the door of the prisons. We also want to plead with the government to do all within its powers to reduce our high debt profile, which you inherited, which you did not cause. But then, The mark of a great leader is that he fixes the problems whenever they exist without complaint. Mr. President, as we embark on this budgetary presentation, let us reaffirm our commitment to responsible governance, fiscal prudence, and the efficient allocation of resources for the benefit of all Nigerians. Together with the spirit of unity and collaboration, we can overcome challenges and usher in an era of unprecedented development through reinvigorated revenue generation and fiscal prudence. We will continue to support the war against corruption and collaborate with anti-graft agencies to ensure that we do not continue to lose money that could be used to develop our nation. The 10th National Assembly will always stand with the people of Nigeria, protect their constitutional rights, and fight for their welfare. We are glad that you have these sentiments for our people, and you had codified this in the Renewed Hope agenda. This agenda resonates with us as an instrument the people endorsed by voting you into office. Our legislative agenda constellates around it, and we believe its faithful implementation will augur well for our nation and put Nigeria on a new growth trajectory. Mr. President, we reiterate and assure you of the National Assembly's readiness to support the efforts of your administration. Our agenda reflects our dedication to the Nigerian people, and we look forward to achieving remarkable milestones for our great nation under your purposeful leadership. However, from whom much is given, much is expected. We will try to perform the oversight functions, and we expect that this assembly will ensure that taxpayers' money is used to benefit the taxpayer. In conclusion, we assure you that the proposals you have come to present to us will be diligently considered accordingly. We approach this moment with a sense of duty, unity, and purpose to ensure maximum attention to the review of the year 2023 budget performance and the consideration of the year 2024 budget estimates. We request Mr. President would mandate honorable ministers and heads of agencies to avoid foreign travels during this period of our engagements with them. That will prevent them from dishonoring the invitation of the chambers of the National Assembly. They will promptly appear before our committees to defend their budget estimates. We will not want to wait for them, otherwise we will lose time, and time is not on our hands. As we embark on the journey of reviewing the 2024 budget, let us remember that our actions today will shape the future of our dear nation. Together, let us work towards a budget that reflects the aspirations and dreams of every Nigerian citizen, particularly meeting your campaign promises. Once again, the National Assembly salutes you that on your first day of attending the Economic Community of West African States meeting in Guinea-Bissau, they saw that Nigeria is back on the national scene and elected you as the chairman of ECOWAS. Congratulations. So, distinguished colleagues and other members, let us at this point welcome the President, a man with track record, an alumnus of the National Assembly, to present his budget estimates. Can we give him a resounding applause? Thank you. Thank you very much. The Vice President, Senator Kashim Ibrahim Shettima, GCON. The Senate President, Distinguished Senator Goswill Akpabio, GCON. Thank you for your beautiful remark. And I'm glad I'm feeling at home, feeling welcome. The Right Honorable Speaker, Tajuddin Abbas, the APC National Chairman, His Excellency Abdullah Umar Ganduje, Executive Governors here present, my former colleagues and others, the Chief of Staff, distinguished leaders and members of the National Assembly, Secretary to the Government of the Federation, my landlord, or our landlord, distinguished Wike, other government officials here present, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. In furtherance of my sacred duty and obligations as the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, it is my honor to be here today to present my administration's 2024 budget proposal to this joint session of the 10th National Assembly. This moment is especially profound and significant to me because it is my first annual budget presentation to the National Assembly. Distinguished senators and honorable members of the National Assembly, I commend your swift consideration and passage of the 2023 Supplementary Appropriation Bill and the 2024 to 2026 Medium-Term Expenditure Framework and Fiscal Strategy paper. Your prompt action underscores your devotion to economic development and to the greater welfare of our people. It also highlights your desire to work in close collaboration with the executive branch. We do not serve ourselves. I appreciate you. We must always strive to work together to serve and benefit the people of our beloved country. Once again, I say thank you. Well done. I am here today confident that the National Assembly will continue to work closely with us to ensure that the deliberations on the 2024 budget are thorough but also concluded with reasonable dispatch. Our goal is for the Appropriation Act to come to effect on the 1st of January 2024. I trust you will do it. It is by now a matter of recorded history that my first physical intervention as president of this great nation was to end the fuel subsidy regime, which has proven to be so harmful to the overall health of our national economy. The second was to negotiate and subsequently present a supplementary budget to enable my government to fund the items needed to restore macroeconomic stability and mitigate the harsh impact of subsidy removal. The third was to secure a second supplementary budget this time to enable us to keep our promises to promote national security, invest in infrastructure, and provide much needed support to the most vulnerable household in our society. In swearing in my cabinet and reflecting on the unique challenges facing us, I invited the ministers to imagine that we are attempting to draw water from a dry well. Today, I stand before you to present our budget of renewed hope, a budget which will go further than ever before in cementing macroeconomic stability, reducing the deficit, increasing capital spending, and allocation to reflect the 8 priority areas of this administration. The budget we now present constitutes a foundation upon which we shall erect the future of this great nation. Analyzing prevailing economic environment, economic condition remains challenging both abroad and at home. Despite lingering post-COVID supply and production bottlenecks, armed conflict in various parts of the world, and restrictive monetary policies in major economies, we expect global growth to hover around 3.0% in year 2024. This relative low rate has significant implications for our economy due to our current reliance on importation. Distinguished senators, honorable members, despite the global headwind, the Nigerian economy has proven resilient, maintaining moderate but positive growth over the past 12 months. Inflation has trended upward, yes, due to the weak global conditions. To contain these rising domestic prices, we will ensure effective coordination of fiscal and monetary policy measures and collaborate with subnational governments to address structural factors driving inflation in Nigeria. The budget proposal meets our goal of completing critical infrastructure projects, which will help address structural problems in the economy by lowering the cost of doing business for companies and the cost of living for average person. The Honorable Minister of Budget and Economic Planning will be providing full details of this proposal. Analyzing performance of the 2023 budget, distinguished senators and honorable members, an aggregate revenue of 11.45 trillion naira was projected to fund the 2023 budget of 24.82 trillion naira, with a deficit of about 6.1% of GDP. As of September 30th, the federal government's actual aggregate revenue inflow was 8.65 trillion naira, approximately 96% of the targeted 8.28 trillion naira. Despite the challenges, we continue to meet all our obligations. So the theme and priority of the 2024 budget, distinguished senators, honorable members, permit me to highlight key issues relating to the budget proposal for the next fiscal year. The 2024 appropriation has been themed Budget of Renewed Hope. The proposed budget seeks to achieve job-rich economic growth, macroeconomic stability, a better investment environment, enhanced human capital development, as well as poverty reduction and greater access to social security. Defense and internal security are recorded top priority. The internal security architecture will be overhauled to enhance law enforcement capabilities and safeguard lives, property, and investment across the country. Human capital is the most critical resource of national development. Accordingly, the budget prioritizes human development with particular attention to children, the foundation of our nation. To improve the effectiveness of our budget performance, government will focus on ensuring value for money, greater transparency, and accountability. In this regard, we will work more closely with development partners and the private sector to address long-standing issues in education. A more sustainable model of funding tertiary education will be implemented, including the student loan scheme planned to become operational by January 2024. A stable macroeconomic environment is important to catalyze private investment and accelerate economic growth. We have and shall continue to implement business and investment-friendly measures to sustainable growth. We expect the economy to grow by a minimum of 3.76%, above the forecasted world average. Inflation is expected to moderate to 21.4% in 2024. In preparing the 2024 budget, our primary objective has been to sustain our robust foundation for sustainable economic development. A critical focus of this budget and the medium-term expenditure framework is Nigeria's commitment to greener future. Emphasizing public-private partnership, we have strategically made provision to leverage private capital for big-ticket infrastructure projects in energy, transportation, and other sectors. This marks a critical step towards diversifying our energy mix, enhancing efficiency, and fostering the development of renewable energy sources. By allocating resources to support innovative and environmentally conscious initiatives, we aim to position Nigeria as a regional leader in the global movement towards cleaner and sustainable energy. As we approach COP28 Climate Summit, a pivotal moment for global climate action, I have directed relevant government agencies to diligently work towards securing substantial funding commitment that will bolster Nigeria's energy transition. It is imperative that we seize this opportunity to attract international partnership and investment that align with our national goals. I call upon the representatives to engage proactively to showcase the strides we have made in the quest to create an enabling environment for sustainable energy projects. Together, we will strive for Nigeria to emerge from COP28 with tangible commitments reinforcing our dedication to a future where energy is not only a catalyst for development, but also a driver of our environmental stewardship. Distinguished members of the National Assembly, the revised 2024 to 2026 Medium-Term Expenditure Framework, MTEF, and Fiscal Strategy, FSP, set out the parameters for the 2024 budget after a careful review of development in the world oil market and domestic conditions. We have adopted a conservative oil price benchmark of $77.96 per barrel and daily oil production estimate of 1.78 million barrels per day. We have also adopted a Naira to US dollar exchange rate of 7.50 per US dollar for 2024. Accordingly, an aggregate expenditure of 27.5 trillion naira is proposed for the federal government in 2024, of which the non-debt recurrent expenditure is 9.92 trillion naira, while debt service is projected downward to be 8.25 trillion naira, and capital expenditure is 8.7 trillion naira. Nigeria remains committed to meeting its debt obligations. Projected debt service is 45% of the expected total revenue. The budget deficit is projected at 9.18 trillion naira in 2024, or 3.88% of GDP. This is lower than the 13.7 trillion naira deficit recorded in year 2023, which represents 6.11% of GDP. The deficit will be financed by new borrowings totaling 7.83 trillion naira. Strategically, 298 billion naira from privatization proceeds and 1.05 trillion naira drawdown on multilateral and bilateral loans secured for specific projects. Our government remains committed to broad-based and shared economic prosperity. We are reviewing social investment programs to enhance their implementation and effectiveness. In particular, the National Social Safety Net project will be expanded to provide targeted cash transfer to poor and vulnerable households. In addition, effort will be made to graduate existing beneficiaries towards productive activities and employment. We are currently reviewing our tax and fiscal policies. Our target is to increase the ratio of revenue to GDP from less than 10% currently to 18% within the term of this administration. Government will make effort to further contain financial leakages through effective implementation of key financial management reforms. Distinguished senators, honorable members, in view of the limited resources available through the federal budget, we are also exploring public-private partnership, the arrangement to finance critical infrastructure. We therefore invite the private sector to partner with us to ensure that our physical trade and monetary policy, as well as our developmental programs and projects, succeed in unlocking the latent potential of our people and other natural endowments, in line with our national aspirations. Distinguished senators, and honorable members, this budget presentation will be incomplete without commending the patriotic resolve of the 10th National Assembly to collaborate with the executive on our mission to renew hope and deliver on our promises to the Nigerian people. I assure you of the strong commitment of the executive to sustain and deepen the relationship with National Assembly. As you continue to consider the 2024 budget estimate, we trust that the legislative review process will be conducted with a view to sustaining our desired return to a predictable January to December fiscal year. I have no doubt that we'll be guided by the interests of all Nigerians. We must ensure that only projects and programs that, with equitable benefits are allowed into the 2024 budget. Additionally, only projects and programs which are in line with the sectorial mandates of MDAs and which are capable of realizing the vision of our government should be included in the budget. As a government, we are committed to improving the lot of our people and delivering on our promises to them. The 2024 budget has the potential to boost performance, promote the development of macro, micro, and small and medium-sized enterprises, enhance security and public safety, and improve general living conditions of our people. We have not considered great opportunity coming from mineral, solid mineral, and other areas. But I promise you that the recovery is here. It is in your hands to thoroughly look into the situation. Being sympathetic with the ordinary people out there who put their confidence on us and rest their hope with your and my family. In closing, I am confident that this budgetary allocation and directives will set Nigeria on transformative path towards a sustainable and resilient energy future, fostering growth economically, job creation, and environmental preservation. It is with great pleasure, therefore, that I will lay before you this distinguished joint section of the National Assembly, the 2024 budget proposal of the federal government of Nigeria. The title is Renew Hope Budget. I thank you most sincerely for your attention. May we collectively chart the course towards a brighter and cleaner future for our great nation. May God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and God bless you all. Thank you very much.
met Bisi Olatilo in 1979 when he came from BCOS, I think, and we met at Radio Nigeria. This is the man I'm used to. You have been part and parcel of my broadcasting life. If I look at Bisi, he was a brother to me. He fought my wars more than I fought his. When we look at broadcasting, we look at you in such prolific essence. You did almost everything that any broadcaster could do. One of the very gifted newscasters, program presenters, he was really there for everybody. For example, during Betty's first ping ball, it was Bisi that recorded everything, put it together, brought it out on a network, and then brought it to us.
Prince Bisi Olatilo, foremost Nigerian multilingual broadcasting legend, ascends the 7th floor graciously on Wednesday, 20th of December 2023. The celebration begins with a birthday lecture on Thursday, 14th December 2023 at the Shehu Musa Yaradua Center, Abuja at 12 p.m. The theme for the lecture is Broadcasting in the Digital Age, Challenges and Prospects for Nigeria, to be delivered by Dr. John Momo, OON, Chairman, Channels Media Group. Present on the day are Nigeria's first family, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and the First Lady, Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON. Chairman of the event, the Emir of Kano, His Royal Highness Alhaji Aminu Ado Bayero, CFR, Sedikin Kano, who will be supporting the celebrant, Prince Bisi Olatilo, to whom Kano was home for 13 years in his life growing up. Prince Bisi Olatilo's memoir will be presented by Sir Dr. Kessington Adebukola Adebutu, CFR. Special guest of honor, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, GCON, Nigeria's former vice president. Royal fathers of the day, the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Sa'ad Abubakar III, CFR. His Imperial Majesty, Oni Babatunde Adeyeye Nitogunse, CFR, the Oni of Ife. His Royal Majesty, the Obi of Onitsha, Igwe Alfred Nemeka Achebe, CFR. Chief host, Otumba Senator Gbenga Daniel, representing Ogun East Senatorial District and Chairman, Senate Committee on Navy. All hail Prince Bisi Olatilo, the man of the moment, who ascends the 7th floor graciously.
For Prince Engineer Arthur Eze, OFR, whose traditional title of Ozo Ibundu, meaning the emancipator of the Igbo race, most unambiguously states the deep passion he has for the people of the southeast state of Nigeria, especially his kids and kings from Ukpo Kingdom in the Dunu Kofia area of Anambra State, is a classy example of one who loves the culture and tradition of his people very dearly. Therefore, Engineer Prince Arthur Eze puts everything aside every year for the celebration of the famous Ofala Festival of the people of Ukpo Kingdom in the Dunu Kofia local government area of Anambra State. And this was where Prince Arthur Eze himself grew up and got the right head start in life, which has positioned him today as one of the most respected businessmen whose philanthropic gestures are known all over the world. In fact, has no boundaries at all. As it is every year, Prince Dr. Engineer Arthur Eze, OFR, brings Ukpo Kingdom to international recognition and limelight as the attention of the entire world shifts temporarily to the sleepy village that plays host to dignitaries from all parts of the globe. The Ofala Festival in Ukpo Kingdom can easily pass as one of the most popular festivals in the southeastern part of Nigeria. A cardinal aspect of the yearly get-together in Ukpo Kingdom, or the Ofala Festival, is advanced celebration of Christmas. And here, carols and spirit-filled songs are performed by different choir groups from the southeast of Nigeria and other parts of the country. And as a lover of good music, especially gospel music himself, Engineer Prince Arthur Eze always joins in the singing of the songs.
I met Bisi Olatilo in 1979 when he came from BCOS, I think, and we met at Radio Nigeria. This is the man I'm used to. You have been part and parcel of my broadcasting life. If I look at Bisi, was a brother to me. He fought my wars more than I fought his. When we look at broadcasting, we look at you in such prolific essence. You did almost everything that any broadcaster could do. One of the very gifted newscasters, program presenters, he was really there for everybody. For example, during Betty's first ping ball, it was BC that recorded everything, put it together, brought it out on a network, and then brought it to us.
Prince BC Olatilo, foremost Nigerian multilingual broadcasting legend, ascends the 7th floor graciously on Wednesday, 20th of December 2023. The celebration begins with a birthday lecture on Thursday, 14th December 2023 at the Shehu Musa Yaradua Center, Abuja at 12 p.m. The theme for the lecture is Broadcasting in the Digital Age, Challenges and Prospects for Nigeria, to be delivered by Dr. John Momo, OON, Chairman, Channels Media Group. Present on the day are Nigeria's first family, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and the First Lady, Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON. Chairman of the event, the Emir of Kano, His Royal Highness Alhaji Aminu Ado Bayero, CFR, Serikin Kano, who will be supporting the celebrant, Prince BC Olatilo, to whom Kano was home for 13 years in his life growing up. Prince BC Olatilo's memoir will be presented by Sir Dr. Kessington Adebukwola Adebutu, CFR. Special guest of honor, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, GCON, Nigeria's former vice president. Royal fathers of the day, the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Sa'ad Abubakar III, CFR. His Imperial Majesty, Oni Babatunde Adeyeye Nitogunse, CFR, the Oni of Ife. His Royal Majesty, the Obi of Onitsha, Igwe Alfred Nemeka Achebe, CFR. Chief host, Otumba Senator Gbenga Daniel, representing Ogun East Senatorial District and Chairman, Senate Committee on Navy. All hail Prince BC Olatilo, the man of the moment, who ascends the 7th floor graciously.
That day that you have brought to pass, and you have glorified your name in the life of your children. Lord, be thou exalted in the name of Jesus Christ. Lord, we thank you for the families of Ejika and Atamwo. Thank you for this day that they will prepare it fully, and you have brought to fulfillment. God, we thou exalted in the name of Jesus Christ. Presence at this fellowship. God, be thou exalted in Jesus' name. And these two families are coming to become one today. Lord, we pray that they will continue to remember it for good in the name of Jesus Christ. This program tonight, every one of us will go with testimonies. In Jesus' precious name we pray.
Where the bride comes from, and being the daughter, it's my solemn duty to perform the breaking of covenants. When they give me this man, the guy tell them, the one when I say, boy, you go, the day night, the letter, I'll go. It's a guy married. No way I walk. I'm married. You see, I'll go do I know. I'll go do whatever I know.
For those of you who do not understand, this is an integral part of Igbo culture. It's a moment of silence as we pay respect to church.
People, Udo. I give what I call you. That's the one.
Prof, Nego, political war here.
Britney,
by the side. Back way, be by the side. If you're a cameraman, we want you by the side, not in front. By the side. All the camera, can we go to the middle? Go and receive her there. Please, can you go and receive her? Can you go in the middle? Go in the middle there.
Because of a phenomenal woman, if you want to see a phenomenal woman, a woman of substance, and if you want to see you will. An amazing woman. A woman of substance.
Folks, okay. Oh, Sergeant Onicha, I salute you. Chief OKCB, you're welcome, sir. All right, let's make way. All right, make way. Make way for Brittany and her friends. It's her day. Looking gorgeous. One was some man. And they just want to wait your gamba. Oluwaji voice one on the chat.
heartthrob man who has always been a sleepless night. I must remind everybody that we're trying to do an enactment of what we did in the election for the wine carrying. So what she's going to do now is going to present to us for the first time a heartthrob and bring it over here. Okay? There you go.
It's the high point of today's event. Like the stars in the sky have empowered her now.
She's one more.
And as soon as she identifies him, they will come back.
Just kind of woman.
Make way, cameraman, make way. She's on a journey. Yes. Yes.
Your camera now, madam. Why would you be doing something that is
She's a virtuous Bride has brought the groom to present to us, and we're going to ask again, is this the man that's been giving you, excuse me, this is the man that's been giving you some advice, right? Yes, thank you very much. I'm going to break the comment. I want you. It's a lifetime commitment. And the only way only way that you achieve what you want to achieve is by steady love for each other. You have to be your best friends. You have to be your next of kin, and nobody can come between you. Okay? We're going to bless this marriage. We're blessing you already. Eh? I'm going to you. Eh?
You turn around.
Toby.
Your wife to your parents. Make way, please. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, just to keep you abreast of what is happening, that they will go straight and cut this traditional wedding cake, then we'll hit the dance floor.
Congratulations. This is what women in the village do in our country. So we'll give it to you.
Can you just wait? Can you please move back?
This is in good faith and well known. This makes you a member of the family.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Once I take them,
This makes you mature, the leader in the body family. And I'm quite an over this year, Obu is very nice. Take it up. With Ingrid's permission, I'll put this on your hair. Because maybe we share. Italy we share more than 10 years ago. I'm blowing it.
can we?
So you only survive once a day.
Hold on.
Hey, let them form more.
Okay, please.
All right. Smile. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, can we hold on so that we can. Sorry about that.
The soul and the fingers. You will live long and you will be fruitful. You get all you need in life. God will bless you. Whenever you're going with God in all your ways. Jesus' name, I bless you. I anoint you. I anoint you to be called as a king. In Jesus' name. Amen.
All right, please.
Sorry, hold on, please.
Okay, so you want them to the left or to the right? Okay.
It's okay, it's okay, it's okay.
You don't have any business coming up here. Nobody has any business coming up here. Thank you.
All right, right here. Smile, guys.
You don't have any business coming up on this special day. Our collective statement. All right. Thank you. You can leave the knife there. Leave the knife there. Okay, now, please, can we make way? This way. Please, careful, man. You can't walk. Excuse me.
Let your guy use that light. Let's Mommy smile.
Everyone smile, Renee. Thank you.
Mommy.
All right, have we taken
No. Smile, smile. Thank you.
Anybody will fight you. Let them come, they already know. I'll be right beside you. Like the wall of Jericho. They don't know, they don't know. They don't know what's going on. Wanna kiss, baby boy. I'll be a soldier for you. I'm getting my time off.
Ladies and gentlemen,
You should know
welcome on stage. Chicken in the building.
I'll be right beside you. In anything that you need. If you ever need saving, run into you, running to you. I'll be running to you, running to you. Anywhere that you go to, running to you. I'll be running to you, running to you. Anywhere that you go to.
But I'm not looking for trouble, because I know that I got you. When you confess everybody, and it's because of your confidence. I know the time that I'm out of control. You never let go. When I kiss you, see all the battles you'll be fighting, and I'll be right there with you. I may be small, but I'm mighty. I go run and fall. And anybody waits, I'll be here. Don't be you, but I'll be around. And if I have been saving, I'll be running to you.
Running to you. I'll be running to you, running to you. Anywhere that you go to, running to you. I'll be running to you, running to you. Anywhere that you go to. So you don't need to walk anything you want to. Say anytime you call your baby, you will answer. And if you want me, come into you like a crowd. Say tell me what you want to say, and I give you if you wanna be the Judas, if you wanna be the Pharaoh, me I cannot lay low, me I cannot do that. I will run to you.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, feel free now to go straight if you want to.
Prince BC Olatilo, foremost Nigerian multilingual broadcasting legend, ascends the 7th floor graciously on Wednesday, 20th of December 2023. The celebration begins with a birthday lecture on Thursday, 14th December 2023 at the Shehu Musa Yaradua Center, Abuja at 12 p.m. The theme for the lecture is Broadcasting in the Digital Age, Challenges and Prospects for Nigeria, to be delivered by Dr. John Momo, OON, Chairman, Channels Media Group. Present on the day are Nigeria's first family, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and the First Lady, Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON. Chairman of the event, the Emir of Kano, His Royal Highness Alhaji Aminu Ado Bayero, CFR, Sedikin Kano, who will be supporting the celebrant, Prince Bisi Olatilo, to whom Kano was home for 13 years in his life growing up. Prince Bisi Olatilo's memoir will be presented by Sir Dr. Kessington Adebukwola Adebutu, CFR. Special guest of honor, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, GCON, Nigeria's former Vice President. Royal Fathers of the Day, the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Sa'ad Abubakar III, CFR. His Imperial Majesty, Oni Babatunde Adeyeye Nitogunse, CFR, the Oni of Ife. His Royal Majesty, the Obi of Onitsha, Igwe Alfred Nemeka Achebe, CFR. Chief Host, Otumba Senator Gbenga Daniel, representing Ogun East Senatorial District and Chairman, Senate Committee on Navy. All hail Prince Bisi Olatilo, the man of the moment, who ascends the 7th floor graciously.
Hello, thanks for staying with us. Welcome to the News Hour. I am Gloria Anodi Young. First, the headlines. On the national scene, defense, education, roads get 6.7 trillion naira budget as federal government eyes 10.4 trillion naira tax. Deputy Governor Ayedatiwa returns to Ondo, heads Exco meeting today. Business. Federal government plans support for farmers, projects 31 million metric tons grains. On the foreign scene, Henry Kissinger, American diplomat and Nobel winner, dead at 100 years old. Sports. Super Eagles to camp in UAE ahead of AFCON. And now the news in full. The President Bola Tinubu-led administration is planning to spend 6.75 trillion naira of its projected 27.5 trillion naira budget on defense and security, education and infrastructure in 2024, newsmen have revealed. This is as it earmarked 6.48 trillion naira for personnel and pension, an increase of 576.16 billion naira over the 2023 provision. The administration is also eyeing 10.4 trillion naira from tax, dividends, and others. The Minister of Budget and National Planning, Abubakar Bagudu, disclosed this during the presentation of the 2024 budget breakdown on Wednesday. While presenting the 2024 appropriation bill themed Budget of Renewed Hope on the floor of the National Assembly, Tinubu said the budget proposal was aimed at completing critical infrastructure projects that would help address structural problems in the economy while lowering the costs of doing business for companies and the cost of living for the average Nigerian.
Government will make effort to further contain financial leakages through effective implementation of key financial management reforms. Distinguished senators, honorable members, in view of the limited resources available through the federal budget, we are also exploring public-private partnership, the arrangement to finance critical infrastructure. We therefore invite the private sector to partner with us to ensure that our physical trade and monetary policy, as well as our developmental programs and projects, succeed in unlocking the latent potential of our people
and other natural endowments, in line with our national aspirations. Distinguished senators and honorable members, this budget presentation will be incomplete without commending the patriotic resolve of the 10th National Assembly to collaborate with the executive on our mission to renew hope and deliver on our promises to the Nigerian people. I assure you of the strong commitment of the executive to sustain and deepen
the People's Democratic Party has condemned the rendition of President Bola Tinubu's campaign tune at the hallowed chamber of the National Assembly during the presentation of the 2024 budget. During President Tinubu's presentation of the appropriation bill on Wednesday to the joint session of the National Assembly, the lawmakers stood up as a symbol of respect, but the band was heard playing Tinubu's campaign song from when he was a presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress. Reacting in a statement, the opposition party described the incident as an extremely sacrilegious and unpardonable assault by President Tinubu and his handlers on the sensibility and constitutional sovereignty of the Nigerian people as represented by the National Assembly. It noted that the National Assembly is a symbol of the collective sovereignty of the Nigerian people, which cannot be appropriated by or surrendered to any individual or cabal under any guise or circumstance whatsoever. The Ondo State Deputy Governor, Mr. Lucky Ayedatiwa, has returned to the state following last Friday's meeting with President Bola Tinubu in Abuja. The President met with stakeholders in the Ondo All Progressives Congress over the political crisis rocking the state. In the raging crisis, the Ondo State House of Assembly pushed for Ayedatiwa's impeachment in the face of the apparent breakdown of the relationship between ailing Governor Rotimi Akeredolu and Ayedatiwa, who was acting governor while his principal was on a long medical vacation in Germany. However, it was gathered that the deputy has returned to the state and went to his office to conduct some official activities. A source in the deputy governor's office told newsmen that Ayedatiwa would preside over the state executive council meeting, which will be holding today. We'll go on a short break and be back with business news. Please stay tuned. Welcome back. This is still Biscon Television News, and now for the business segment. The production of 31 million metric tons of grains in 2024 is going to combat food inflation, create jobs, and reduce poverty, the federal government said. Minister of State for Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Aliyu Abdullahi, disclosed this in a statement issued by his ministry in Abuja. The minister said Nigeria's seed requirement for 5 major crops, rice, maize, wheat, soybeans, and sorghum in 2024 is 312,555.69 metric tons, which is expected to give almost 31 million metric tons of grains. He further added that the ministry had outlined a series of critical pathways to solve the food security challenges in Nigeria, adding that these pathways were streamlined into short-term, intermediate, and long-term actions. He also noted that the ministry was targeting over 70,000 hectares for wheat production under the support of the Africa Development Bank and National Agricultural Growth Scheme and Agro Pocket Scheme project. This is still Biscon TV News. Up next, foreign news. Join us again, please. On the foreign scene, Henry Kissinger, a diplomatic powerhouse whose role as a national security advisor and Secretary of State under 2 presidents left an indelible mark on the United States foreign policy and earned him a controversial Nobel Peace Prize, died at age 100. Kissinger died at his home in Connecticut according to a statement from his geopolitical consulting firm. Kissinger had been active past his centenary, attending meetings in the White House, publishing a book on leadership styles, and testifying before a Senate committee about the nuclear threat posed by North Korea. In July 2023, he made a surprise visit to Beijing to meet Chinese President Xi Jinping. During the 1970s, in the midst of the Cold War, he had a hand in many of the epoch-changing global events of the decade, while serving as National Security Advisor and Secretary of State under Republican President Richard Nixon. The German-born Jewish refugees' efforts led to the United States diplomatic opening with China, landmark U.S.-Soviet arms control talks, expanded ties between Israel and its Arab neighbors, and the Paris Peace Accords with North Vietnam. Up next is sports news. Stay tuned, please. On the sports scene, the Super Eagles will camp in the United Arab Emirates, UAE, to prepare for the 2024 Africa Cup of Nations, AFCON, billed to hold in Côte d'Ivoire next year. The Nigeria Football Federation, NFF, has said. NFF Media Director Ademola Olajire told newsmen that the federation is working on Super Eagles program for the Nations Cup, which is less than 3 months away. The Super Eagles recently played 2 2026 World Cup qualifiers against Lesotho and Zimbabwe, securing a stalemate in the 2 games, which according to the NFF was part of preparations for the AFCON. The biennial African Football Tournament will kick off on January 13, 2024 at the Alassane Ouattara Stadium in Ebinkpe, Abidjan, with the final set for 11 February 2024. The Eagles are in Group A alongside hosts Côte d'Ivoire, Equatorial Guinea, and Guinea-Bissau. Up next, entertainment news. Stay tuned. Afrobeat superstar Rema has cancelled his scheduled performances for the rest of 2023 to focus on his health. The Marvin Records star has experienced a phenomenal year with many records under his belt. Following successful tours in Europe, Asia, and North America, Rema's sudden announcement is a big blow for his planned homecoming tour of Abuja, Lagos, and his native Benin in December. He was also billed to perform at the Hey Neighbor Music Festival, scheduled to take place between December 8th and December 10th in South Africa. The decision to cancel his shows follows the latest achievement of his Calm Down song, making chart history on both Apple Music and Spotify. The mega hit finished 12th on the global top 100 most streamed songs on Apple Music in the past year, the highest entry ever for an African song on the chart. And that's it for the news produced by Tomiloba Abolani. I am Gloria Anazia Young. Thanks so much for watching. Have a good day.
Prince B.C. Olatilo, foremost Nigerian multilingual broadcasting legend, ascends the 7th floor graciously on Wednesday, 20th of December 2023. The celebration begins with a birthday lecture on Thursday, 14th December 2023 at the Shehu Musa Yaradua Center, Abuja at 12 p.m. The theme for the lecture is Broadcasting in the Digital Age, Challenges and Prospects for Nigeria, to be delivered by Dr. John Momo, ON, Chairman, Channels Media Group. Present on the day are Nigeria's first family, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and the First Lady, Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON. Chairman of the event, the Emir of Kano, His Royal Highness Alhaji Aminu Ado Bayero, CFR, Serikin Kano, who will be supporting the celebrant, Prince B.C. Olatilo, to whom Kano was home for 13 years in his life growing up. Prince Bisola Atilo's memoir will be presented by Sir Dr. Kessington Adebukola Adebutu, CFR. Special guest of honor, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, GCON, Nigeria's former vice president. Royal fathers of the day, the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Sa'ad Abubakar III, CFR. His Imperial Majesty, Oni Babatunde Adeyeye Nitogunse, CFR, the Oni of Ife. His Royal Majesty, the Obi of Onitsha, Igwe Alfred Nemeka Achebe, CFR. Chief host, Otumba Senator Benga Daniel, representing Ogun East Senatorial District and Chairman, Senate Committee on Navy. All hail Prince Bisola Atilo, the man of the moment, who ascends the 7th floor graciously.
The National Council for Arts and Culture introduces the first National Stakeholders Conference on the review of the past 35 editions of the National Festival of Arts and Culture, NAFEST, a platform for holistic and robust deliberations on NAFEST for wealth creation and a key player in the creative economy, in line with Mr. President's renewed hope agenda. Acknowledging and honoring their excellencies, the executive governors of the 36 states and the FCT minister for their contributions to the success of the past 35 editions of NAFEST. Venue, Chida Hotel, Abuja. Date 5th to 8th December 2023. Time 10 a.m. daily. All stakeholders are hereby invited to come and let's celebrate the bond of unity that our cultural heritage brings. NAFEST, the festival that unites the nation. Announcer, Otumba Olusegun Olusewe, OON, Director General, National Council for Arts and Culture.
I met Bisola Atilo in 1979 when he came from BCOS, I think. And we met at Radio Nigeria. This is the man I'm used to. You have been part and parcel of my broadcasting life. If I look at BC, he was a brother to me. He fought my wars more than I fought his. When we look at broadcasting, we look at you in such prolific essence. You did almost everything that any broadcaster could do. One of the very gifted newscasters, program presenters, he was really there for everybody. For example, during Betty's first ping ball, it was BC that recorded everything, put it together, brought it out on a network, and then brought it to us.
Chairman, for honoring this invitation. General Buba Maro, please put your hands together for him. And I want to say thank you, a big thank you to our mother, the governor's wife, Mrs. Ibijoke Sowolu, for honoring us and sending the representative. Thank you, ma'am. You're welcome. This event, we decided to put this event together. This is not the first event we're doing. We do it all. Let me quickly say this. CIG was created as a welfare organization for the creative industry. And you agree with me that the people surviving within the creative space, they are not up to 0.1%. There's so much suffering, there's so much pain in the industry. Forget those that are making millions, they are just few. You have a lot of creative people all over Nigeria that cannot even afford one square meal. Some are sick, they cannot buy medicine. They are everywhere. So that was what gave birth to CIG. And since we started, we've been doing everything. We can't do all alone. But the main core of CIG is empowerment, training. And we create another event that celebrates us, celebrates the creative people, those that have made us proud in the past. Most of you must have been seeing adverts everywhere when we celebrate a particular legend or artist. We've celebrated Charlie Boy. We started with Opuleria of Zebudaya. We went to look for her in Port Harcourt. She's 80-something years old now. And when we located her, she was weeping that nobody remembered her. And we say, Mommy, we remembered you. It was our representative, the director of events, Obukome Ibru, that we sent to Port Harcourt because we have chapters all over Nigeria. And with our executive in Port Harcourt, they went and looked for her. And we celebrated her. It was all over social media. And we gave her an award and a little token. And ever since we kept the fire burning. Every month we have been celebrating those that have made us proud. You agree with me, there are people that will never be celebrated till they die. And they've done us well. They've made us proud. You have danced their music. You have enjoyed one thing or the other. Their craft, you have enjoyed it. But nobody, Nigerians, we don't celebrate our heroes. So that was what gave birth to the creative industry group, Industry Night, every last Friday of every month. We've celebrated a lot of actors, Ejike Asieku, Charlie Boy. Last month was Tony Okoroji. This last Friday we celebrated the governor of Colusium, night shift. So we celebrated great people. So that is what CIG is all about, bringing goodies to everyone within the creative space. Now, what gave birth to this is as a result of the good things we're doing, and we just look around and see what is going on. I found out that a lot of our youth are going astray. Myself and my wife, we own a business place, and every morning we pick syringes at the front of our business place. Syringes. Some little kids will just pick the syringe. They don't know what it is. They will be playing. They will put water in it and they spraying it. I saw one day, I screamed at him and he almost melted. I said, this is bad. I called the mother. Tell him not to do that again. And in my area, you see a lot of youth that have gone crazy. They are all dazed, walking like this on the streets. They are everywhere. And I just feel mad. I said, what is this? Is this how we're going to have leaders of tomorrow? A lot of our youths believe, some in the entertainment business believe that when they take drug, they blow. That is their perception. When they take drug, they become a celebrity, a big celebrity. That is a big lie. Who told you that? Talent is an inbuilt thing. God gave you that talent. It's inside of you, not drug. If you take drug, then you are not a talented person, because you are acting artificially. You are not acting originally. A lot of our youth in the entertainment business, even on our platform, some will tell you, I am grown and old enough to know that when you take drug, it takes you to the next level. Unfortunately, a lot of them have made so much money. It's not like we did not make hits. We make big hits, but we didn't have internet like this that time. But our head, very correct. I have a lot of my colleagues in the business that we never took drug. My wife is here. I don't drink, I don't smoke. But when you give, if I enter that stage, now all of them will go tire for me. Because it's an inbuilt thing. And I've done a lot of albums, hits albums in the past. How many of you know Mr. Goody Goody? Mr. Goody Goody, overload me sing that. You know the song? Those are my old songs. Joanna, God taking your medicine. Those are my old songs. Ba 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 ba, featuring Two-Face and Sonny Neji. Those are my old songs. I did well without drugs. So if I can do it, I believe every other youth can do it without drug.
Creative Industry Group, Ambassador Felix Duke. Place your hands together for him one more time. He has used a lot of people as examples. I had my name as one of the formidable people who will do their job, and he said, I know Kofi very well, he doesn't use drugs. Please, I use drugs. But I take drugs when I have headache. Panadol. When I sick, doctor give me my prescription. Don't go and say, maybe one day now they not carry me on it and say Kofi is not well. Next hand, they talk, you know they use the medicine, that's why he know well. If I sick and they use my medicine, more to get her clear. Kofi does not use hard drugs. But if he sick, if they use the medicine, Panadol or Exo paracetamol,
vitamin C,
especially that vitamin C. Abi, we all heard about it, how they are constantly, pushing, and maybe there are allegations or not yet proven, but from sources we have gotten to know that a lot of young people were constantly being introduced to the use of drugs. And every of their music videos you watch, the last one that Mobad shot, he was pushing away the smoke, that he was no longer into that life. Am I right? You remember it? Waiting be this one like this, been through many things, seen so many. Oh, hey. Lataye Genesis. Oh yeah now. More leave this adults, more play.
Like say I know the which kind of person be this. Oh it be this one like this. Been through many things. Lataye Genesis. I be the man to find this. Survivor. Bioniba. Man a chaser. Faster than a bullet. Flying like a rocket. Batman from the forest. King of South and the West. Faster than a car. Warfare Barisa. Faster than a Benzo. Faster than a car.
Who's doing Charlie Poppy for me? Who go do Charlie Poppy for me? Who did there? Oh yeah, now come give us Charlie Poppy.
As you don't cast, you may fit this guy. Everybody must chop breakfast to collect money, must chop paper, adapu money. Come on, body for Charlie Poppy. Clear pan for me.
That already your mind is forming the future. You are picking lyrics and it is forming your thought processes. The history of America that I know today, the foundational history and behavior and mannerisms of Americans, was from watching television and listening to all the rappers of that time. So gradually your mind is forming. The Charlie Poppy song you're talking about, there are inserts in between it to suggest the kind of work that quickly brings money. So you need to beware. Alright? Mobad's song that you just heard, he was talking about all the very depressive things that he was going through. You need to also be careful. What you constantly take in becomes a part of you. This is the first time in the history of mankind for me that as an adult, I'm seeing young people say they are depressed. I'm hearing young people say depression, 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 because constantly they are hearing it from social media. When I was your age mate, the only depression I knew was in mathematics. Angle of elevation, and I didn't know it as a human emotion. So please, you are too young to have depression. At this stage, you are supposed to be playing. So this is where somebody now comes to meet you and says, take this thing, it will ginger you. Please, the only ginger you need in your life is to be happy with what your parents do for you. Let nothing else ginger you. There are a lot of places in Mushin, Oshodi, all the way to Ipaja and all those places that you will see young people like you who have left school because they want to ginger. Ginger, oh, ginger, ginger, oh, ginger. There's another one, maybe ginger mean, like butter, I give you like banana. Exclusive. Ginger. See these children. Come on, I don't look like old man, no. So please, my own take is this. These are the use of words and mannerisms that put you in trouble. These are the use of language, new language, that the semi-adults are using to pull you in. Make up your mind now, because most of them are quite irresponsible. Because if they are responsible with their act, they too will not be depressed despite their successes. If you check, most of these entertainers that you are looking up to constantly come back on social media to complain that they are depressed. If things are working for them, why are they depressed? So who knows Lagbaja here? See her. Oh yeah, come and sing me a Sunday Ade song. So that's the problem. Parents are also failing. When I was a kid, my parents constantly played valuable music to my eardrums. It informed and formed my personality. By the time I grew up to take charge, I took the necessary parts from bad music and threw away the junk. So parents, it is your duty now to constantly play those valuable songs around your children to counterbalance. But instead, you see full-grown parents, millennial parents. Once there's a new song that is a terrible song that young people are dancing, parents say go follow enter dancing competition. They do challenge upon challenge on social media. So when we are saying the kids are going astray, who are the parents? We need to start from parenting before we start blaming the kids. I saw a video yesterday of Usher giving testimony to him being sent to Puff Daddy's house at the age of 13. And whilst he was living with Puff Daddy, he was seeing certain things that a kid should not see. And in the comment section, everybody just agreed unanimously that parents that sent their 13-year-old to go and live with an adult, a media personality of that caliber at the time. How do you expect the mind of the young child to form? These are the foundational problem and issues. Parenting. It is after parenting fails that the wolves take over your children. Thank you very much. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, let me also invite our legend.
When we say the failure of the society, I'm only going to buttress what my young brother here has just said. The failure of the society is actually the failure of our family and home's value. You ask me why? You don't blame the society because you are part of the society. You are the macrosome of the society because it starts from our homes. Those people you see that are drug addicts, they all have homes. They were born of men and women. Because women are supposed to be those who mold people, not the father. Because as soon as you go, he or she will also have her own agenda. And so you leave your children in the care of people who are not an influencer who can impact anything upon those children. So the children will become wayward because there's nobody leading them, there's nobody telling them what is wrong. They watch all kind of movies while you are away. They are on their phones, 24/7. You don't ever ask, what are you watching at this age? Let me have your phone. And you call it privacy, Abi, because I'm 18. It's a lie. My mother will still beat you at 24. You understand? And the society is looking the other way because you feel that consignment. What goes around comes around. I'm going to tell you one small story. You get one farmer who will get a pig, get a rat, you got a cock and a cow. They're all living in the farm. And so Madam came back from market one day, he bought a rat trap. The rat ran away and made the cock, come over. You see, say, Madam, don't buy rat trap. The fowl laugh, oh. He said, what do you call him? He said, no, the rat trap. And that one must be for you. I beg, no call me again. The rat went and hid upstairs and was crying. He cried and cried and cried. The cow now asked, what is happening? He said, the rat is crying. Over what? He said, Madam, buy rat. Then he said, this guy will soon miss, will soon die. So the pig came in and said, okay, he made the conversation. He said, since this guy goes soon die, maybe we do send off for him before he die. Because that trap, he sure said that he never come. 3 months down the line, Baba fell ill. He was very, very sick. And so they now looked for all the medications. No one was working out. So a little doctor said, well, get a white cock. And you get 7 feathers, tie it, cut the neck off and pour the blood in the front of your door before you go in. At least they have a chicken a bit. So they carry fowl. Yeah. So Baba there for bed, sick, agree well. So they said they have to carry this man to another village, far village, because there's another international Baba way to do this thing. So they went to that one. That one said, this thing where they worry you, you have to go and buy a pig. Buy a pig, kill it. I'll give you some herbs. After you don't boil them, you will use the water bath. 7 days, you will be fine. The man said, I get pig. So they went home, got the pig. Yeah. Baba nowhere. A month down the line, Baba died. Families came around and said, at least this is a burial ceremony now. We don't need to buy another cow. We have a cow. You see, if the rat who came the first time and said, let us discuss it as a family like we are doing now. That's the reason we are doing what we are doing. So that a stitch in time, they said, saves 9. So we cannot continue to pretend, say, it not concern me. You might be very happy today, you have a very, very, a good family of 3-4 kids. Do you know what your grandchildren will turn? You never know. Do you know what your great-grandchildren will turn out to be? You never know. So if you are shying away from taking this course to the next level and ensuring that our children are well looked after, monitor them. Don't say the work excuse is not good enough. It's not good enough, because if we continue to use the work excuse, then it means that we are heading for a very, very grave danger, because we don't know what our children is going to be like. So children, those who use drugs die by drugs. What did I say?
Those who use drugs die by drugs.
It's not by science. It might take some time, So when you use drug, know that you are finished, because slowly you will be improving from one grade to another level. Before maybe you start smoking the book, you will get to a point and say, oh boy, you never tried this one. They'll give you some cocaine. Take this one, and this one will be rated. You take her. You say you have upgraded, and you are going closer to that point where you now become a laughing stock. So when you see those using drug, serve as a disciple to them. If you see your friend using drug, advise him. If he doesn't take the advice, report him to an elderly person. What do I say? You must report that person to an elderly person. So God will bless you all right? Thank you.
I want to just say a special good afternoon to all the children here. I love kids a lot. Be 18 in March next year. I have 5 adopted daughters. So I'm constantly in fear when they go out, the friends they mingle with. So right from when I started raising my son, because I'm a single parent, I made a deliberate effort, no matter how busy I am. People who know me will tell you the bond between me and my son, particularly my son. Because people always think that girls are the most hardest people to raise. Now lie you. Now boys hard pass. I made a deliberate effort, no matter how busy I am. I talk to my son. I pay attention to him. I travel a lot. I'm always out of the house. One thing I did from when he started growing up is, number one, I make sure he doesn't eat junk food. I take out my time, put out my love in cooking everything he eats. So if I'm not going to be around for 1 month, I'm going to cook everything he's going to eat for that 1 month. And if I'm around, immediately I come in. If he's going to school, I will take it upon myself to drive him to school. Now, when we are on our way, the gist is, oh, God's time, what did you do yesterday? What did you do the day before yesterday? That's your friend. What do you say his name is again? Who is his mother? What does his mother do? You know, I kind of ask these questions. That girl that called you, you were laughing so much, and you know, my son will now be shy. I said, no, tell me. So I made him so close to me that there is nothing my son cannot tell me. There is nothing. And that's where we parents miss it. We are too busy chasing money. Now we are chasing this money for these children. But by the time you realize that the money you have chased is useless to the child you chased it for, it will be too late. You want to buy an iPhone for a child. What does he need an iPhone for? What you need to give to your child is what he needs. My child didn't use a phone till he was 11. And when I gave him a phone, he went to school. He went to a military school. He just graduated. There is no phone in his school. I deliberately put him in a military school because as a single woman raising a boy, I decided I wanted that discipline that I might not really have, so that they can discipline him for me very well. If you see my son, you will know that he has been raised by a queen. And one thing I also do is when I see children misbehaving, I don't care whose child you are my child when I see you. The reason is because my children go out, they mingle. If I don't teach other people's children, what I don't teach my children, they will go and learn it from those children. So if I see somebody's child misbehaving, I don't care if you abuse me, I'm going to beat you up. I will teach you. In London, I visited a friend. The daughter is 11. So we finished eating. The girl just dropped our plate, and went to start pressing her iPod. I'm like, come, why are you not washing those plates? And she said, I don't know how to wash plates. I say, 11. You don't know how to wash plates, and you are a girl. In this country that by the next 2 years now, you bring a man that you want to go and get married. So who is going to wash plate for you? Oh yeah, go and wash those plates. The mother say, Queen, leave am now. I go wash am when I stand up. Excuse me. So I marched her to the kitchen. She washed the plate, poured water everywhere. I mopped it. I showed her how to mop. The next day, she did the same thing. I called her out. She went to wash the plate, poured water. When she was done, I said, yeah, take the mopping stick, mop it. You saw the way I mopped it yesterday. Mop it like that. He mopped it with anger. She mopped it. The next day, when he washed the plate, he knows I will say she will mop. She didn't pour water. By the time I left their house, 10 days in UK, this girl was not waiting for anybody to tell her to wash plates. Because it's wrong. At 11, a child does not know, forget about cooking. The girl does not know how to wash plates. Now, we always think that our children are too small to learn. They are not too small. These children know more than us. I look look at my son is 17, like I said. I know his password to his email. I look at his phone. He's not on social media. The only platform he's on is WhatsApp. And the only reason he went on WhatsApp was when COVID came. That was where they used to teach them from. So he got on WhatsApp. Even at that, I'll still look at, when I see any group I don't understand, I delete it. And I say, you got time, you can't be on this group. So we need to make a deliberate effort. We don't need our children to love us all the time. What we parents are afraid of is if we spank him, he'll be frowning. Let him frown. But when they grow up, they will realize that you did them a favor. My mother raised me so well. Do you know I'm 43 years old? I'm afraid of my mother. If I wear clothes, I will look at it twice. Because somebody will go and show my mom, see Queen, no, see, she will call me, hey, that clothes you wear, oh, she will burst cry. So because I know somebody can go and show her, I will always cover my body. And that's because of the way she raised us. In my family, we are 6. The person that I'm following directly is a trailer driver. Now, people believe trailer drivers drink. He doesn't drink. He doesn't smoke. In fact, in my house, I'm ashamed to say, I'm the only one who drinks occasionally. Nobody drinks in my house. And that is how we were raised. So if you are from a family that don't even drink alcohol, how will you learn how to smoke a bowl? How will you learn how to smoke cigarette? In my family, you can't see anybody proudly smoking cigarette. When I was growing up as a young girl, the in thing during our time was, you know, if you don't smoke, you are not a big girl. Like, raise a family. It's a woman's job to look after her children, including her husband. Some men know they remember to eat. Now you go give them better food. If you don't push a man out, most of the time, they don't go astray. So it's a woman's job to put that family together. So rather than keep chasing and doing competition with your husband, focus on your future, not those children. So what I'm trying to say is, as kids, listen to your parents. Don't go relying on friends. And most of the time, children rely on friends because there is no parent to talk to. You bring your something to your mom say, go to daddy. You bring it to daddy, daddy say, please, please, go to mommy. And then the next thing, you go to uncle, the next door neighbor. And that one now is a useless person. Before you know, start teaching the child nonsense. And you see, what you don't teach your child, what you don't tell your child that this is bad, an adult that is a very bad person will teach your child, and because your child does not know better, your child will take it as what it's supposed to be, and then they will grow like that. I don't let my children enter anybody's house. In my house, we have one television, not because I don't have money to buy TV. Everybody gather here. Everybody has a time to watch what they want to watch. When mommy is around, mommy watch this. When God's time is around, this is God's time. When Susan is around, this is what Susan will watch. So we watch one TV. There is nothing like you lock your room. In my house, there's a law. It's a 3-bedroom. You don't lock any door, including my own. I can just barge into your room at any time. I don't care. I will just open it. God's time, you are very quiet. What are you doing? Bring your phone. I want to see it. Hey, mommy, I'm not doing it. Let me see it. And there's a law. You don't delete your WhatsApp messages. I must read it. I must read it. Because you see, these children, trust me, they are smarter than us. And if you don't look after them now, they will sell your house, sell you, put you in trouble, disgrace the whole family, embarrass the whole family. I mean, if the child is a drug addict, they go point na queen son, na queen daughter. Have you not been disgraced? Then all the money you are chasing, of what use? You know, so we need to make a deliberate effort to bring our children together, to encourage them to tell us things, to be open to us. When they meet somebody that maybe they like, because you see, whether you like it or not, platonic likeness, it starts. And that's when people start looking for things to run into. Maybe a girl likes a boy, is not reciprocating. The next thing, the boy starts to take something to forget that girl. But immediately it clears off. You will still start remembering the girl. So you need to tell your son, when a girl say no, no means no. Another one go like you. You are very handsome. You are so you need to tell them, don't be shy. Don't say because he's 15. It's platonic likeness now, so it dey start. Some people will not want to, get into this conversation. We must get into the conversation, whether you like it or not. Or else they go give your pikin belle for house. your son go sleep with somebody, or you go try to touch somebody, they go use police arrest am. So you need to let them know when somebody say no, no means no. You know, move ahead. Don't take anything. Don't. If your friend is drinking some alcohol, report your friend to the parents.
Meanwhile, she was in playgroup 2, but with the level of I put nursery 2. But when we were going home, the way she was talking at the back of the car, I had to call my wife. Say, "Come, which class you say this girl dey?" I say, "She's in playgroup 2." I say, playgroup 2, not nursery 2. My wife said, "What do you mean nursery?" I say, "I wrote nursery 2, but from the way I'm looking, now primary 2 she's supposed to."
A very good afternoon to everyone, and I want to especially thank CIG for this opportunity. For correction, my name is Joshua Natus. I'm from Ministry of Health, standing in for Dr. Boye, the Primary Secretary, and Dr. Tolu Ajumale, the Head of Special Projects and Mental Health Desk. All right, thank you. So I want to focus on the student this time around, and we've all seen what the problem is. You can bet that the problem is a bit of inavailability of the parents to culture the children for tomorrow. But now there's a role you all are to play, and after that I would provide some solutions that the work the Ministry of Health is currently doing that can push back this drug abuse, because we are really working towards it. And special thanks to Professor Akin, the Commissioner for Health. Okay, have you been bullied? You've been bullied, right? What did you do when you were bullied? It's the fact that they are bullied and they want to feel strong. And you know that there are some drugs that you can take. Once you take them, if somebody punch you, you know they feel the pain. You go be like say you carry your dashi. And it starts as low as this. So when you're bullied, there are what we call structures in the school that can help you. I think there are counselors in the school. And part of the work Ministry of Health did recently was to reach out to the Ministry of Education that were doing mental health programs in schools. Last year, we went to several schools too. But I think probably to get to your district and all that. But please, reach out to teachers, because if it is not addressed or treated, that person that is bullied will go and meet another person that is bullied, and they will form a conclave. They will now become anti-bully association, and that anti-bully association will now say, we said we need to get our own power. Because I went to a public school and I was the head boy then. Let me not lie for you, I was head boy with no power. Because what those guys they do for school, you know, they here. There is an effort for us to also play out, make ourselves available so that these students can approach us, discuss this. Because if they are bullied, there are tendencies that they will switch to drugs. It's either the drugs would help them subdue the pain that they are feeling, to feel alive, to feel high, or it also empower them to want to retaliate, want to oppress, because that's basically what these drugs will do. But the second thing is that the environment matters a lot. I know that we might not be able to control that totally, because I myself, I grew up in Bariga. So growing up in Bariga, I will tell you Bariga is Raz. Bariga, Mushi, we are Raz there, and there we did. Bariga is Raz. But we need to take deliberate efforts to control yourself. Let me give you an instance. You come back from school. That time, I don't know why people play these days as game, but that time we play counter football, we play street football, we play, yes. But we set a benchmark of time that we can't stay out late. So you need to ask yourself, I know that some of you are shouting to your parents that, I'm a big girl now, mommy cannot tell me anything, I go and do whatever I want to do. You say you're smiling, you know that's true. Yes, it's true. In doing that, if you really want to save yourself from the disaster that drugs and substance abuse will do, you need to set a boundary for yourself. And you need to be very intentional about it. Our mummies that have spoken have talked about the fact that our parents have become too busy. Yes, they have become too busy, but it's also not their fault. The economy is not. How much is a pound now? A pound is like about 1.4. I know it's no excuse, but our parents will say that they want to feed the children, and if they don't have food, they need to work. So if your parents are not around, are not available, what effort do you take to your own self to keep yourself away from drugs? And one of those steps is to set a boundary. But first of all, let me ask, do you know what drugs is? I know our Uncle Kofi has said what drugs is, but do you know what drug is? Do you know what drug is? Can you mention some drugs for me?
Panadol.
All right, thank you. You did. When you say drug abuse or substance abuse, it is not only hard drugs that people abuse. It's not only hard drugs. We had a pandemic of tramadol in Nigeria. We still have codeine. It was even banned. So, and these drugs are, some of them are over the counter. Over the counter, I mean that you can just go to pharmacy, even Malam, they sell them. Aboki, they sell them. So, the definition of drug abuse is not just taking illegal or hard drugs. It's actually the excessive or inappropriate use of any drugs beyond its intended use. Because now, I know the topic I'm supposed to speak on basically is illusion and delusion of drugs. I know sometimes when people reach out to you and say, did they take drugs? There's something they used to tell us that time when we were a bit young, I'm still young, even not a bit young, maybe you want to read all night, you know, we are students, we no go read, exam will they reach. Now that time where exam don't reach, we go one study for exam, we go see my friend and tell us, me go deal with coke now, go there big grief. And let me tell you, if you don't tell yourself, like our mommy has told us that if you self-love, the other thing is discipline. You need to sit down, tell yourself, where do I want to be in the next 5 years? How do I get there? And the truth is that you might not have all the answers, but you can ask people for all the answers that you need. What do I need to do now? Do I need to go to art? Do I need to go to science? Do I need to do this or that? And if you set that limit for yourself, it will help you. Now let me give you the approach Ministry of Health is taking towards this. In 2011, the Ministry of Health under, I think it's Dr. Idris, yes, they decided that there is a pandemic in the world. Substance abuse was becoming a terrible thing and we're losing youth. And people said, okay, so let's establish something called the Lagos Mind. Lagos Mind. Lagos, M-I-N-D, Mind. The Mind is an acronym that means Mental Health in Development. Lagos Mind. And that Lagos Mind was tasked with some responsibilities. And one of it was to provide solution to the increasing mental health illnesses. And to be sincere, substance abuse under DSM-5 is categorized as a mental health disorder. So with that, we worked in 2011, 12, worked. Nothing really happened that much. There was no much work. It didn't seem like we did much. But then COVID happened. And then when COVID happened, we provided psychosocial support for people and all that. Then after that, we realized that the rate of depression in Lagos skyrocketed. The rate of substance abuse went over the roof. And you can tell me now, just checking the social media, you can even mention the amount of people that have ended their lives just from searching social media. And there are big people that we've heard their names. So what can we do as ministry? What can Lagos State do to support the young people? What can they do? Okay, we thought of, let's provide a helpline. Is a helpline, is a number that you call, you speak in confidential, you talk with people, and sorry, this not only to the students, it goes straight to also with the adults. Because sometimes we feel so burdened that we've worked so hard and you're not seeing, it's like you're not seeing the fruit of your labor. And the next thing you want to do is like, oh more, we could go drink that alcohol, we could go take that Igbo so that we go calm down. And the funny thing is that the illusion of drugs is that if I take it, I can stop anytime. That's in a lie, you. Na lie, you. I've normally, like I said, I grew up in Bariga. I have been in Bariga youth and I have conversations with them. And what you hear them say is that na person will be na in they addicted. Let me tell you, it's a big lie. It's a big lie. Don't be deceived. You might have the choice to start, but I'm telling you that there is a high possibility that you don't have.
Hello, thanks for staying with us. Welcome to the News Hour. I am Gloria Anadi Young. First, the headlines. On the national scene, defense, education, roads get 6.7 trillion naira budget as federal government eyes 10.4 trillion naira tax. Deputy Governor Ayedatiwa returns to Ondo, heads Exco meeting today. Business. Federal government plans support for farmers, projects 31 million metric tons grains. On the foreign scene, Henry Kissinger, American diplomat and Nobel winner, dead at 100 years old. Sports. Super Eagles to camp in UAE ahead of AFCON. And now the news in full. The President Bola Tinubu-led administration is planning to spend 6.75 trillion naira of its projected 27.5 trillion naira budget on defense and security, education and infrastructure in 2024, newsmen have revealed. This is as it earmarked 6.48 trillion naira for personnel and pension, an increase of 576.16 billion naira over the 2023 provision. The administration is also eyeing 10.4 trillion naira from tax, dividends, and others. The Minister of Budget and National Planning, Abubakar Bagudu, disclosed this during the presentation of the 2024 budget breakdown on Wednesday. While presenting the 2024 appropriation bill themed Budget of Renewed Hope on the floor of the National Assembly, Tinubu said the budget proposal was aimed at completing critical infrastructure projects that would help address structural problems in the economy while lowering the costs of doing business for companies and the cost of living for the average Nigerian.
Government will make effort to further contain financial leakages through effective implementation of key financial management reforms. Distinguished senators, honorable members, in view of the limited resources available through the federal budget, we are also exploring public-private partnership, the arrangement to finance critical infrastructure. We therefore invite the private sector to partner with us to ensure that our physical trade and monetary policy, as well as our developmental programs and projects, succeed in unlocking the latent potential of our people and other natural endowments, in line with our national aspirations. Distinguished senators and honorable members, this budget presentation will be incomplete without commending the patriotic resolve of the 10th National Assembly to collaborate with the executive on our mission to renew hope and deliver on our promises to the Nigerian people. I assure you of the strong commitment of the executive to sustain and deepen
The People's Democratic Party has condemned the rendition of President Bola Tinubu's campaign tune at the hallowed chamber of the National Assembly during the presentation of the 2024 budget. During President Tinubu's presentation of the appropriation bill on Wednesday to the joint session of the National Assembly, the lawmakers stood up as a symbol of respect, but the band was heard playing Tinubu's campaign song from when he was a presidential candidate of the All Progressives Congress. Reacting in a statement, the opposition party described the incident as an extremely sacrilegious and unpardonable assault by President Tinubu and his handlers on the sensibility and constitutional sovereignty of the Nigerian people as represented by the National Assembly. It noted that the National Assembly is a symbol of the collective sovereignty of the Nigerian people, which cannot be appropriated by or surrendered to any individual or cabal under any guise or circumstance whatsoever. The Ondo State Deputy Governor, Mr. Lucky Ayedatiwa, has returned to the state following last Friday's meeting with President Bola Tinubu in Abuja. The president met with stakeholders in the Ondo All Progressives Congress over the political crisis rocking the state. In the raging crisis, the Ondo State House of Assembly pushed for Ayedatiwa's impeachment in the face of the apparent breakdown of the relationship between ailing Governor Rotimi Akeredolu and Ayedatiwa, who was acting governor while his principal was on a long medical vacation in Germany. However, it was gathered that the deputy has returned to the state and went to his office to conduct some official activities. A source in the deputy governor's office told newsmen that Ayedatiwa would preside over the State Executive Council meeting, which will be holding today. We'll go on a short break and be back with business news. Please stay tuned. Welcome back. This is still Biscon Television News, and now for the business segment. The production of 31 million metric tons of grains in 2024 is going to combat food inflation, create jobs, and reduce poverty, the federal government said. Minister of State for Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Aliyu Abdullahi, disclosed this in a statement issued by his ministry in Abuja. The minister said Nigeria's seed requirement for 5 major crops, rice, maize, wheat, soybeans, and sorghum in 2024 is 312,555.69 metric tons, which is expected to give almost 31 million metric tons of grains. He further added that the ministry had outlined a series of critical pathways to solve the food security challenges in Nigeria, adding that these pathways were streamlined into short-term, intermediate, and long-term actions. He also noted that the ministry was targeting over 70,000 hectares for wheat production under the support of the Africa Development Bank and National Agricultural Growth Scheme and Agro Pocket Scheme project. This is still Biscon TV News. Up next, foreign news. Join us again, please. On the foreign scene, Henry Kissinger, a diplomatic powerhouse whose role as a national security advisor and Secretary of State under 2 presidents left an indelible mark on the United States foreign policy and earned him a controversial Nobel Peace Prize, died at age 100. Kissinger died at his home in Connecticut, according to a statement from his geopolitical consulting firm. Kissinger had been active past his centenary, attending meetings in the White House, publishing a book on leadership styles, and testifying before a Senate committee about the nuclear threat posed by North Korea. In July 2023, he made a surprise visit to Beijing to meet Chinese President Xi Jinping. During the 1970s, in the midst of the Cold War, he had a hand in many of the epoch-changing global events of the decade while serving as National Security Advisor and Secretary of State under Republican President Richard Nixon. The German-born Jewish refugees' efforts led to the United States diplomatic opening with China, landmark US-Soviet arms control talks, expanded ties between Israel and its Arab neighbors, and the Paris Peace Accords with North Vietnam. Up next is sports news. Stay tuned, please. On the sports scene, the Super Eagles will camp in the United Arab Emirates, UAE, to prepare for the 2024 Africa Cup of Nations, AFCON, billed to hold in Côte d'Ivoire next year. The Nigeria Football Federation, NFF, has said. NFF Media Director Ademola Olajire told newsmen that the federation is working on Super Eagles program for the Nations Cup, which is less than 3 months away. The Super Eagles recently played 2 2026 World Cup qualifiers against Lesotho and Zimbabwe, securing a stalemate in the 2 games, which according to the NFF was part of preparations for the AFCON. The biennial African football tournament will kick off on January 13, 2024 at the Alassane Ouattara Stadium in Ebinkpe, Abidjan, with the final set for 11 February 2024. The Eagles are in Group A alongside hosts Côte d'Ivoire, Equatorial Guinea, and Guinea-Bissau. Up next, entertainment news. Stay tuned. Afrobeat superstar Rema has cancelled his scheduled performances for the rest of 2023 to focus on his health. The Marvin Records star has experienced a phenomenal year with many records under his belt. Following successful tours in Europe, Asia, and North America, Rema's sudden announcement is a big blow for his planned homecoming tour of Abuja, Lagos, and his native Benin in December. He was also billed to perform at the Hey Neighbor Music Festival, scheduled to take place between December 8th and December 10th in South Africa. The decision to cancel his shows follows the latest achievement of his Calm Down song, making chart history on both Apple Music and Spotify. The mega hit finished 12th on the global top 100 most streamed songs on Apple Music in the past year, the highest entry ever for an African song on the chart. And that's it for the news produced by Tomiloba Abolari. I am Gloria Anazie Young. Thanks so much for watching. Have a good day.
Prince B.C. Olatilo, foremost Nigerian multilingual broadcasting legend, ascends the 7th floor graciously on Wednesday, 20th of December 2023. The celebration begins with a birthday lecture on Thursday, 14th December 2023 at the Shehu Musa Yaradua Center, Abuja at 12 p.m. The theme for the lecture is Broadcasting in the Digital Age, Challenges and Prospects for Nigeria, to be delivered by Dr. John Momo, OON, Chairman, Channels Media Group. Present on the day are Nigeria's first family, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and the First Lady, Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON. Chairman of the event, the Emir of Kano, His Royal Highness Alhaji Aminu Ado Bayero, CFR, Sedikin Kano, who will be supporting the celebrant, Prince B.C. Olatilo, to whom Kano was home for 13 years in his life growing up. Prince B.C. Olatilo's memoir will be presented by Sir Dr. Kessington Adebukola Adebutu, CFR. Special guest of honor, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, GCON, Nigeria's former vice president. Royal fathers of the day, the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Sa'ad Abubakar III, CFR. His Imperial Majesty, Oni Babatunde Adeyeye Nitogunse, CFR, the Oni of Ife. His Royal Majesty, the Obi of Onitsha, Igwe Alfred Nemeka Achebe, CFR. Chief host, Otumba Senator Gbenga Daniel, representing Ogun East Senatorial District and Chairman, Senate Committee on Navy. All hail Prince Biscon, the man of the moment, who ascends the 7th floor graciously.
The National Council for Arts and Culture introduces the first National Stakeholders Conference on the review of the past 35 editions of the National Festival of Arts and Culture, NAFEST, a platform for holistic and robust deliberations on NAFEST for wealth creation and a key player in the creative economy, in line with Mr. President's renewed hope agenda. Acknowledging and honouring their excellencies, the executive governors of the 36 states and the FCT minister for their contributions to the success of the past 35 editions of NAFEST. Venue, Chida Hotel, Abuja. Date 5th to 8th December 2023. Time 10 a.m. daily. All stakeholders are hereby invited to come and let's celebrate the bond of unity that our cultural heritage brings. NAFEST, the festival that unites the nation. Announcer, Otumba Olusegun Rushewe, OON, Director General, National Council for Arts and Culture.
I met Biscon in 1979 when he came from BCOS, I think, and we met at Radio Nigeria. This is the man I'm used to. You have been part and parcel of my broadcasting life. If I look at BC, he was a brother to me. He fought my wars more than I fought his. When we look at broadcasting, we look at you in such prolific essence. You did almost everything that any broadcaster could do. One of the very gifted newscasters, program presenters, he was really there for everybody. For example, during Betty's first ping ball, it was BC that recorded everything, put it together, brought it out on a network, and then brought it to us.
Thinking of killing yourself, you're thinking of taking drugs and all that. So please, that is what is provided, and I wish that every one of us would tap into it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
When you talk about OJs, talk about the likes of, what are their names? All of them, OJ Collins in Nigeria is about Africa. Understand that. We are talking about drug abuse now. The drug abuse we are talking about right now, if it's 10% in Nigeria, you can be rest assured of Africa, because Africa is the hub, central hub. It's like the father, like the mother of every other nation. You need to understand that. How many of you know what I'm saying? You know that that's the truth. Africa, that's where it is. So I would like to, it's just so unfortunate that when it got to when I wanted to talk, they're telling me 2 minutes. My friend Kofi, God knows practically what it is. I actually want to let you guys understand something, that one of the most powerful tools for changing perception, for driving change in every society is the entertainment sector. I want to charge the entertainers. When we talk about entertainers, it cuts across the singers, the dancers, the actors, the actresses, the writers, and the rest. See, listen to me. Right now in a place like Nigeria, the young people listening to entertainers. Hello. The people they're listening to in Africa right now, in Nigeria especially, are entertainers, not people from government. People from government, many of them have lost their integrity. These days, a two-face or what do you call it, or a Davido talks. Nigerian youth listening to them. Am I right? They listen. Unlike when one government official talks. So, you see, it is incumbent on entertainers to understand that the reason why God has given you a voice is not for you to just sing and collect money. It's not for you to be selfish towards yourself. You know, one of the biggest undoing of a lot of people is that thought of me, myself, and I. I remember some years ago, there was an entertainer that wanted to invite another entertainer that is doing well. His time has passed. I don't want to mention him, most of you know him. He wanted to invite another entertainer that is doing well. And when he wanted to invite that person charged him. The manager charged him. He said, okay, you're paying 1.5 million for me to go. Don't you know me? I'm the whatever and stuff. The manager said, okay, sorry. Now what he say, make we do I beg no verse. Now in my mind, I thought about it. I said, most people, when they are shining, they don't think of the next generation. They shine selfishly. When you are shining, it's time for you to give back. Now, I just imagine something. How about if this man, this legend, he's a big time legend in Nigeria, one day in a program, maybe in Surulere or in Ajebule or in Ikeja, he organized a program like this, talking to young people. And while he's talking, he lifts up his hand and says something. Listen to me, you are going to be great. All of them will say amen. I'm talking to you. He's talking to about 1,000 people. I'm talking to you. You, God has put something in you that will make you prosper. You are going to be great. Now, guess what will happen? After many years, now, it's so very possible that the person he was talking to in that crowd is a whiskey, is a Davido. Are you understanding what I'm saying? You might not know the impact of what you're doing. You might not know. You don't know who you are talking to. You don't know who you're impacting. And now, Davido or whiskey will not meet you many years after. Baba fell is due. Thank you, sir. The impact you made, you are like, how did I make impact in your life? He said, sir, I remember many years ago when you were talking, when you said you are going to make it. I said, amen. Sir, that was what I was holding on to. Today, look at me now. I am blessed. How many of you know what I'm talking about? If you are an entertainer in Nigeria, you are doing very well. Impact the next generation. Impact the lives of the next generation. Don't be selfish. Listen, I define Nigeria. I was speaking one day in a conference. I told them something. I said Nigeria for me can be defined as turn by turn Nigeria Limited. You are not going to be there forever. You are not going to shine forever. Tomorrow it will be another person's turn. But what are you doing to help the young people? Drug abuse is on the high. Let's raise platforms like this that will help impact our young people and make them better people for Nigeria to be a better place. Ladies and gentlemen, God bless you and God bless CIG.
Are you hearing me now? Am I louder? Well. I said we are here for a serious business. We're talking about drug abuse conference. You've had, I would like the students to concentrate, and even the parents that are here and the distinguished ladies and gentlemen that are here to also listen to me, to pay attention rather. We've had a lot of live lessons here today, and this made this forum a bit distinguished to me, because in most places we come on the podium, we speak a lot of grammars and we leave. But here today, everybody is down to earth. I do not want to take much of your time. I want to just ask a question. Hello, students. Hello? Have you ever sat in a forum like this where you have been taught about or talked to about drug abuse? So it is not new to you. Is that so? It's not new to you. Okay, that's good. So, good morning to you all then. Kindly permit my humble self to adopt the already established protocol from my principal, my boss, the chairman, chief executive officer of National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA. I'm not NAFDAC. Do you know the difference? Okay. His Excellency Brigadier General Mohammed Buba Marwa, retired but not tired, CON OFR, who is unavoidably absent at this important occasion because of some engagements beyond his control, which he has to attend to physically. He would have loved to be here to share these beautiful moments with us, but due to work exigencies, he's not able to make it. According to him, the menace of trafficking in prohibited substances and drug abuse in any given society cannot be overemphasized. In any society which these monsters are visible, they should be attacked with fierce, effective seriousness due to their nature and capabilities, as the attendant consequences could crumble a nation's life if not caught. Once again, I am here to talk about, or to give you a speech on preserving the image of a nation through drug war, delivered by me, Rita Okpere, a commander of narcotics and a deputy director. Drug trafficking and drug abuse are old concepts, and they are a problem in most countries of the world, including our beloved nation, Nigeria. Talking about the image of a nation, Nigeria as a country was never a source country. Nigeria as a nation was never a source country. You know, in this drug trade, we have the source country, which means that country is where they produce a particular type of drug. Like when you talk about heroin, it's mostly being produced from Mexico. And then we have the transit countries. Those transit countries, we have your dear beloved country like Nigeria, where you pass the drug through to get to the destination where it is finally taken or sold to retailers who now dispose them off to users. I would like to make a short explanation here further. You see, in this drug trade, it involves a lot of money. That is why a lot of people get involved with it. And they do all it takes to make sure they make this money. They can go to the source country, they get the said prohibited substance, they'll bring it down to Nigeria and then take it back to where they want it to be sold into. Why do they do this? They do this because they feel that these transit nations or countries do not have laws strong enough to catch up with them like the developed countries. Maybe in this country where they use as a transit country, they do not have enough gadgets to easily detect them like they would see in the developed countries. Why I'm taking my time to do this is because I see that we have some students here and we have some adults here. And this thing I'm explaining, you might not know about this. These are deep secrets I'm here to espouse so that you can have a thorough grounding, a thorough understanding of what we are talking about. Many of you have been hearing of drug abuse, drug abuse, drug abuse. Drug abuse is this. What is drugs? Like you were asked. Drug is anything other than food and water, which is when taken, that is when taken into the body, can alter the functions of the body, of the mood of a person. Talking about the image of a nation, Nigeria as a nation was never, like I said before, a source country. That is where these drugs are manufactured. Neither was it a destination country, that is a user country. It was just a transit country, a country whereby drug shipments travel through to reach local dealers and users. As time went by, Nigeria crystallized into a consuming nation. How? When they bring these hard drugs in, like cocaine, heroin, and we've been part of the international treaties, a lot of awareness have come on to us, and we are being supported to fight this menace. So people now discover that it was difficult, it was not that easy to send out this country, these drugs to the user nations. So they will keep them, and after keeping them, they start selling it in their local environments. Do you understand what I'm explaining? Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you understand. Now they will keep these drugs because there are targets at the airports, at the interdiction points that will catch up with them. So in that way, they get to sell to the local environments, their immediate environment, because they find it now difficult to take them out of this country as a transit nation. As time went by, Nigeria crystallized into a consuming nation, since drugs that were meant to pass through her was now being consumed by the local environment and the immediate environment. That was how the issue of drug abuse started in full force and gained much ground. Afterwards, it gained much momentum, as it has done today. Drug abuse is when substances or drugs are used in a manner that deviates from medically approved or socially acceptable patterns by the society. It is the non-medical use of substances or drugs which have the properties of altering the mental state of a being in ways that are considered by social norms and defined by status to be inappropriate, undesirable, harmful, and threatening to the life of the users and society at large. You see, when we talk about drug abuse, people think it is only when you take cocaine in their hand. When you underuse or overuse any medicine or drug prescribed to you by a professional, as in the medical field, is drug abuse. If you take any medicine that is not prescribed to you, it is drug abuse. One way or the other, you and I have been involved in drug abuse. Because when you have headache, you don't find time to find out. You just go into the nearby chemist, you get Panadol. Like the Oga that was the MC of today said, he used to take drugs, so I used to take Panadol. But was it prescribed for you by a certified medical doctor or personnel, maybe a pharmacist? If the answer is no, you are engaged in drug abuse. Though drug abuse is not limited to teenagers and youth, it is more common amongst them in our society. In buttressing this fact, the 2018 National Drug Survey result, supported by the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, UNODC, show that while the global drug use prevalence is 5.6%, the drug use prevalence in Nigeria is 14.4%, which is almost 3 times the global average of the entire world. And this is not good for the image of the country. Remember, we are talking on preserving the image of a nation, and we are using our dear country Nigeria as a case study. Through drug war, preserving the image through drug war. commonly abused classes of drugs in our country today include stimulants, e.g., amphetamines, methamphetamine, caffeine, etc. Stimulants speed up the functionality of the central nervous system. We have the depressants, e.g., Valium, Lexotan, diazepam, Rofinol. Those ones, they slow down the functionality of the central nervous system. We have hallucinogens, e.g., ecstasy or molly, ketamine. They alter the user's perception of reality. And we have narcotics, the one which many of you have been mentioning today: heroin, morphine, opium, codeine, and even tramadol. They have both stimulating and depressing effects on their users. Steroids, which are typically used to build muscle mass and treat inflammatory conditions like asthma and arthritis. When abused, steroids can cause liver and kidney problems. Particular drugs or brand they abuse or they catch fancy in to use to get high. Then let's talk about consequences. Consequences of drug abuse. We have three major consequences. We have the physical effect, we have the psychological consequences, and we have the social consequences. The physical effect of drug abuse is that it causes serious damage to vital organs of the body, like the brain, liver, lungs, eyes. Drug users develop obvious medical conditions that are not in most cases associated with their age grade, which may include lack of concentration, memory loss, high blood pressure, irregular heartbeats, among others. They even suffer life-threatening infections like HIV/AIDS, hepatitis, which can also be attracted through the sharing of needles and syringes used in injecting these drugs. Death can also occur in the course of being addicted to a particular drug of abuse. Then we have the physical effect, the psychological effect, I'm sorry. This includes sleeplessness, restlessness. I have this to say: when you go to psychiatry, you see psychiatric hospitals, you see some very young lads there, and you wonder what had brought these ones there. It might not be far-fetched. Amongst other reasons, it might be the use of prohibited drugs and substances, or substances rather. The psychological effects, like I said, include sleeplessness, restlessness, violent and hostile behaviors. Drug users also hallucinate. That is, they start seeing things that are not real. They start talking to people that are not there. And you will say, this one has gone mad. Not knowing is the effect of drugs. We also have the social effect. The social effect of drug abuse is known as social malady. Persons involved in drug abuse display high level of hostilities, like you see in our parks. All these talks, alaye boys, even from the way they talk, you know this one is high on drugs. And with their dark lips, and dark hands, dark fingernails, you know they are into something which is not normal. As they often, these people display a high level of hostility, like I said, and they often get involved in conflicts with friends, family, authorities, on various capacities. They get violent, you talk to them, they respond with violence. They are ever ready to fight you, to tear you down. And we also have, under the social effect, they are easily lured, drug abusers are easily lured into cultism, armed robbery, banditry, rape, amongst others. Conclusively, I would like to add this. There are 1,001 reasons why our children, or some of our children, or young persons get involved with drug abuse. The advert you see on the TV, you can be lured. When you see beautiful ladies being used, you think, oh, this might be the result of the hot drink they are advertising, or cigarettes that they are smoking, or the alcohol they are taking. It is not true. Do not be carried away. Some of you have low self-esteem. Like our mother said, you don't have to compete. You should be contented. Everybody in life have their time. Your time, by God's grace, will come, and we will all celebrate you in Jesus' name. Amen. And also, they get involved with armed robbery. Some of them, through their friends, you want to feel like belong, and if you do not do what they are doing, they will not see you as member of the gang or that association. I'm taking my time to tell you all this so that you can take it home and keep it in your heart and live with it and pass it on to others around you. You be a good ambassador of those advocating against drug abuse. Conclusively, the image of any nation is very important. Image has to do with the physical appearance, and much about the perception you give helps in forming the kind of image or the way people will see you. If a country is ridden by drug abusers, it is bad enough, it will send out a wrong signal to other nations. The image of any nation, like I said, is very important in that it can make or mar that nation. It will attract blessings or curses upon such nation. If the image of a nation is good enough, it will encourage a lot of good things, a lot of healthy relationships rather. Investors would come and invest in that country, and vice versa. If they are getting a wrong signal from that country, it is bad enough for a country to be ridden by the attendant consequences of drug abuse. But it becomes worse if such a nation is also seen by the global authorities and communities not to be taking a commensurate step or effort to combat the menace posed by drug abuse. There was a time I was serving in Bombay in the north, and we went to a nearby village. That image I saw of that village will never leave my mind. Everybody was walking like zombie. Everybody was high. only Igbo man I saw there, and I decided to ask him question. He said, this is what these people do. They live on benelin with pudding. They take all sorts. They go to the pit latrines, they sniff. They take lizard feces, they smoke. Look, it is terrible. It was terrible then. We had to really dedicate our time. The command then in Gombe had to dedicate our time to that village. Everybody was looking like a zombie. It was later on I came to find out that there is this drug they are taking now that is displayed on the internet, that as you are moving, you see somebody who just gets stuck in a particular motion as if he's caught by a web. That person will freeze there, like as if they said to that person, stay where you are. Meanwhile, it is not stay where you are. It is the drug working. It is not stay where you are. It is the drug working. Such a nation stands the risk of being dissatisfied. You know, if a country is ridden by drug abuse and the percentage is so high that even the onlookers, it is visible. Do not think it's only Nigerians that are seeing the Nigerians behave like this. The international community are also, they are also looking at the country. Is Nigeria a healthy nation where you would allow your citizens to go and invest? If Nigeria is ridden with drug abuse, like the image of that village is what the majority carries, then we would expect that nobody would like to come and invest here. Even the embassies will send message home. They will send a report to their parent countries and tell them, do not let anybody, any businessman come here to come and invest in this country. They are all fucked up. You stand the risk of having a failed business. And what does that do to that country or nation? Gradually, if they do not do anything about it, that country or nation will collapse, will crumble gradually, because people will divert their monies into another country. People will not like tourism. People will not want to have anything to do with Nigeria. And in the long run, the UN might decide to decertify that country, which means a red alert, a no-go area for other countries to follow suit. So every country in the face of the earth is fighting not to be dissatisfied, but rather to be certified as a healthy nation where you can go, do your business, invest, and thereby help in the development of that country. The drug war, in preserving the image of our dear nation, has to be balanced. I just made an explanation on how we got to have drug abuse. Drug abuse is an offshoot of trafficking in illicit substances. It's an offshoot of drug trade in illicit substances, illegal substances like cocaine, marijuana, heroin, all those tramadol, all whatnot. The drug war, in preserving the image of our dear nation, has to be balanced, because the drug war is fought on two major fronts. We fight it in the supply reduction aspect and the demand reduction aspect. it is believed that if the drug of abuse are not available, there will be no demand for them. It is the availability of the drugs that makes people want to take the drugs. NDLEA as an arrowhead in the war front, under the present leadership, is enjoying an amazing relationship with the global communities and nationally too, because it is grounded in the aforementioned strategy to bring any situation that might want to give this country a bad image under control, thus achieving a healthy society. The key areas of focus of NDLEA includes drug abuse preventive education, law enforcement, treatment and rehabilitation, and also creating awareness on a very large scale. It is a continuous war, and we are not tired in preserving a good image of our country or our nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Oche, the owner of this place, for giving us this place. Oga, thank you very much. God bless you. You know, Oche has always been somebody that is always ready to help the industry. Whenever we come, he opens his door wide for us. Thank you, Oche. I also want to thank the organizers of this event, Mr. Felix Duke, Oriswiliki and Co. You guys are too much. God bless you. And the lady from the federal government, thank you, madam. Yeah, the guy from Lagos State Ministry of Health, thank you so much. And I want to thank Kofi, because each time Kofi introduced me when we meet an event, I usually look at myself and say, am I this person Kofi is introducing? Because it takes me so high all the time. Kofi, thank you very much. The way you show respect to us, God will bless you too. Kids, I want to just say that I used to be a Jegule boy. So I want to really go down to the grassroots. Hello? Do you know what a Jegule is? Ajegula used to be so notorious in those days. What I'm telling you, all the criminals, all the bad boys, all of them, not there. All right. But growing up in Ajegula, and I told myself something. I said that in Ajegula we had people taking. I'm not going to allow those kind of peer pressure to make me do those things. From the one I had a focus. I told myself I want to be a movie maker. I told myself that, because my friends, very close of them, all of them, they are not alive today. All of them are dead. They shot them, put them on a stake. The ones that went to rob, they put them on a stake and shot all of them. The one that went to do drug, they became mad. Some of them, you can't do. None of them made it out of that place. The question you should ask yourself is that, have you ever seen anybody that has made it through drugs? Nobody. Says the guy started from the beginning, started taking drugs. If you are taking drugs from the beginning as a musician, you will go mad halfway. So drug, it does not help anyway. It cannot help you. If the likes of Felix Duke and Oriswiliki took drug in those days, they won't have been here today talking to you people. Okay? So my advice is that, please, that is not the path to go. Don't ever touch it. I will give you an example. One day I was trying to be a guy in Ajegule. I tried to, follow my guys. I tried to be like big boy. So we went to a joint. They are passing the boom round. I was with one chick, you understand that kind of a thing. So I want to show her that. You are laughing there. I want to show her that I'm a tough guy. As they are passing the boat, it got to my turn. I took it, I drank it. You know, those guys, when they took it, they blew it out. Me, I didn't know, so I took it. I swallowed it. 5 minutes after I did that, I just stood up. Like a zombie. Like a zombie. Everybody that was so small. Then I shouted, hold me. Hold me. You know what they did? They grabbed me quickly. They brought one pail of curry with shower, load and water. The spoon they brought was so big, like a shovel. That was what I did. Then, and I calmed down. Then when we started going home, I saw trailer. I was stopping the trailer. I thought it was taxi. Then the ground was up and down. I was walking like this. Smooth ground. When I got home, I told myself that day, I declared, I said, never ever again. I said what? Never ever again. I want to hear never ever again. Don't do it, please. I told myself I want to be one of the biggest movie makers behind the camera. In 2005, President Olusegun Obasanjo gave me a national honor. If I had taken the drug, Obasanjo forgive me honor. So please, kids, please, no matter your friend, if they tell you go and do anything that is not good for you, you must have a focus. You have to be either a singer, a movie maker, an engineer, pilot. That's what you should be thinking about. Not anything else. And drug will not help you to achieve anything. You hear that? For any of you want to go into movie industry, please, I'm here to help you. Hello? I can't hear. Hello? I want to go into the movie industry. The organizer, they have my number. Call me, uncle. I want to go to the movie industry. I have a film school. I will teach you how to act. I will teach you over any aspect in production. I don't want any. I don't like kids thinking about drugs or anything. Please, it doesn't pay. We're going to help you whichever way you want. Okay? Yes. So I want to seize this opportunity to thank Madam. And Madam, I want to also say that this thing, seriously, it should be a quarterly thing. We should take it around the country. If we put 100 billion to do this kind of awareness all over the country, that money will not go in vain. Hello? Some money will not know it's some money they go. So all that money, let us put it. This, you see, look at the future. These are the future. These children sitting. These are the governors, the senators, the commissioners, the MDs of multinational. They are the ones sitting there. Hello? Are you not? Hello, are you not? If you do drug, will you be? Madam, please, take this to your office, madam. Take that message to your office. Let us do, sit down, please, sit down. Let us do due diligence. Let us spend our money for our kids. Let us take this campaign all over the country, quarterly. And let's see. Next one we are going to do, we are going to bring, let us do it like this way. Next one we are going to do 50 schools in Lagos must approve. It's a must. The government must give order. All of us, 50 schools. Next one, another 50 schools. Next one, another 50 schools. Like that. And the hall has to be, let us do it National Stadium. I mean the main bowl. Hello? Do we have the money or not? We do have the money. these children, they must be whatever they want to be. We can, I like one thing, was it Madame or someone who said it, that before it used to be talk. We call it a conference, we talk, everybody go home and say, hello, Felix Duke, I'm holding you responsible. If this talk continue, don't ever invite me again. We want to see action. These children, let them put their name down, whatever they want to do. Yes, see, if you want to be a pilot, put your name down. Next event we're going to do, we're going to call a pilot to come and talk to you. If you want to be a banker, anything you want to be, put your name down. Anyone will call people to come and talk to you how to go about it. So you're not going to draw here. When I hear, hello, thank you very much.
Salary on time, they pay, all of that. But still, there are some small factors that discourages teachers. I'll give you one example. You see, in the public sector, there's no problem. But in the private sector, we need to go back to telling parents to stop controlling teachers from how they should teach and help them train their children. If my daughter gets a report from school and they decide to punish her,
hello and welcome to Newspaper Review. I am Olakujo Ajidagwa. Today on Newspaper Review, I'm going to begin with the Punch newspaper today, Thursday, November 30th, 2023, and I'll begin with my first headline for the Punch newspaper. Aidatiwa returns to Ondo at ESCO meeting today. That story is on page 27 as Aidatiwa, that's the Deputy Governor of Ondo State, at ESCO meeting today. Federal Hospital CEOs diverting drug funds, PSN alleges, that's the Political Society of Nigeria, PSN, and they're alleging that CEOs diverting drug funds, Federal Hospital CEOs. That story is on page 13. Supreme Court backs CBN, cancels old narrow deadline. That's on page 26. So read about the Supreme Court backing CBN. That's on page 26. 2024 budget. Defense, education, roads get 6.7 trillion naira. Federal government eyes 10.4 trillion naira tax. That's on page 2. President targets PPP to finance infrastructure. Plans huge RGR, fresh loans, asset sale. Tinubu promises 3.75% economic growth. Jobs, reliance on loans has reduced. And that's the 2024 budget, and that's on page 2. To read about the 2024 budget, you can read that on page 2. Norway's Equinor sells 20% stake in Chevron at Bonneyfield, and that's on page 20. Robbers kill Ogun finance director in William Van ambush. That's Taiwo Bulikomi, and this happened in Ogun State in Abeokuta and the NNPC bridge. That story is on page 27. The last story here for the Punch. 25 died in Kwara tanker fire. That's the last story for the Punch, and that's on page 5. And I'll be moving on to the next newspaper, Vanguard newspaper today, Thursday, November 30th, 2023, and I'll begin with the first headline for Vanguard. 2024 budget, Tinubu 6 NAS approval for 27.5 trillion naira. That's on page 5. To read about the 2024 budget, you can read that on page 5. Japa loot shot 5 wards as doctors, nurses leave reps, and that's on page 8. The Japa syndrome, it's affecting loot now, and that story is on page 8. To read about the story. Moving on, recapitalization. Nigeria needs bigger banks for $1 trillion economy. That's according to NDRC. That's on page 19. Supreme Court okays indefinite use of old new banknote. And that's on page 9. Federal government begs COP members over deplorable NYSC camps. That's on page 9. Federal government begging COP members. And that's on page 9. That's also the last story for Vanguard newspaper. And I'll be moving on to the next newspaper, Daily Sun, today, Thursday, November 30th, 2023, and I'll begin with the first headline for Daily Sun. Amba targets new cargo terminal, completion of Enugu Airport International Wing. Rates federal government economic policies eye on FDI, and that's on page 8. NAS leadership expresses worry over our debt burden and makes Nigerians facing hard times. Tinubu lists security, employment, others as 2024 budget priority areas. Next year's budget deceitful, that's PDP, and that's on page 6. Amnesty International accuses Tinubu of non-uphold of human rights. You can read that story on page 28. Lockdown. Court orders ministry to provide details of 535.8 million naira school feeding spending, and that's on page 8. Federal government USO talks on funding mining projects in Nigeria. To read the story, that's on page 25. NDIC plans increase in depositors' insurance compensation, and that's on page 25. To read about the NDIC plans increase in depositors' insurance compensation, that's on page 25. Appeal court judgment: 1 killed, others injured as protests spread in Kano. That's on page 4 to read about the protests in Kano. Oberberry presents 2024 appropriation bill of 714.4 billion naira to Delta Assembly, and that's on page 28. Excitement in Anambra over AZ's 5 billion naira donation for poor, needy palliatives, and that's on page 28. Supreme Court okays indefinite use of old new banknotes, that's on page 2. For the last story here for Daily Sun, 800 invitations of Wike Warriors signs to defend FCT, that's the Minister of FCT, Nyesom Wike, and that's on page 4, and that's also the last story for Daily Sun. And I'll be moving on to the next newspaper, Nigerian Tribune, today, Thursday, November 30th, 2023, and I'll begin with the first headline for Nigerian Tribune. Tinubu, economy will grow above global forecast in 2024. And that's on pages 4 and 30 as it presents 27.5 trillion naira 2024 budget to joint session of NAS. We must change monocultural status of the economy. Fabio. Millions of Nigerians living through incredibly difficult times. Abbas. Tinubu's 2024 budget deceitful, hopeless. BDP. By weight federal government economic policies eye on FDI. That's on pages 4 and 30 to read about the story. Afenifere expresses worries over dwindling image, loss of confidence in judiciary. And that's on page 29. Oberberry presents 2024 appropriation bill of 714.4 billion naira to Delta Assembly, and that's on page 29. Robbers attack billion van, kill Ogun. Government accountant cut away undisclosed amount of money. That's on page 15. Aida T was set to preside over Ondo Exco. Group fought Ondo Speaker. Orders on resolution over undated resignation letter. That's on page 4. To read about the Aida Tiwa story, that's the Deputy Governor of Ondo State, and you can read that on page 4. The last story here for Nigerian Tribune. Supreme Court extends lifespan of 1,000 naira, 500 naira, 200 naira note. That's on page 2, and also the last story for Nigerian Tribune. And I'll be moving on to the next newspaper for today, New Telegraph today, Thursday, November 30th, 2023. And I'll begin with the first headline for New Telegraph. NDIC debtors owe banks in liquidation over 400 billion naira. That's on page 3. Federal government saves $43.3 million daily from combating oil theft. You can read that on page 8. 2024 works, education, health top over various 714.4 billion naira budget. You can read that on page 3. 800 agitations. Wicked discards FCTA lawyers Ayers 24 sons, and you can read that on page 26. Defense 61.6 billion naira 2023 supplementary budget, and that's on page 26. INEC dares FCT's Park and Pay Company remove signpost, and that's on page 3. Under IDT were to preside over EXCO meeting, Tinubu Assembly violates Constitution and resignation, that's on pages 3 and 29. Moving on to the renewed up budget, Tinubu presents 27.5 trillion naira proposal to lawmakers, prioritizes security, job creation, poverty reduction, budget proposal deceitful, and that's according to PDP, says rendition of Tinubu's campaign tuning us, sacrilegious. That's on pages 2, 5, 8, and 26. 1.78 MBPD or estimate feasible, 8 months. And the same story is still on pages 2, 5, 8, and 26. Ban meets Tinubu, 6 alliance in the Nibo Airport cargo terminal, says federal government policies good for FDI, and that's on page 4. Federal government owes NDDC over 2 trillion naira, says MD, and that's on page 4. Ogun. Gunmen hijack billion van, kill government accountant. Terrorists abduct new couple. Chief Imam, wife, children in Kaduna, and that's on pages 6 and 7. Urge notes remain legal tender beyond December 31st, and that's according to Supreme Court. And Supreme Court is saying the old legal tender still is still valid till beyond December 31st, and that's on page 4. Fabio to Tinubu. Do all within your power to reduce Nigeria's debt profile. We will examine fresh borrowings for current issues. That's on page 3. The last story here for New Telegraph. Study links breathing highway air to increased blood pressure. And that's on page 26. And also the last story for New Telegraph. And I'll be moving on to the next newspaper, the Nation newspaper, today, Thursday, November 30th, 2023. And I'll begin with the first story for The Nation. The Nation newspaper. I'll begin with the first story for The Nation newspaper. Ida Tiwa to preside over an Ondo EXCO meeting today. That's on page 5. Old new naira notes remain legal tender indefinite. And that's on page 5. 2022 floods cost $9.12 billion damage, says NBS report. Aviation unions in blame game over flight diversion to Asaba. Both stories are on pages 2 and 5. JAM releases timetable for 2024 U2ME. That's on page 3. 25 die in Kwara accident. And you can read the story on page 6. Defense, education, health. Top Tinubu's 27.5 trillion naira budget. Human capital development, poverty reduction, infrastructure are priority. Pension, proposed wage raise push up the deficit to 9.1 trillion naira. And that's on page 4 to read about the budget. You can read that on page 4. That's also the last story for The Nation newspaper. And I'll be moving on to the next newspaper, This Day newspaper. But before I continue with newspaper review, I'm going to need a quick short break, and when we come back, continue with newspaper review. Stay with us. Welcome back to newspaper review. I begin with This Day newspaper today, Thursday, and November 30th, 2023, and I begin with the first headline for This Day newspaper. Budget, Finance Ministers defend President's borrowing plan. 2024 budget proposal based on realistic assumptions, says Ejim. Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Wale Ejim, and his counterpart in the Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning, Senator Abubakar Atiku Bagudu, defended the borrowing plan of the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration as proposed in the 2024 appropriation bill, and that's on page 14. Moving on to Supreme Court. Old 200 naira, 500 naira, 1000 naira notes remain legal tender, and that's on page 14. That's according to the Supreme Court. FRC to reintroduce corporate governance code for churches, mosques, others, and that's on page 6. NAS pledges speedy consideration, aggressive oversight of Tinubu's 27.5 trillion naira budget, and that's on page, the story, that's on page 14. Fiscal document projects 9.92 trillion recurrent expenditure, 8.7 trillion naira capital expenditure, 8.25 trillion naira for debt service, 9.18 trillion naira deficit, finance deficit with 7.83 trillion naira new borrowings, expects 298.49 billion naira from privatization proceeds, 1.5 trillion naira foreign loans. Apabio Inter plans to merge and bundle MDAs. Nigerians expect quick, sustainable solutions to economic hardship, Abbas tells President. PDP. Tinubu's budget is deceitful, strangulating, hopeless. And that's according to the People's Democratic Party. Opposition party says fiscal plan has no mechanism for economic recovery. The story is on page 14. And that's also the last story for this day newspaper. And I'll be moving on to the next newspaper, the Guardian newspaper. Today, Thursday, November 30th, 2023, and I'll begin with the first headline for the Guardian. COP28 Summit. Again, Nigeria, others negotiate right to just transition. That's on page 6. Fulfill your stance on federalism. Afenifere tells Tinubu. That's on page 5. 14% Nigerian women experience physical violence. And that's on page 4. Provide 535.8 million naira school feeding detail. Court orders minister. That's on page 4. More teaching hospitals risks shut down over exodus of medical professionals. And that's on page 3. And that story is on page 3. The last story for the Guardian. Knox Plus Tinubu presents 27.5 trillion naira budget of renewed hope. And that's on page 8. And also the last story for the Guardian. And I'll be moving on to Daily Trust today, Thursday, November 30th, 2023. And I'll begin with the first headline for Daily Trust. International Day of Solidarity with Palestinians. UN reiterates two-state solution. That's on page 5. Abuja flight diversion to Asaba. Controversy as dispatches. Controllers disagree. That's on page 20. Bandits kill 18 hunters in Taraba. You can read that on page 25. 2024 fiscal year. Security gets lion's share as Tinubu presents 27.5 trillion naira budget. Recurrent takes 18.51 trillion naira. Capital 8.7 trillion naira. President wants proposal passed in 1 month. 87 trillion naira debt warrant. Reduce it. Apabio. Past budget failed to meet expectations. Speaker. Budget estimate will bring economic depression. That's according to PDP. Oh, that story is on page 4, 2024 fiscal year story. You can read that on page 4. Moving on. Oh, the new naira notes remain legal tender. That's according to Supreme Court. That's on page 6. NSCDC personnel open fire on students in Abuja. That's on page 8. July announced Kano mandate will ignite crisis. NNPP tells echoes. EU, UK, US. And that's on page 11. For the last story for Daily Trust, 25 killed, 15 injured in Kwara road crash. And that's on page 27. And now we're moving on to the last newspaper, Nigerian News Direct. Today, Thursday, November 30th, 2023. And I'll begin with the first headline for Nigerian News Direct. Ogunmo's MOU with organized private sector for construction of Olukola Deep Seaport. UBA Foundation lights up Marina in spirit of Christmas. That's on page 3. Customs intercept live ammunition hidden in rice bags in Ogun. That's on page 3. Stock market runs with 132.4 billion naira gain. Customers of liquidated bank unwilling to repay 400 billion naira debt. NDRCMD. That's on page 21. Federal government targets 3.76% economic growth as job creation under state census stage in 2024 budget. And that's on page 2. And also the last story for Nigerian Newsrooms. We've come to the end of newspaper review today. Many thanks for watching. Thank you for joining us. To see more, you can download the Biscon TV app on your Android devices or on your iOS devices. You can also visit our YouTube channel to get all the latest updates you need on our YouTube channel. And that's all we have for you today. I am Olapeju Ajidawa. Many thanks for watching and have a great day.
Prince Bisi Olatilo, foremost Nigerian multilingual broadcasting legend, ascends the 7th floor graciously on Wednesday, 20th of December 2023. The celebration begins with a birthday lecture on Thursday, 14th December 2023 at the Shehu Musa Yaradua Center, Abuja at 12 p.m. The theme for the lecture is Broadcasting in the Digital Age, Challenges and Prospects for Nigeria, to be delivered by Dr. John Momo, ON, Chairman, Channels Media Group. Present on the day are Nigeria's first family, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and the First Lady, Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON. Chairman of the event, the Emir of Kano, His Royal Highness Alhaji Aminu Ado Bayero, CFR, Serikin Kano, who will be supporting the celebrant, Prince Bisi Olatilo, to whom Kano was home for 13 years in his life growing up. Prince Bisi Olatilo's memoir will be presented by Sir Dr. Kessington Adebukola Adebutu, CFR. Special guest of honor, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, GCON, Nigeria's former Vice President. Royal Fathers of the Day, the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Sa'ad Abubakar III, CFR. His Imperial Majesty, Oni Babatunde Adeyeye Nitogunse, CFR, the Oni of Ife. His Royal Majesty, the Obi of Onitsha, Igwe Alfred Nemeka Achebe, CFR. Chief Host, Otumba Senator Gbenga Daniel, representing Ogun East Senatorial District and Chairman, Senate Committee on Navy. All hail Prince Bisi Olatilo, the man of the moment, who ascends the 7th floor graciously.
The National Council for Arts and Culture introduces the first National Stakeholders Conference on the review of the past 35 editions of the National Festival of Arts and Culture, NAFEST, a platform for holistic and robust deliberations on NAFEST for wealth creation and a key player in the creative economy, in line with Mr. President's renewed hope agenda. Acknowledging and honoring their excellencies, the executive governors of the 36 states and the FCT minister for their contributions to the success of the past 35 editions of NAFEST. Venue, Chida Hotel, Abuja. Date 5th to 8th December 2023. Time 10 a.m. daily. All stakeholders are hereby invited to come and let's celebrate the bond of unity that our cultural heritage brings. NAFEST, the festival that unites the nation. Announcer, Otumba Olusegun Olusewe, OON, Director General, National Council for Arts and Culture.
I met Bisi Olatilo in 1979 when he came from BCOS, I think, and we met at Radio Nigeria. This is the man I'm used to. You have been part and parcel of my broadcasting life. If I look at Bisi, he was a brother to me. He fought my wars more than I fought his. When we look at broadcasting, we look at you in such prolific essence. You did almost everything that any broadcaster could do. One of the very gifted newscasters, program presenters, he was really there for everybody. For example, during Betty's first ping ball, it was Bisi that recorded everything, put it together, brought it out on a network, and then brought it to us.
Hold on. To meet me and say, sir, I came with these children to meet their father. I want to personally say thank you to their parents for training them well. I felt like I've finished my work in life. Because it means if I die tomorrow, my children will survive. So that is what every parent needs to do. Why will you pay so much to a school to help you continue your work, and then you blame the school for trying to train your child. So Lagos State government should go and give private schools severe instruction. If you are going to train this child apart, because most of the children that we're seeing that are going wayward are private school children. Go to Lekki, all the children that are heavily involved in drugs are children of rich people who went to private schools. So if the children are not being disciplined properly, we're going to have a huge menace in society. Then Lagos State government, please, if it is possible, let there be a forum or a symposium, a sit down by government to agree to officially ban every TV station that encourages musical videos that shows use of drugs. Licenses should be cut. If it is possible to cut off internet into certain platforms, yes, you can go on YouTube at certain ages. Parents should monitor their kids from what they are watching. But please, before we complain that the music is not good, the first place to start is where they went to record the music. If studios are being closed down, producers are sent to jail. No artist will go to a producer and say, see, waiting, I want to sing. Now the producer will say, my brother, I beg, no sing this one here. We have to, it is from the foundation that we can correct these things. If an artist comes to your studio and say, I just take this thing, they make me immediately the producer. Because we grew up on rap music, they had dirty lyrics, but they had radio version. But nowadays on radio, you will be hearing very lewd lyrics. So government, please check that area. You will make a lot of money from it. It's because government is not paying attention to entertainment that we're all losing. Government should start paying attention. Look for all the negative places in entertainment and use that avenue to tax people and curtail them. You see that everybody will begin to sing gospel. The same thing movies. So if you checkmate the lyrics before it comes out, there is no way a music video will come out and look bad because the lyrics have not come out bad. We just can't, we start to cry after the damage has been done. No, let us go to the root first. And then you see this, our children, their innocence is being violated every day. Their innocence, they don't know. Until they now get to the point they are like, it is too late. Then they now stubbornly want to acquire that personality that they have grown into. And there's nothing we can do about it. We're just blaming them. So please, I am begging you, Mama, after you finish with us today, go back and say, CIG said, these are the areas we should go to. Every musician singing bad songs, ban them before they record it, not after they record. Do a public broadcast. Dear musicians, take it on note that before you record the song, think am before you sing am. If you sing it, we will take it personal with you, your management, the producer, the video director. When the list is long, everybody will sit up. Say, come on. In fact, as a matter of fact, some people go begin go delete the one where they don't sing before. They will begin go delete them. So please, let's do that. Ladies and gentlemen, representing our excellencies,
Dr. Mrs. Ibijoke Claudiana Sanwo-Olu. I have a written speech here, but before I go to my speech, I want to say a lot has been said. You can sit down now. I hope you have stressed well. Yes, it's always good to do that from time to time. The students are quite sure you are overloaded. There is information overload, isn't it? You've learned so much today. Madam, thank you very much for what you have given us, and all our distinguished leaders on the high table. I want to appreciate you for inviting Lagos State government through the office of First Lady to also speak to this very important menace in our society. Before I go to my written speech, I want to appreciate the executive, the president and executive of CIG that has brought us together here. This is a very important topic, especially for us in Lagos State. I
And I want to tell you that the government is aware of what is happening and they are doing so much. Of course, you know the government cannot do it alone. That's why we appreciate what CIG is doing through your various groups. So I have a charge for the students, my children, yes, and I also have for CIG and for the parents. I will go to that, but before I do that, let me go to my speech, which has been handed over to me. I have to deliver it because I'm representing the office of the First Lady. So I will also go to the protocol. The Permanent Secretary, Lagos State Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, ably represented here. The President, Creative Group Industry Ambassador Felix Duke and his amiable wife. And also not to forget our legendary artist, Orit Wiliki. We appreciate you, sir. We are glad that you are still with us, and we enjoyed all you've done and then what you are still doing. I also want to appreciate members of the creative group. Your work is very critical in shaping the future of our children. The chairman, NDLE, Brigadier Buba Marwa, ably represented by Commander Rita Okwere. She gave us a very detailed, inspiring lecture. I'm quite sure the children will remember that for a long time, even our parents here. The President Association of Movie Producers, will be gisting this. I came, Ambassador, Dr. Queen, Blessing, a big person. If I had to ask her, you have so many beautiful names, Ambassador, Dr. Queen, only you, and Blessing. I type into her nothing too. So she's in charge of our movie producers. And other leaders here, I appreciate you, distinguished invited guests, our pupils. I greet you especially from the First Lady. She appreciates children very much. Gentlemen of the press, we can't do without you. Whatever we do in the confines of this room, it has to go out there. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an address of Lagos State First Lady Dr. Mrs. Claudiana Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu at the Drug Abuse Conference organized by Creative Industry Group held at OJ's Lounge National Stadium, Surulere on Tuesday, 28 November 2023. I am indeed pleased to be part of this program that seeks to raise public awareness about the dangers of drug abuse and available assistance in restoring social decency to our society. Are you listening, children? Yes, ma'am. Very well. Drug abuse and addiction has become a worrisome menace in our contemporary society, and no one can pretend that this menace does not exist. The earlier we begin to tackle the daunting challenges posed by this monster, the better for our youths, for our parents, in fact, the whole society at large. And it gives me a great pleasure, therefore, to commend the creative industry group led by my president, Ambassador Felix Duke, the executives, members of this group, for initiating this laudable program, which focuses on rehabilitating, educating, and empowering persons facing the unpleasant consequences of drug-related conditions. Ladies and gentlemen, the youths are the strength and backbone of every nation, and they play very vital roles in our society. They utilize their skills for the economic growth and political stability of our society. It is very important to stress that the youths have the power to make a difference in any nation building, and as such must be guided on the right path. All relevant stakeholders, CIG, and different public, private, non-governmental organizations working in this space of curbing drug abuse must come together towards providing lasting solutions. And today we have listened to various solutions. So what we need now is action, isn't it? Action. We need to start action on all these laudable suggestions. So, to work together prefer lasting solution to various vices that affect the youngest generations and also prevent them from attaining their full potentials. The program tagged Drug Abuse Conference, Generation Next and the Implosion is quite apt, and considering the rate at which children and youth get involved in abusing drugs and other vices. And also the theme, which is all hands must be on deck, saving the nation from drug abuse. Different stakeholders have spoken today. So we need to now sit together and have a roadmap. It's good to organize public awareness, but where are we taking it to? Next year, if we just stop here, we still call the same set of children, talk to them. But how are we shaping their future to be better for our great nation? This conference will serve as a viable means of galvanizing urgent responses from relevant stakeholders to address the threats that drug abuse poses to the youth's security, safety, and sustainable development of our dear country and state. To this end, all hands must be on deck to curtail these challenges faced by the younger generation who are present as well as future leaders. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, towards realizing a safe and secure environment for our citizens, the Office of the First Lady has initiated various interventions and support programs for our children, youth, women, and empowering them with relevant skills to meet the demand of our rapidly growing smart city, which is Lagos. These programs include the Boy-Child Initiative. The Boy-Child Initiative to empower boys. You know, in the last maybe 10, 20 years, there are always women empowerment, girls empowerment. Now women are now so empowered, they are so emboldened. So what is happening? Because when you empower the girl child, and she's so independent, who is she going to? It's not the boy child. So the Office of the First Lady has taken it upon herself to ensure that we also empower the boy child. And that is we have long started about 3 years in this platform. So we know what the boy child is also going through, because some of them are intimidated now as we speak. They are intimidated. So we don't want that to happen. We want everybody to be empowered so that on the long run, everybody will be able to contribute their quota to develop our dear state. We also have the Lagos exam support, where the Lagos State government through the Office of the First Lady has been supporting the indigenes to pay their examinations bills, because we know that it's very important that education for them to be able to do things right. So they've been able to support them by paying the bills for the exams. We also have a program, Youth Collabo. They've identified different categories of youth where they address them, they help them to know what are the things we love. Because we want the youth to be able to address what they love. We don't want to force them. If you are able to empower them and they're able to identify what they love, then they can do the things that will make them to be sustainable. Instead of saying you must go and do medicine, you must do engineering. If it's creative arts you want to do, everybody, you can see what we have here. Everybody is doing well. We are building a nation, we are building Lagos, so everybody can contribute their own quota. So, and also, the Office of the First Lady has done a lot in financing and doing a lot of skills empowerment for the less privileged in society, as well as empowerment initiative aimed at supporting younger generations towards realizing their aspirations and engaging them productively. I therefore urge all children here and youth to have the right attitude and strive to reflect nothing of excellence. The world is a global village with no room for mediocrity, and this means that our youth must always be at their best. So you know what you want to do. You have to be focused. You know what you want to be in life. You heard what our leader said. what's his name now? Zebedeo. He knew what he wanted at a very young age, even when the environment wasn't favorable to you. That's why you now, the environment may not be so conducive, but once you know what you want to do and you are focused and you channel all your energy towards what you want to do, you can also be successful in life. So don't look at all the distractions. Focus on yourself. It has been said earlier, self-love is very important. Self-love, not just loving yourself to know what you want to be in future. Your parents, they are trying now for you. The government is trying, the CID is trying to empower you. But what do you want to do? What do you want to become? So you need to start thinking, I want to be this, I want to be that, and start working towards it. I also want to advise our dear parents seated here to guide our children. Parenting has to be intentional. Yeah, the environment is toxic, socio-economic problems here and there, but you have to be intentional. When you bring these children to this world, you have to be intentional to raise them well. So you want to guide these children diligently and care for them. This will enable them to be free and relate to challenges as friends without restrictions. So you want to take your children as your friends. No matter what they are going through, when you are their friends, they will come back to relate with you. I also want to thank our teachers that brought the children. Please, thank you. Try as much as possible to be their friends. Be their friends. Let them be close to you. Let them be able to tell you whatever they are going through. Apart from their parents, they are also the ones very close to them. So try, don't make them feel as if, no, your parents are not doing so much. Let them know that the parents are trying. You are also there. You are the parents in the schools. So this conference will further enlighten our younger generation on the harmful effects of drugs. We have heard so much about the physical side effects, the mental problems. We have heard it today. So I count on all the various facilitators of this event to dissect all issues raised to social vices and their consequences. So at the end of this conference, we need to now sit down what has been said so that we don't forget. So CID, you have just started. I don't know if I'm saying the mind of my first lady. You have done so well bringing this together. It's not just a talk show. We want to see action. So on our part as a government, we not relent in our commitment. Thank you. Let's have it. As a government, we will not relent in our commitment and passion to sustain and still up the fight against drug and substance abuse, as well as illicit trafficking through the Inter-Ministerial Drug Abuse and Control Committee, the Pharmaceutical Inspectorate Unit of the Ministry of Health, as well as the Lagos Mine. Lagos Mine is doing so much, and because we don't want our youth to be vagabonds, we want them to be responsible adults, so that we won't say there are no youths to lead Nigeria. So no effort will be spared to win the war against this menace. Thank you for your attention. Ìgbéga ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó àjùmọ̀ṣe ni o. Can we repeat that please? Hello, I want this to re-echo again. Hello, ìgbéga ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó àjùmọ̀ṣe ni. Can we re-echo it? Ìgbéga ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó àjùmọ̀ṣe ni. You know what I want this to re-echo? It also speaks to the theme of this conference. All lands must be on deck. That's exactly what it means. That togetherness we can achieve so much. So, Dr. Mrs. Claudiana Bijoke Sanwo-Olu, the First Lady of Lagos State, Tuesday, 28 November 2023. Yes, that is the assignment I've been sent. So make I now step myself. I won't step myself. Are you ready to receive me? Yeah. Make I step myself. Yeah. Okay. I have a charge to the organizers, CIG. I have a charge for the students. Let me start from my children because you are my my children or even grandchildren. So when the first lady told me I was going to speak, and I'm like, okay, drug abuse, okay, it's good. And I decided that, okay, let me develop an acronym for drug abuse. At least something for them to go and be remembering. Can I start that? I hope so who can spell drug abuse for me? Okay, somebody should spell drug, somebody should spell abuse. Okay. Okay, I understand. Okay, abuse. Drug use or misuse can damage your life, isn't it? Be determined not to start on use of, what did I say? That's the drug. Drug use or misuse can damage your life. Be determined not to start on use of drugs. And the next one is our, isn't it? Reach out to get help or information on the effects of drugs. So don't just start anything. Don't even talk about starting. So we are here. So we have to say thank you to CIG for giving us so much information. The next one is what? Utilize available resources within your reach to prevent or reduce drug use. Develop yourself. What did I say? Develop yourself. Discover your talents. Hello, CIG, what are they doing? They are developing talent. They are nurturing talent. So use whatever available resources. When your daddy give you the phone, don't use it to go and watch film. What do you use it for? To research to what you want to be. You identify people, you want to be a pilot, you identify pilots. You want to be a doctor, you identify doctors that have made it. And then you look at how they went about being successful in their career. So use all the available resources at your disposal. G, the next one, isn't it? Get involved to be community responsive. This is what the idea is doing now. We are all community responsive. We need to be responsible as well as responsible. Focus on the need to be a good child or youth. Don't ever, what did I say? Don't ever touch drugs unless it is what prescribed by a doctor or health personnel. So we have discussed drug. Now abuse. The first one is what? Allow your mind to think what? Creatively. What did I say? Allow your mind to think creatively. Do not load your brain with types of drugs. When we came in here, Ambassador Kofi was asking different types, and I was so I was like, these students know so much. They know so much lyrics. Me, I don't even know, but I dance to them. I'm now wondering, do you know your book so much and you know these songs? Hello? Do you know your book so much like this? Are you very good in school? I think you have a mindset and focus more on your education than all these really lyrics. Thank you. So be ready for success. And how do you get ready for success? By not engaging in drug use. Have you ever, like somebody asked, have you ever seen somebody that is in drug and successful? The Dangotes of this world, your $10, are they on drug? No! They use their brain for something better for Nigeria. So you also want to be remembered. You want to have a legacy. You want to use your brain. God has given all of us brain. Use it greatly. The next one is what? Is that the next one? Yes. This one says you are your best friend. Your friend. You are my friend, my friend. Is that your friend that will introduce you to drug, isn't it? So you are your best friend. You are your own best friend. Listen to your instincts. When somebody calls you, come and take drug. No, I don't want. I should have a creative way of saying no, thank you. My mommy will not like it. My daddy will not like it. I don't want to have one day that you want to be very careful. Because no, they will bring it to you, definitely. Even if they don't bring it to you, they can serve it in your drinks. So when you go out, protect your drink. If you know you still want to sit down, don't even open any drinks. And if you open a drink, carry your drink about. When you are dancing, carry and go. Don't want anybody to, because what we see now, they put it in their open drinks. So you don't want to have. The next one is what? Seek to be better every day. Seek to be better every day. And then speak out. What did I say? Speak out. Whatever is bothering you, please tell somebody. Somebody asked about bullying. Bullying has been in our schools forever. Forever. The seniors, we have go and stay under the bed. We have done it before. But now we know it's not something that is good. So speak out. If you know you cannot face maybe a teacher, there should be suggestion boxes in schools. Hello, our teacher, do you have that? Yes. You can just write something down, go and drop it. You don't want to put your name, put your initials. The teachers are very smart, they will find out. Clap for our teachers, please. And the last one is what? The last one is what? This one is, you have to be discreet about it. Expose those that are calling you to take drugs. You have to expose them. You know how you expose them? Do you know how to expose them? I just talk about suggestion boxes. You know you can be discreet about it. Hello? Does that make sense to you? Yes. Expose before it becomes. You know why we are having this discourse now? Because we have allowed things to degenerate. If you have been speaking now, if each one of you has been speaking out, expose them. Don't wait until somebody becomes mad on the road, become a zombie on the road. Speak out. Tell your parents, tell your teachers, so that at the end of the day, they will not. They may not be able to initiate you in school. They will organize a party. They will initiate you. So what happens? Last, you are part of them. So before it gets to that, what do? Expose them. So that is for my children. Thank you very much. For CIT, sorry I'm taking your time. There's the power of the mic with me now. I want to again thank you sincerely for this conference. It has really been a very important avenue for the students to speak out, for the various stakeholders to also speak out. This is very, very good. But I want to charge you. Initially when we started, these students, where did they learn all these things from? From the creative CID. So I'm asking, and I want to also charge you, how are you sanitizing your, how are you doing your people? You have to start something. You have to start something. A musician starts, he drops something on the internet. How you use drugs. So we need to start talking to them. You have brought very well, thank you. So the other thing is for us to also take this program further. Now I can see only 2 schools. Very good. But I 3 schools. What's the name of the other school? What's it mentioned? What's your school? Okay, these are guys. Stadium? Okay, thank you very much. It will also be nice to also probably organize essay competitions for schools. So that by the time you are having another conference, it will be those students that will come and speak. So that other people will be, of course, but they will not come, will not listen to from their own perspective. Because they can also provide solutions to what we are having. So if you have such things, you also go a long way to help. Because they know it's their problem. It's their own problem too, but they want to hear from them. So it's a multidisciplinary area. What we see in the hospitals, you don't want to talk about it. They have on the left, they have many tenants there. So we want to be careful. You don't want to be part of those tenants. I want to be very responsive. You want to respect your parents. You want
give us some, but I want to appreciate them for being focused and being concerned. The ministry is, the permanent secretary of our ministry is Mrs. Toyin Atekoja. So we are representing her this afternoon. She was actually supposed to talk about drug abuse, a clog in the wheel of a nation's tourism potentials. Like you will agree with me, tourism is about having people travel from one place to another, especially for entertainment. Nigeria is moving forward, especially through Lagos State, to project Nigeria's topmost tourism destinations. And without having a right environment, that cannot be possible. Investors want to come to a country where there is sanity. Children, please, can we listen? Investors want to come to countries and environments where they feel they are safe. But if they have children that are being affected by the menace of drugs, do you think they will be encouraged to come? No. So, our national anthem, the first stanza says, "Arise, who? Oh, compatriots." Who are the compatriots? Nigeria does what? Call, obey, to serve our fatherland with love, with our heart, with love. And you know, in order to be able to do this, then we must shun drugs. I told my daughter sometimes ago, I said, look, all this we are telling you now, you think your parents don't know what they are saying. You think your parents are old school. I told her, if I collect my salary today, it is what I feel like giving anybody, I will give. My parents have done their own, they have gone. It is what you do now that is going to affect your future. Now, decide. There are so many examples all around us. Which one do you want? I mean, which one do you want to take to? Is it the one that is begging, is that what you want to be in future? No. Or you want to be like great people that you are looking up to such people. It starts from now. And the negative effects of drug is so terrible. So now that we are promoting, we are propagating that you should run away from drugs, is in your interest. And I want to appeal to parents. God will help us more. Let's be good examples. As I want to round off, I went out on Sunday. I was sharing with my colleague. We just went to one club just to buy something. You know, I've never even entered the club. I said, let's go. When we got there, I knew I would not be able to stay in such an environment. But the most appalling for me, and that's the note on which I'm ending. I saw a family, not even one family. They came around 7:30, 8 o'clock in the night with their children. And you know all sorts of things that happens at the club. What are we teaching them? God will help us. Nigeria will move forward in Jesus' name. God bless you.
I'll rest my case. I'll rest my case. I'll rest my case until this perseverance. I'll rest my case. I'll rest my case. I'll rest my case until this perseverance. That's my daughter. I love that. I'll rest my case until this perseverance. I'll rest my case. I will never rest. I will never rest. I will never rest. I will never rest until this perseverance.
General Buba Marwa. Open a club now. The plan of CIG is to take this round the country. And every 3 months we're going to have a program for drugs in Lagos State. Please, ma'am, take this to the First Lady. We need support. We can't do this all alone. All hands must be on deck. Yeah. So, man.
Hello and welcome to Newspaper Review. I am Olakujo Ajilagwa. Today on Newspaper Review, I'm going to begin with the Punch newspaper today, Thursday, November 30th, 2023, and I'll begin with my first headline for the Punch newspaper. Aidatiwa returns to Ondo at ESCO meeting today. That story is on page 27 as Aidatiwa, that's the Deputy Governor of Ondo State, at ESCO meeting today. Federal Hospital CEOs diverting drug funds, PSN alleges, that's the Political Society of Nigeria, PSN, and they're alleging that CEOs diverting drug funds, Federal Hospital CEOs. That story is on page 13. Supreme Court backs CBN, cancels old narrow deadline. That's on page 26. So read about the Supreme Court backing CBN. That's on page 26. 2024 budget. Defense, education, roads get 6.7 trillion naira. Federal government eyes 10.4 trillion naira tax. That's on page 2. President targets PPP to finance infrastructure. Plans huge RGR, fresh loans, asset sale. Tinubu promises 3.75% economic growth. Jobs, reliance on loans has reduced. And that's the 2024 budget, and that's on page 2. To read about the 2024 budget, you can read that on page 2. Norway's Equinor sells 20% stake in Chevron at Bonneyfield, and that's on page 20. Robbers kill Ogun Finance Director in William Van ambush. That's Taiwo Wilikomi, and this happened in Ogun State in Abeokuta and the NNPC bridge. That story is on page 27. The last story here for the Punch. $25 in Kwara tanker fire. That's the last story for the Punch, and that's on page 5. And I'll be moving on to the next newspaper, Vanguard newspaper today, Thursday, November 30th, 2023, and I'll begin with the first headline for Vanguard. 2024 budget, Tinubu 6 NAS approval for 27.5 trillion naira. That's on page 5. To read about the 2024 budget, you can read that on page 5. Japa loot, short 5 words as doctors, nurses leave. Reps, and that's on page 8. The Japa syndrome, it's affecting loot now, and that story is on page 8 to read about the story. Moving on, recapitalization. Nigeria needs bigger banks for $1 trillion economy, and that's according to NDIC. That's on page 19. Supreme Court okays indefinite use of old new banknote, and that's on page 9. Federal government begs COP members over deplorable NYSC camps. That's on page 9. Federal government begging COP members, and that's on page 9. That's also the last story for Vanguard newspaper. And I'll be moving on to the next newspaper, Daily Sun, today, Thursday, November 30th, 2023, and I'll begin with the first headline for Daily Sun. Amba targets new cargo terminal, completion of Enugu Airport International Wing. Great federal government economic policies are on FDR, and that's on page 8. NAS leadership expresses worry over oil debt burden, admits Nigerians facing hard times. Tinubu lists security, employment, others as 2024 budget priority areas. Next year's budget deceitful, that's PDP, and that's on page 6. Amnesty International accuses Tinubu of non-uphold of human rights. You can read that story on page 28. Lockdown. Court orders minister to provide details of 535.8 million naira school feeding spending. And that's on page 8. Federal government USO talks on funding mining projects in Nigeria. To read the story, that's on page 25. NDIC plans increase in depositors' insurance compensation, and that's on page 25 to read about the NDIC plans increase in depositors' insurance compensation. That's on page 25. Appeal court judgment: one killed, others injured as protests spread in Kano. That's on page 4 to read about the protests in Kano. Obervary presents 2024 appropriation bill of 714.4 billion naira to Delta Assembly, and that's on page 28. Excitement in Anambra over Arthur A's 5 billion naira donation for poor needed palliatives, and that's on page 28. Supreme Court okays indefinite use of old new banknotes, that's on page 2. For the last story here for Daily Sun, 800 limitations of Wike Arias signs to defend FCT, that's the Minister of FCT, Nyesom Wike, and that's on page 4, and that's also the last story for Daily Sun. And I'll be moving on to the next newspaper, Nigerian Tribune, today, Thursday, November 30th, 2023, and I'll begin with the first headline for Nigerian Tribune. Tinubu economy will grow above global forecast in 2024. And that's on pages 4 and 30 as it presents 27.5 trillion naira 2024 budget to joint session of NAS. We must change monocultural status of the economy. Fabio. Millions of Nigerians living through incredibly difficult times. Abbas. Tinubu's 2024 budget deceitful. Hopeless. PDP. By-rate federal government economic policies eye on FDI. That's on pages 4 and 30 to read about the story. Afenifere expresses worries over dwindling image, loss of confidence in judiciary. And that's on page 29. Obervary presents 2024 appropriation bill of 714.4 billion naira to Delta Assembly. And that's on page 29. Robbers attack billion van, kill Ogun. Government accountant cut away undisclosed amount of money. That's on page 15. Aida T was set to preside over Ondo Exco. Group fought Ondo Speaker. Orders on resolution over undated resignation letter. That's on page 4. To read about the Aida T story, that's the Deputy Governor of Ondo State, and you can read that on page 4. The last story here for Nigerian Tribune. Supreme Court extends lifespan of 1,000 naira, 500 naira, 200 naira note. That's on page 2, and also the last story for Nigerian Tribune. And I'll be moving on to the next newspaper for today, New Telegraph today, Thursday, November 30th, 2023. And I'll begin with the first headline for New Telegraph. NDIC debtors owe banks in liquidation over 400 billion naira. That's on page 3. Federal government saves $43.3 million daily from combating oil theft. You can read that on page 8. 2024 works, education, health top over 714.4 billion naira budget. You can read that on page 3. 800 agitations, wicked discards FCTA lawyers. IS-24 signs, and you can read that on page 26. Defense 61.6 billion naira 2023 supplementary budget, and that's on page 26. INEC dares FCT's Park and Pay Company remove signpost, and that's on page 3. Under IDT were to preside over Exco meeting, Tinubu Assembly violates constitution and resignation. That's on pages 3 and 9. Moving on to the renewed up budget, Tinubu presents 27.5 trillion naira proposal to lawmakers. Prioritizes security, job creation, poverty reduction, budget proposal deceitful, and that's according to PDP. Says foundation of Tinubu's campaign tuning NAS sacrilegious. That's on pages 2, 5, 8, and 26. 1.78 MBPD or estimate feasible, IDMA. And same story is still on pages 2, 5, 8, and 26. By mid-Tinubu, 60 lions in the Nibo Airport cargo terminal, says federal government policies build for FDI, and that's on page 4. Federal government owes NDDC over 2 trillion naira, says MD, and that's on page 4. Ogun. Gunmen hijack bullion van, kill government accountant. Terrorists abduct new couple. Chief Imam, wife, children in Kaduna, and that's on pages 6 and 7. Urge notes remain legal tender beyond December 31st, and that's according to Supreme Court. And Supreme Court is saying the old legal tender is still valid till beyond December 31st, and that's on page 4. Apabio to Tinubu. Do all within your power to reduce Nigeria's debt profile. We will examine fresh borrowings for current issues. That's on page 3. The last story here for New Telegraph. Study links breathing highway air to increased blood pressure, and that's on page 26. And also the last story for New Telegraph. And I'll be moving on to the next newspaper, the Nation newspaper, today, Thursday, November 30th, 2023, and I'll begin with the first story for the Nation. The Nation newspaper, I'll begin with the first story for the Nation newspaper. Ida Tiwa to preside over an Ondo Exco meeting today. That's on page 5. Old new narrow notes remain legal tender indefinite. And that's on page 5. 2022 floods cost $9.12 billion damage, says NBS report. Aviation unions in blame game over flight diversion to Asaba. Both stories are on pages 2 and 5. JAM releases timetable for 2024 U2ME. That's on page 3. 25 die in Kwara accident, and you can read the story on page 6. Defense, education, health top Tinubu's 27.5 trillion naira budget. Human capital development, poverty reduction, infrastructure are priorities. Pension, proposed wage raise push up the deficit to 9.1 trillion naira, and that's on page 4. To read about the budget, you can read that on page 4. That's also the last story for the Nation newspaper. And I'll be moving on to the next newspaper, This Day newspaper. But before I continue with newspaper review, I'm going to need a quick short break, and when we come back, continue with newspaper review. Stay with us. Welcome back to newspaper review. I begin with This Day newspaper today, Thursday, and November 30th, 2023, and I begin with the first headline for This Day newspaper. Budget, Finance Ministers defend President's borrowing plan. 2024 budget proposal based on realistic assumptions, says Edun. Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Wale Edun, and his counterpart in the Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning, Senator Abubakar Atiku Bagudu, defended the borrowing plan of the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration as proposed in the 2024 appropriation bill, and that's on page 14. Moving on to Supreme Court. Old 200 naira, 500 naira, 1000 naira notes remain legal tender, and that's on page 14. That's according to the Supreme Court. FRC to reintroduce corporate governance code for churches, mosques, others, and that's on page 6. NAS pledges speedy consideration, aggressive oversight of Tinubu's 27.5 trillion naira budget, and that's on page, the story, that's on page 14. Fiscal document projects 9.92 trillion recurrent expenditure, 8.7 trillion naira capital expenditure, 8.25 trillion naira for debt service, 9.18 trillion naira deficit, finance deficit with 7.83 trillion naira new borrowings, expects 298.49 billion naira from privatization proceeds, 1.5 trillion naira foreign loans. Apabio Inter plans to merge and bundle MDAs. Nigerians expect quick, sustainable solutions to economic hardship, Abbas tells President. PDP. Tinubu's budget is deceitful, strangulating, hopeless. And that's according to the People's Democratic Party. Opposition party says fiscal plan has no mechanism for economic recovery. The story is on page 14. And that's also the last story for this day newspaper. And now we're moving on to the next newspaper, The Guardian newspaper. Today, Thursday, November 30th, 2023. And I begin with the first headline for The Guardian. COP28 Summit. Again, Nigeria offers negotiate right to just transition. That's on page 6. Fulfill your stance on federalism. Afenifere tells Tinubu. That's on page 5. 10% Nigerian women experience physical violence. And that's on page 4. Provide 535.80 million naira school feeding detail. Court orders minister. That's on page 4. More teaching hospitals risks shut down over exodus of medical professionals. And that's on page 3. And that story is on page 3. The last story for The Guardian. Knox Plus Tinubu presents 27.5 trillion naira budget of renewed hope. And that's on page 8. And also the last story for The Guardian. And I'll be moving on to Daily Trust today, Thursday, November 30th, 2023. And I'll begin with the first headline for Daily Trust. International Day of Solidarity with Palestinians. UN reiterates two-state solution. That's on page 5. Abuja flight diversion to Asaba. Controversy as dispatches. Controllers disagree. That's on page 20. Bandits kill 18 hunters in Taraba. You can read that on page 25. 2024 fiscal year. Security gets lion's share as Tinubu presents 27.5 trillion naira budget. Recurrence takes 18.51 trillion naira. Capital 8.7 trillion naira. President wants proposal passed in 1 month. 87 trillion naira debt warrant. Reduce it. Apabio. Past budget failed to meet expectations. Speaker. Budget estimate will bring economic depression. That's according to PDP. Oh, that story is on page 4, 2024 fiscal year story. You can read that on page 4. Moving on. Oh, the new naira notes remain legal tender. That's according to Supreme Court. And that's on page 6. NSCDC personnel open fire on students in Abuja. That's on page 8. Denying us Kanu mandate will ignite crisis. NNPP tells echoes. EU, UK, US. And that's on page 11. For the last story for Daily Trust, 25 killed, 15 injured in Kwara road crash. And that's on page 27. And now we're moving on to the last newspaper, Nigerian News Direct. Today, Thursday, November 30th, 2023. And I'll begin with the first headline for Nigerian News Direct. Ogunmu's MOU with organized private sector for construction of Olukola Deep Sea Port. UBA Foundation lights up Marina in spirit of Christmas. That's on page 3. Customs intercept live ammunition hidden in rice bags in Ogun. That's on page 3. Stock market runs with 132.4 billion naira gain. Customers of liquidated bank unwilling to repay 400 billion naira debt. NDRC-MD. That's on page 21. Federal government targets 3.76% economic growth as job creation orders take center stage in 2024 budget. And that's on page 2. And also the last story for Nigerian News Direct. We've come to the end of newspaper review today. Many thanks for watching. Thank you for joining us. To see more, you can download the Biscon TV app on your Android devices or on your iOS devices. You can also visit our YouTube channel to get all the latest updates you need on our YouTube channel. And that's all we have for you today. I am Olapeju Ajidewa. Many thanks for watching and have a great day.
Prince BC Olatilo, foremost Nigerian multilingual broadcasting legend, ascends the 7th floor graciously on Wednesday, 20th of December 2023. The celebration begins with a birthday lecture on Thursday, 14th December 2023 at the Shehu Musa Yaradua Center, Abuja at 12 p.m. The theme for the lecture is Broadcasting in the Digital Age, Challenges and Prospects for Nigeria, to be delivered by Dr. John Momo, OON, Chairman, Channels Media Group. Present on the day are Nigeria's first family, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and the First Lady, Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON. Chairman of the event, the Emir of Kano, His Royal Highness Alhaji Aminu Ado Bayero, CFR, Sedikin Kano, who will be supporting the celebrant, Prince Bisi Olatilo, to whom Kano was home for 13 years in his life growing up. Prince Bisi Olatilo's memoir will be presented by Sir Dr. Kessington Adebukwola Adebutu, CFR. Special guest of honor, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, GCON, Nigeria's former Vice President. Royal Fathers of the Day, the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Sa'ad Abubakar III, CFR. His Imperial Majesty, Oni Babatunde Adeyeye Nitogunse, CFR, the Oni of Ife. His Royal Majesty, the Obi of Onitsha, Igwe Alfred Nemeka Achebe, CFR. Chief Host, Otumba Senator Gbenga Daniel, representing Ogun East Senatorial District and Chairman, Senate Committee on Navy. All hail Prince Bisi Olatilo, the man of the moment, who ascends the 7th floor graciously.
The National Council for Arts and Culture introduces the first National Stakeholders Conference on the review of the past 35 editions of the National Festival of Arts and Culture, NAFEST, a platform for holistic and robust deliberations on NAFEST for wealth creation and a key player in the creative economy, in line with Mr. President's renewed hope agenda. Acknowledging and honoring their excellencies, the executive governors of the 36 states and the FCT minister for their contributions to the success of the past 35 editions of NAFEST. Venue, Chida Hotel, Abuja. Date 5th to 8th December 2023. Time 10 a.m. daily. All stakeholders are hereby invited to come and let's celebrate the bond of unity that our cultural heritage brings. NAFEST, the festival that unites the nation. Announcer, Otumba Olusegun Olusewe, OON, Director General, National Council for Arts and Culture.
I met Bisi Olatilo in 1979 when he came from BCOS, I think. And we met at Radio Nigeria. This is the man I'm used to. You have been part and parcel of my broadcasting life. If I look at BC, he was a brother to me. He fought my wars more than I fought his. When we look at broadcasting, we look at you in such prolific essence. You did almost everything that any broadcaster could do. One of the very gifted newscasters, program presenters, he was really there for everybody. For example, during Betty's first ping ball, it was BC that recorded everything, put it together, brought it out on a network, and then brought it to us.
On behalf of me and my executive, please take this to the First Lady. We want to make an appeal so that we will be able to sync this. It's better to hear from the horse's mouth. We want to pay a courtesy visit to His Excellency, to the governor, to let him know all our programs, to let him know what we have done so far and know what CIG is all about. So he will know that we are here in Lagos State to support him. Please, man, we will appreciate if the courtesy visit can be arranged. Thank you, man. And to the chairman, please, man, there is no way we will take this campaign anywhere without NDLEA. We want to pay courtesy visit to the chairman too. Please make that happen. Thank you, ma. Put your hands together. To make this fight against drug a strong one, we want to make sure that we have a mother of this organization, so that anywhere we want to face, we'll go meet her, say, Mama, see you. So we are making our First Lady, the matron of CIG. So please, where is the awards? Where is the plaque? On behalf of me and we present this plaque, this award to our First Lady. First of all, for her even answering us, it shows that she wants good things for Lagos State. And let her know that she's our mother from now. And to do this campaign, she has to be fully involved. Please, man.
Can you please sit down so that I can keep? Wow, this is, I was saying this is a coup. But this is, in fact, this is not a coup, this is good. This is really good. That means you are thinking forward. If you want something, you have to start, like I said, you have to think creatively so that people will listen to you. This is nice. So this has been given to the First Lady of Lagos State, Dr. Mrs. Lipu Doctor. Hey! We have to put it to, she is a doctor. So we really appreciate this. This is very, very good, very good. And it's in recognition of our seriousness and overwhelming support towards developing Nigeria creative industry. Thank you very much for giving our First Lady this. I'll carry your message. It's all about collaboration. It's all about partnership. So I'm going to carry your message so that these are our children, they are future leaders. We need to help, all of us need to help them to be greater than us. Thank you very much.
Name our patron. Put your hands together now. On behalf of me and my executive, we present this to General Buba Maro.
On behalf of my chairman, my boss, an achiever, an astute administrator, a leader par excellence, I received this award on his behalf. And I tell you this, he will be really humbled by it, because in every walks of life he has been called to serve this great nation. He has exemplified himself and has left a footprint that is very difficult to match. Believe you me, this award is most deserving. Thank you very much.
Award is for 4 people we are giving these awards to today. I don't know if he has a representative here. The CEO of African Television. the CEO of African Television. Okay.
On behalf of the CIG Creative Industry Group, we present this award to Larry Omodia, CEO African Television, in recognition of his zealousness and overwhelming effort towards developing the Nigerian creative industry.
Development of the creative industry. This man is selfless. This man has always been there. He gave us this hall. We did not pay a dime for this hall. This is the same man that has contributed to the growth of the music industry by releasing Sonny Neji. He was the one that released Oroka Tidowana. Yes. Please give it up for OJs. Yes, he was the one that released Sonny. They contributed to the year. When you hear OJs, they say, we love him, so we love him. You see, you deserve this award and you deserve to be our patron. They cannot hide that.
I have the honor and the privilege to present this award, Creative Industry Group Patron Award. My madam now make sure you go out. So presented to Joseph Anayo Global, great coaches, the executive chairman of this entertainment limited, in recognition of his zealousness and overwhelming effort towards developing the Nigerian creative industry. You've done so much. I've been hearing about all this. I used to and I've seen OJs. In fact, you are the only one standing here. Even National Stadium. Maybe they are still playing football. I don't know. But he seems to be doing very well. Thank you for supporting the creative industry. And also thank God for blessing your hustle.
Prince Bisi Olatilo, foremost Nigerian multilingual broadcasting legend, ascends the 7th floor graciously on Wednesday, 20th of December 2023. The celebration begins with a birthday lecture on Thursday, 14th December 2023 at the Shehu Musa Yaradua Center, Abuja at 12 p.m. The theme for the lecture is Broadcasting in the Digital Age, Challenges and Prospects for Nigeria, to be delivered by Dr. John Momo, OON, Chairman, Channels Media Group. Present on the day are Nigeria's first family, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and the First Lady, Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON. Chairman of the event, the Emir of Kano, His Royal Highness Alhaji Aminu Ado Bayero, CFR, Serikin Kano, who will be supporting the celebrant, Prince Bisi Olatilo, to whom Kano was home for 13 years in his life growing up. Prince Bisi Olatilo's memoir will be presented by Sir Dr. Kessington Adebukwola Adebutu, CFR. Special guest of honor, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, GCON, Nigeria's former vice president. Royal fathers of the day, the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Sa'ad Abubakar III, CFR. His Imperial Majesty, Oni Babatunde Adeyeye Nitogunse, CFR, the Oni of Ife. His Royal Majesty, the Obi of Onitsha, Igwe Alfred Nemeka Achebe, CFR. Chief host, Otumba Senator Gbenga Daniel, representing Ogun East Senatorial District and Chairman, Senate Committee on Navy. All hail Prince Bisi Olatilo, the man of the moment, who ascends the 7th floor graciously.
The National Council for Arts and Culture introduces the first National Stakeholders Conference on the review of the past 35 editions of the National Festival of Arts and Culture, NAFEST, a platform for holistic and robust deliberations on NAFEST for wealth creation and a key player in the creative economy, in line with Mr. President's renewed hope agenda. Acknowledging and honoring their excellencies, the executive governors of the 36 states and the FCT minister for their contributions to the success of the past 35 editions of NAFEST. Venue, Chida Hotel, Abuja. Date 5th to 8th December 2023. Time 10 a.m. daily. All stakeholders are hereby invited to come and let's celebrate the bond of unity that our cultural heritage brings. NAFEST, the festival that unites the nation. Announcer, Otumba Olusegun Olusewe, OON, Director General, National Council for Arts and Culture.
I met Bisi Olatilo in 1979 when he came from BCOS, I think. And we met at Radio Nigeria. This is the man I'm used to. You have been part and parcel of my broadcasting life. If I look at BC, he was a brother to me. He fought my wars more than I fought his. When we look at broadcasting, we look at you in such prolific essence. You did almost everything that any broadcaster could do. One of the very gifted newscasters, program presenters. He was really there for everybody. For example, during Betty's first ping ball, it was BC that recorded everything, put it together, brought it out on a network, and then brought it to us.
A pre-birthday get-together in commemoration of the 80th birthday of pioneer chairman and co-founder of Sovereign Trust Insurance PLC, Chief Dr. Ephraim Faga Faloi, OON, was held in Victoria Island, Lagos on Thursday, 16th of November 2023. In attendance were the celebrants, Chief Dr. Ephraim Faga Faloi, who was accompanied by his children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, other family members and friends, including former Foreign Affairs Minister, Major General Ike Nwachukwu retired, Chief Patrick Dele Cole, former Nigerian ambassador to Brazil, Ambassador Godnozi Gali, the Amayanabo of Opoma Kingdom, His Royal Majesty Ibitimi Banigo and wife, Queen Pelebo Banigo, the Chairman and CEO Biscon Communications Global Media Network, Prince Bisi Olatilo, actor, writer, producer, lawyer, and former Delta State Commissioner for Culture and Tourism, Richard Moffett Damijo. Popular Nollywood actor Kate Hensher, among many others. The high point of the event was the grand entry of the celebrant, in company of his children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and friends, as Jay Sax and DJ Quintessential serenaded the atmosphere with scintillating music.
Everybody now. We celebrate. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Chief Ephraim.
The opening prayer was led by Elder Olusegun Demure. The event featured an art exhibition and auction by Children Art Gallery, a telecast of dedicated birthday songs and goodwill messages from family and friends of the celebrant from different parts of the world. Tributes, testimonies and goodwill messages were later shared by family members and friends of the celebrant, including Admiral Alison Maduike retired, General Ike Wachuko retired, Ambassador Godnozi Gali, Architect Denzel Kentebe, the chairman and CEO Biscon Communications Global Media Network, Prince Bisiolatilo, the Amayanabo of Upoma Kingdom, His Royal Majesty Ibitimi Banigo, and the celebrant's son, Faga Falui Jr.
I keep telling my colleagues and my classmates and my friends, these few days we have here, let us make the best of them. And that is my message to everybody who is here, especially those of us approaching 80, and those who have gotten to 80. Life is transient. Do the best you can for yourself, for your family, and for your friends. These are the people that give you joy and happiness. I thank Ephraim and I say congratulations for beating me to this celebration. In 4 months' time, I'm going to retaliate.
Ephraim, yours has been a life worthy of men. You've been through the thick and thin of existence. You've lived a wonderful life. Like Admiral said here earlier, what is left for you is to just continue living, because you have nothing else to prove to anyone. But you must pray, as you always done, closer to your God, so that when we are called, we'll go rejoicing into the blissful embrace of the Almighty God. For your children, they couldn't have a prouder person to call a father. You've looked after them, trained them very well. And we are delighted that they've come up to be great children themselves. And I believe they are ever so delighted and happy that they have you as a father.
Today we celebrate one of the finest Nigerians. I do some writing. And when I started writing, I said 80 gallants for Nigeria's finest man. Finest not only in terms of visage and physical appearance, but finest in terms of spirit, the candor of the person, and finest in terms of achievements that are so balanced. How do you balance that a man is such a success in enterprise, creativity, and industry? Today is a traditional ruler, is a man of God, and a retired chairman of one of the biggest insurance companies. Don't we have a right to come together today and thank God for this man, a great father. So Alaba will celebrate you. I will say happy birthday. And I think at 80 you still look very good and very strong. I think you still have more work to do. You still have more work to do, and this country still awaits you to continue to be a pathfinder. And those of us who reminded Francis Bruce reminded me, because the place where my name was found among the Titans, and he said, I don't know, say, now so way you small, but we are coming, we are following, and we will keep those great strides alive. Thank you very much.
And you can see from the gathering we have here today that his love for people transcends generations. When you see him, if he's talking to a 15-year-old lad, he talks with the same good spirit.
when he deals with me, I sometimes wonder why. Because we're not the same age. But he respects me, I respect him. And I see him with his children, I see him with his grandchildren, I see him with his friends, his colleagues. I like to be like him when I grow up. And I'm sure most of us in this room, when we do turn 80 in many years to come, we'll wish that we'll be celebrated as Chief is being celebrated today. We love you, sir. Thank you for being a father to us. Thank you for being our friend, most especially. And thank you for being a mentor. God bless you.
The kind of love that these people have shown me. Alabotoy Graham Douglas himself, my wife just told me to please say thank you to you. My daughter got married 15 years ago. You were there. In fact, you gave some special beads to her. You said in your place, that's the biggest that you could give anybody getting married. And it shows love. So I must thank you very much. Let me tell you what has happened to you. Because you're good, you will continue to grow young the way you're looking. That's what God is going to give you. I'm really happy that we're still together. God will bless you for us. Pray so much. And my prayer is working wonders in the lives of many people that are very close. I might open a church before too long. Thank you very much.
So we celebrate you today. But mostly we thank God because we all know what you've been through. The difficult times in the Gobi hospital, difficult times abroad, difficult times in London, months and months. And look at you, strong, healthy, and your children all thriving. I am so grateful to God and thankful to all of us that we are here today to celebrate this unique man. You're truly, truly a unique man. You've been to me and to my wife and to my children, and we pray that God will keep you long, keep you till over 100, because you deserve everything that is coming to you. But from now on, let us usher you into the elder statesman's role. We are not far behind, but we truly appreciate you and thank God for you. And today, in this crowd, once again, tell you how much I love you and my wife loves you, and that we are with you for the rest of our lives. Thank you all.
As my only wish for you as your son for the remaining years that you have on this earth, which we hope will be plenty, is that you enjoy the fruits of your labor. That you take the time to enjoy yourself. The hustle and bustle is there, but take the time to enjoy yourself, right? We are happy when you are happy. We don't want you to stress. We want you to be on a beach somewhere, sipping something nice with your wife. And if you feel like carrying us along, we're available. But many happy years, Daddy. We love you, and we will be there to celebrate with you tomorrow as well, and on Sunday, and for the remaining days you have left on this earth. Thank you.
There was a special gift presentation session during which grandchildren of the celebrants presented gift items to him. The toast was proposed by the celebrant's daughter, Annie Falui. This was followed by the cutting of the cake and a well-coordinated photo and video session. The celebrant, Chief Dr. Ephraim Faga Falui, appreciated everyone present for taking time out to be a part of the occasion.
Everyone that has come here, my cousins that are here, and I want to thank all of you that have come, Albanofili that have come. Those who are not here today, I'm sure I'm going to see them tomorrow. All the ladies, I've not mentioned their names, you know yourself. I salute you all. Thank you very much. Ken, I salute you. No, Victor, I salute you. Everybody, I think the speech has been too long. Thank you.
After that, The after-party started with karaoke sessions, more merrymaking and jubilation as DJ Quintessential supplied a variety of energetic dancehall songs until the end of the event. Chief Ephraim Faloe celebrated his 80th birthday anniversary with a grand, classy party in his house in Ikeja, Lagos on Friday, 17th of November 2023. The main menu was traditional music, made in Bayelsa State. The chairman of the occasion was Major General Ike Nwachukwu, retired. There were reminiscences about the relationship that transpired over the many years between the celebrants, Chief Ephraim Faloe, and many of his friends and family members. There was the cutting of the Chief Ephraim Faloe's 80th birthday anniversary cake, followed by the toast proposed by Ambassador Godnozy Gali, as everyone popped glasses to the continued good health of Chief Ephraim Faloe.
Can I have an L? L. Give me an O.
O.
A V.
V.
E.
E. O.
Okay. Charge your glasses, let us stand up. Let us toast. When we say we are toasting, we are celebrating. When we toast, we are wishing good fortune. When we toast, we are hoping that better things will happen. So let us toast to a great Nigeria, a great Pan-Africanist, a great leader in the church, in the house of God. Let us toast for more good life, more strength, and more celebration. Hip, hip, hip! Hooray! Hip, hip, hip! Hooray!
The vote of thanks was given by the celebrant, who later on indulged in dancing to the traditional music, specially made in Bayelsa State. The grand reception of the 80th birthday anniversary of Chief Ephraim Faloe will be in Bayelsa State, where Chief Ephraim Faloe hopes to spend 90% of the rest of his life. Biscon Communications Global Media Network heartily congratulates Chief Ephraim Faloe on the success of his 80th birthday anniversary, celebrated in a very simple but classy way, for which he has been known over the years. Prince Bisi Olatilo, foremost Nigerian multilingual broadcasting legend, ascends the 7th floor graciously on Wednesday, 20th of December 2023. The celebration begins with a birthday lecture on Thursday, 14th December 2023 at the Shehu Musa Yaradua Center, Abuja at 12 p.m. The theme for the lecture is Broadcasting in the Digital Age, Challenges and Prospects for Nigeria, to be delivered by Dr. John Momo, ON, Chairman, Channels Media Group. Present on today are Nigeria's first family, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and the First Lady, Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON. Chairman of the event, the Emir of Kano, His Royal Highness Alhaji Aminu Ado Bayero, CFR, Serikin Kano, who will be supporting the celebrant, Prince Bisi Olatilo, to whom Kano was home for 13 years in his life growing up. Prince Bisi Olatilo's memoir will be presented by Sir Dr. Kessington Adebukola Adebutu, CFR. Special guest of honor, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, GCON, Nigeria's former vice president. Royal fathers of the day, the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Sa'ad Abubakar III, CFR. His Imperial Majesty, Oni Babatunde Adeyeye Nitogunse, CFR, the Oni of Ife. His Royal Majesty, the Obi of Onitsha, Igwe Alfred Nemeka Achebe, CFR. Chief host, Otumba Senator Gbenga Daniel, representing Ogun East Senatorial District and Chairman, Senate Committee on Navy. All hail Prince Bisi Olatilo, the man of the moment, who ascends the 7th floor graciously.
The National Council for Arts and Culture introduces the first National Stakeholders Conference on the review of the past 35 editions of the National Festival of Arts and Culture, NAFEST, a platform for holistic and robust deliberations on NAFEST for wealth creation and a key player in the creative economy, in line with Mr. President's renewed hope agenda. Acknowledging and honoring their excellencies, the executive governors of the 36 states and the FCT minister for their contributions to the success of the past 35 editions of NAFEST. Venue, Chida Hotel, Abuja. Date 5th to 8th December 2023. Time 10 a.m. daily. All stakeholders are hereby invited to come and let's celebrate the bond of unity that our cultural heritage brings. NAFEST, the festival that unites the nation. Announcer, Otumba Olusegun Rushewe, OON, Director General, National Council for Arts and Culture.
I met Bisi Olatilo in 1979 when he came from BCOS, I think. And we met at Radio Nigeria. This is the man I'm used to. You have been part and parcel of my broadcasting life. If I look at BC, he was a brother to me. He fought my wars more than I fought his. When we look at broadcasting, we look at you in such prolific essence. You did almost everything that any broadcaster could do. One of the very gifted newscasters, program presenters. He was really there for everybody. For example, during Betty's first ping ball, it was BC that recorded everything, put it together, brought it out on a network, and then brought it to us.
Here is the breaking news of the moment. Biscon TV, the most exciting 24-hour general interest television station, parading cutting-edge programs in news, sports, politics, business, foreign news, fashion and style, entertainment and lifestyle programs, Biscon movies and more, has been moved to channel 144 on GoTV. Our programs begin daily with Biscon Breakfast Bubble, BBB, featuring newspaper review and interviews on trending issues. Biscon Roundtable is our daily discussion program on essential tips on life and living. Biscon TV broadcasts news 7 times daily from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Biscon TV can be watched in all parts of the country now on GoTV channel 144 and live streaming on Biscon TV on YouTube. Biscon TV live streaming on YouTube is the fastest growing, most watched 24-hour live streaming channel on YouTube. Remember, Biscon TV has been moved from channel 108 to channel 144 on GoTV. Biscon TV. Interactive, engaging, and unconventional.
I met Bisi Olatilo in 1979 when he came from BCOS, I think, and we met at Radio Nigeria. This is the man I'm used to. You have been part and parcel of my broadcasting life. If I look at BC, he was a brother to me. He fought my wars more than I fought his. When we look at broadcasting, we look at you in such prolific essence. You did almost everything that any broadcaster could do. One of the very gifted newscasters, program presenters, he was really there for everybody. For example, during Betty's first ping ball, it was BC that recorded everything, put it together, brought it out on a network, and then brought it to us.
Thank you for joining us again on the News Hour on Biscon Television. I'm Stella Opara, and coming up in the news, TUC seeks end to workplace violence and harassment. Demolitions of houses by governments bring extra hardship on people, says Peter Obi. In business news, Ogun seeks organized private sector's funding for Olokola Deep Seaport. On the foreign scene, Europe launches first Ariane 6 rocket June-July. And in the world of sport, Neymar splits from girlfriend a month after welcoming first child. Now the news in full. The President, Trade Union Congress, Festus Osifo, has called for strict enforcement of the International Labour Organization Convention C-190 and Recommendation 206, which seeks to address the rights of everyone to a world of work devoid of violence and harassment. He said it is only when such recommendations are implemented and enforced that gender-based violence and harassment in the world of work can be eliminated. The CFA made the call in Uyo, Akwa Ibom State, while speaking at the 3-day 2023 annual seminar organized by TUC Women Commission with the theme Projecting Ways to Eliminate Gender-Based Violence and Harassment from the World of Work. Implementation and enforcement of ILO C-190 and R-206. The TUC president decried the attitude of ILO member states who violate the Recommendation 206, expressing concern that despite the treaty, violence and harassment have continued in workplaces. He also noted with dismay that even at the local level, cases such as genital mutilation and harmful widowhood practices have persisted, despite several federal and state governments' legislative and policy instruments. He described gender-based violence as a serious issue, adding that all hands must be on deck to eliminate it. Proffering strategies to eliminate gender-based violence, Osifo recommended the strengthening of the existing legal frameworks, training and retraining, as well as collaboration and partnership among organizations and employee and employer collaborations. Now, presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has said the demolitions of properties embarked upon by governments are means of bringing more hardship to the people. He stated that governments should empathize with people even if they seem to have violated laws concerning the erection of buildings. Obi made these assertions on his X account on Thursday at the time the Lagos government was demolishing structures that were illegally built in some areas of the state. Now, the Bayelsa State Police Command said its operatives have rescued 4 people kidnapped by bandits who invaded Radi village via Bassa local government area of Plateau State on Wednesday. The State Police Public Relations Officer Ahmed Wakil, as Superintendent of Police, disclosed this in a statement. The State Police Public Relations Officer Ahmed Wakil disclosed this in a statement. He said the bandits had stormed the house of one Yakubu Makeri of Yagi village via Rahama ward with the intention of attacking him, but a team of operatives attached to Rishi Police Divisional Headquarters in conjunction with local vigilantes swiftly moved to the scene
and engaged the bandits in a gun battle. The operatives overpowered the bandits in a gun duel. As a result, one of the bandits was neutralized, while the remaining scampered and abandoned their mission. However, during the encounter, the operatives succeeded in rescuing 3 kidnapped victims. You're watching Biscon TV News. Up next is Business News. Stay tuned. Welcome back. Now to business news. The Ogun State government and the organized private sector have concluded plans to sign a memorandum of understanding for the construction of the Olokola Deep Sea Port, located in Ogun Waterside local government area of the state. Construction of the Olokola Seaport would provide another opportunity for companies in the state to move their goods and equipment, in addition to the Gateway Agro Cargo International Airport, which is almost in completion stage, and the planned dry port to be located at Kajola, an outskirt of the state capital. According to the governor of Ogun State, Dr. Abiodun, his administration is working towards putting an end to the multiplicity of taxes in the state, adding that the reforms already put in place by the Ogun State Inland Revenue Service would definitely put paid to the issue. We'll take another short break, and when we come back, we'll bring you foreign news. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Biscon TV News. Now to foreign news. The European Space Agency announced that the long-delayed first launch of its next-generation Ariane 6 rockets will take place between June 15 and July 31st next year. The rocket's launcher system was initially planned to blast off in 2020, but the COVID-19 pandemic and repeated technical issues have kept it on the ground, depriving Europe of an independent way to send heavy missions into space. The 2024 launch date range came after the complete success of a dress rehearsal at Europe's spaceport in French Guiana. The test involved firing up the launcher's Vulcan 2.1 engine and running it for more than 7 minutes. A more precise launch date is expected to be announced in March or April 2024. The Ariane 6 still has to pass 2 more tests under degraded conditions. The Ariane 6. The Ariane 6 is still has it. The Ariane 6 still has to pass 2 more tests under degraded conditions on December 3rd and 15th. Coming up next is sports news. We'll bring you details shortly. Welcome back to Biscon TV News. Now to the world of sports. Neymar and his girlfriend, Bruna Biakandi, have officially separated just a month after welcoming their first child together. The Brazilian and his influencer girlfriend announced the birth of daughter Mary on October 7, saying the newborn came to complete their lives. The split comes after speculation over recent weeks that they are no longer together, amid rumors of Neymar being unfaithful. Posting on her Instagram story, Biancardi confirmed the news. The former Paris Saint-Germain star had faced accusations of cheating on Biancardi in recent times, with compromising footage emerging earlier this year of him partying with 2 different women in a Spanish nightclub. Neymar, who also has a son from a previous relationship with the Brazilian influencer Carolina Dantas, has been with Biancardi since 2021. They kept their romance private before going official on Instagram in January 2022. However, they announced the end of the relationship in August 2022, but rekindled it soon afterwards. We'll take another short break, and when we come up, we'll bring you entertainment news. Join us again. Welcome back to Biscon TV News. Now to entertainment news. Nigerian actor and media personality Yemo Lee demands 200 million naira in damages as he files lawsuit against up-and-coming singer Lil Fosh. Recall that Lil Fosh took to his Instagram story to assert that he recently had an encounter with Yemo Lee, who slapped him at a recent event. Expressing his frustration, the ex-signee of DMW Records mentioned that he had done nothing to provoke the actor's action, while he emphasized not knowing him. Lil Fosh also announced in a subsequent post that Yemo Lee should be held responsible if anything happens to him. In a recent development, Yemo Lee disclosed that he has been receiving multiple death threats from random people after he was falsely accused by the singer. While sharing an attached letter from his lawyer, the actor noted that he is clearly innocent of all allegations made against him by Lil Fosh. The actor stated that he is categorically innocent of all charges brought against him by Lil Fosh and shared a statement from his lawyer. And that's it for now on the News Hour of Biscon Television. Compiled and produced by Olakweju Ajidabia. I'm Stella Opara. Thank you for watching.
Prince Bisi Olatilo, foremost Nigerian multilingual broadcasting legend, ascends the 7th floor graciously on Wednesday, 20th of December 2023. The celebration begins with a birthday lecture on Thursday, 14th December 2023 at the Shehu Musa Yaradua Center, Abuja at 12 p.m. The theme for the lecture is Broadcasting in the Digital Age, Challenges and Prospects for Nigeria, to be delivered by Dr. John Momo, OON, Chairman, Channels Media Group. Present on the day are Nigeria's first family, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and the First Lady, Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON. Chairman of the event, the Emir of Kano, His Royal Highness Alhaji Aminu Ado Bayero, CFR, Sedikin Kano, who will be supporting the celebrant, Prince Bisi Olatilo, to whom Kano was home for 13 years in his life growing up. Prince Bisi Olatilo's memoir will be presented by Sir Dr. Kessington Adebukola Adebutu, CFR. Special guest of honor, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, GCON, Nigeria's former vice president. Royal fathers of the day, the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Sa'ad Abubakar III, CFR. His Imperial Majesty, Oni Babatunde Adeyeye Nitogunse, CFR, the Oni of Ife. His Royal Majesty, the Obi of Onitsha, Igwe Alfred Nemeka Achebe, CFR. Chief host, Otumba Senator Gbenga Daniel, representing Ogun East Senatorial District and Chairman, Senate Committee on Navy. All hail Prince Bisi Olatilo, the man of the moment, who ascends the 7th floor graciously.
The National Council for Arts and Culture introduces the first National Stakeholders Conference on the review of the past 35 editions of the National Festival of Arts and Culture, NAFEST, a platform for holistic and robust deliberations on NAFEST for wealth creation and a key player in the creative economy, in line with Mr. President's renewed hope agenda. Acknowledging and honoring their excellencies, the executive governors of the 36 states and the FCT minister for their contributions to the success of the past 35 editions of NAFEST. Venue, Chida Hotel, Abuja. Date 5th to 8th December 2023. Time 10 a.m. daily. All stakeholders are hereby invited to come and let's celebrate the bond of unity that our cultural heritage brings. NAFEST, the festival that unites the nation. Announcer, Otumba Olusegun Rushewe, OON, Director General, National Council for Arts and Culture.
I met Bisi Olatilo in 1979 when he came from BCOS, I think. And we met at Radio Nigeria. This is the man I'm used to. You have been part and parcel of my broadcasting life. If I look at BC, he was a brother to me. He fought my wars more than I fought his. When we look at broadcasting, we look at you in such prolific essence. You did almost everything that any broadcaster could do. One of the very gifted newscasters, program presenters, he was really there for everybody. For example, during Betty's first ping ball, it was BC that recorded everything, put it together, brought it out on a network, and then brought it to us.
That day that you have brought to pass, and you have glorified your name in the life of your children. Lord, be thou exalted in the name of Jesus Christ. Lord, we thank you for the families of Ejika and Atamo. Thank you for this day that they will prepare it fully, and you are brought to fulfillment. God, we thou exalted in the name of Jesus Christ. Presence at this fellowship. God, be thou exalted in Jesus' name. And these two families are coming to become one today. Lord, we pray that they will continue to remember it for good in the name of Jesus Christ. This program tonight, every one of us will go with testimonies. In Jesus' precious name we pray.
Aku gini bigo gagana gini na gini na. So you do full set. Ngana sai gini na. Mwasija. Na wako ndu na yo ni ndu mune. All government the number of Obotu village. Obotu village is the village where the bride comes from, and being the is my son duty to perform the breaking of covenant. When they give me this man, the kind of the walk when I see boy, you go. The day night and the car can go. Hey, the guy can marry. You know where I go? See, I'll go do I know. I'll go do everything. For those of you who do not understand, is an integral part of Igbo culture. At the moment of silence as we pay respect to church.
People, Stephen, Uju, I do what I call you. Everyone,
Prof, Lego authority award here.
Shake up,
way. Be by the side. If you're a cameraman, we want you by the side, not in front. By the side. All the camera can we go to the middle? Go and receive her there. Please, can you go and receive her? Can you go in the middle? Go in the middle there.
Because of the phenomenal woman, if you want to see a phenomenal woman, a woman of substance, and if you want to see you will.
Chief Mwachi Jido Fox, okay. Osojin on the chat. I salute you. Chief Okezi, you're welcome, sir. All right, let's make way. All right, make way. Make way for Brittany and her friends. It's her day. Looking gorgeous. One was some man. I day Jemano. Where's your government? Oluwaji voice one on the chat. today's event.
Like the stars
And
in the
His
sky.
men have empowered her now.
She's what
As soon as she identifies him, they will come back.
Just kind of woman.
Make way, cameraman, make way. She's on a journey.
Yes. Ngozi Chukwu.
Yes. Yes, so.
Ngozi Chukwu.
Your camera now. Why would you be
She's a virtuous
Bride has brought the groom to present to us, and we're going to ask again, is this the man that's been giving you, excuse me, this is the man that's been giving you some advice, right? Yes, thank you very much. I'm going to bring it home. It's a lifetime commitment. And the only way that you achieve what you want to achieve is by steady love for each other. You have to be your best friends. You have to be your next of thing. And nobody can come between you. Okay? We're going to bless this marriage. People are blessed together already. Yeah? I'm there with you and you. Yeah? I'm sorry. I'm going to do you. Yeah? So that's very impressive. Yeah? You guys are going to do. And the
You turn around.
Toby.
Get up this way. And I come on, I can hear. This is round of applause. Round of applause. This way. From here, make way here. Just make way here. Alright, this way. This way. Make way. Your wife to your parents. That's. Make way, please. Yeah, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, just to keep you abreast of what is happening, that they will go straight and cut this traditional wedding cake, then we'll hit the dance floor.
Congratulations. This is what women in the village do in our country. So we'll give it to you.
Can you just wait? Can you please move back?
This is a good faith and well known. This makes you a member of your family. I
yes, that's what I'm saying. Once I take them. This praise I'm just telling you, I'm bringing them out from their street. Can I talk to you? Just back
you. Ochoa, the leader in the Body family. And I'm quite annoyed. This year I have. Or who is very nice. Figure it out. With Ingrid's permission, I'll put this on your hand. Because maybe we share. Italy we share more than 10 years ago. I'm blowing it.
Can we?
So you need somebody who wants to learn.
Hold on.
Hey, let them come more.
Okay, right, please.
Right.
All right, smile.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, can we, so that we can, sorry about that.
The soul and the believers. You will live long and you will be fruitful. You get all you need in life. God will bless you. Whenever you're going, go with God in all your ways. In Jesus' name, I bless you. I anoint you. I anoint you and you all as a king. In Jesus' name.
Amen. All right, please.
Sorry, hold on, please.
Okay, so you want them to the left or to the right? Okay.
It's okay, it's okay, it's okay.
You don't have any business coming up here. Nobody has any business coming up here. Thank you.
All right, right here. Smile, guys.
You don't have any business coming on this special day. Our collective amen. All right. Thank you. You can leave the knife there. Leave the knife there. Okay, now, please, can we make way? This way, please. Careful, man. You can't walk. Excuse me,
Let your guy use that light. Let's Mommy smile. Everyone smile, thank you. Mommy.
All right, have we taken
No. Smile, smile. Thank you.
Black on stage. Take care in the building.
I'll be right beside you in anything that you need. If you ever need to, I'll run into you, running to you. I'll be running to you, running to you. Anywhere that you go to, running to you. I'll be running to you, running to you. Anywhere that you go to.
But I'm not looking for trouble, because I know that I got you. Money won't bless everybody, and it's because of your confidence. I know the time that I'm out of control. You never let go. See all the battles you've been fighting, and I'll be right there with you. I may be small, but I'm mighty, and I go run and fall. And anybody ways I be here, don't be you call it, I be around. And if I ever been saying, I'll be running to you.
Running to you. I'm running to you, running to you. Anywhere that you go to, running to you. I'm running to you, running to you. Anywhere that you go to. So you want me to walk, anything you want to. Say anytime you call your baby, you will answer. And if you want me, come into you like a crowd. Say tell me what you want, you say that I ain't never do. If you wanna be the Judas, if you wanna be the Pharaoh, me I cannot lay low, me I cannot do that. I will run to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, feel free now to go spray if you want to. You can go now if you want to dance with your daughter. You can go now. If you're not spraying, I don't want you on the dance floor. If you're not spraying, I don't want you on the dance floor. Please, as you come to spray, no spraying on the body. Money is not a very good deal. Please, all of you.
Success.
The Association of Friends 45th Anniversary Presidential Night and induction of new members was held on Sunday, November 26, 2023 at Alhaji Sule Onabiyi Hall of Aso, Maryland, Ikeja, Lagos. The Association of Friends is a very prominent social club in the Southwest, though meant for every Nigerian. It was formed by 8 young gentlemen who were childhood friends who wanted to come up with a social group that would concretize their relationship and ensure that those memories are kept long after they must have gone. It was formed to enhance friendship, enable members help one another, unwind after office hours, interact, exchange visions and ideas, and make their contributions to the society. On the bandstand was the Bonsue Fuji maestro, Adewale Ayuba and crew. In attendance at the event were the Lagos State Chief of Staff, Honorable Tayo Ayinde, who represented the Lagos State Governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, Are Kola Oyefeso, who was there with his wife, Mrs. Adetutu Oyefeso, represented the patron of the club, Sir Dr. Kessington Adebukunla Adebutu, OON CON CFR, who was the chairman of the occasion. The chairman and CEO, Biscon Communications Global Media Network, Prince Bisi Olatilo. The Olota Avota, Oba Professor Abdul Kabir Adeyemi Lalenge. His Royal Majesty, the Ebumawe of Agoiwe, Oba Abdurazak Adenugba. The Onikate of Ikate Surulere, His Royal Majesty, Oba Latif Adams, among many others. The event started with the opening prayer led by Pa Ayoluyemi JP, as well as the national and ASO anthems. In his welcome address, the President, Association of Friends, Otumba Koli Olatunji, welcomed members and guests to the special occasion as he gave briefings of his administration's achievements, as well as a brief historical overview of the club.
Today marks the very first public proclamation of this management committee since inception, and on behalf of our team, I wish you all season's greetings. Praise the Lord. Our club was founded 45 years ago in the year 1978 by a group of friends who had been socially bonded and convinced enough to concretize their friendship by establishing a club. Their sweat equity endures till today, and we're all here to celebrate the fruits of their labor. We give glory and adoration to the Almighty God for giving them the wherewithal to carry on to nurture this legacy that we cherish and adore today to fruition. So we salute your courage, and we admonish you to foster the growth and development of the great club. In conclusion, I welcome all our invited guests to enjoy the conviviality of today. Thank you for your audience. God bless you all. God bless the Association of Friends. God bless Lagos State, our center of excellence, which we cherish so much. And God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. God bless you. Thank you very much.
The chairman of the occasion, Sir Dr. Kessington Adebukunla Adebutu CON, who was represented by Are Kola Oyefeso, read out the chairman's message, where he felicitated with the club on the occasion of her 45th anniversary and commended the club for its giant strides over the years.
I'm to salute the founders of this club for contrarily raising the bar. This club used to be a purely social events, social club. But now we have a couple of games, that are making this club to rank among the sporting clubs in Nigeria. And by God's grace, our social are going to grow in leaps and bounds. I'm standing here wearing two caps. One for the vice patron, another one for myself. But I will come to that later. But before then, I want to welcome those being inducted to this club today. The purpose of joining a club is to socialize and principally to make that club better than you met it. You have heard it, that few friends started this club, and look at it today. And by God's grace, I want you to settle down quickly and to be part of the success story of this club. I'm not here to make a long speech, but just to welcome you and let us have a pleasant evening. As I said, I'm wearing two caps. I'll be giving a check on behalf of the patron as the first installment. And having made a peasant the chairman of the occasion, I'll be giving a token too. Thank you very much. Let us sit back and have a pleasant evening. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you.
The Lagos State Chief of Staff, Honorable Tayo Ayinde, who represented the Lagos State Governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, gave the governor's message, where he, among other things, felicitated with the club at 45 and commended them for their achievement over the years.
It is a pleasure for me to join the president and members of this esteemed association of friends at this year's annual presidential gala night, which also marks the association's 45th anniversary and the induction of new members. It is with great pleasure that I address you all, reflecting on a shared heritage, acknowledging the achievement of this club in its 55 years of existence and sharing the optimism of a brighter future. As new members are inducted into the ranks of the club, I extend a warm welcome to these individuals who have chosen to be part of this prestigious community. Much like the diverse threads that come together to wave a tapestry of beauty, the Association of Friends has gained strength from the diverse talent, perspectives, and experiences that new members bring. Ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate this momentous day, let us do so with hearts filled with joy, pride, and a resolute commitment to a brighter future. I thank you all for listening. Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, Governor of Lagos State. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
This was followed by some breathtaking performances by Adewale Ayuba and crew. The high point of the occasion was the induction and investiture of new members into the club. The inductees were the Lagos State Chief of Staff, Honorable Tayo Ayinde, Engineer Folajimi Akin Salau, Alhaji Abdul Salam Uba Ajayi, Sajo Isaiah Olushola, Prince Suleiman Ajala Tunde, among many others. The occasion also witnessed presentation of awards to deserving members of the club, as well as a fundraising session which was coordinated by the President, Otumba Koli Olatunji. The cutting of the anniversary cake was anchored by the chairman and CEO Biscon Communications Global Media Network, Prince Biscon, after which Adewale Ayuba, aka Mr. Johnson, and crew took over proceedings once again with a supply of music as the president of the club, Otumba Koli Olatunji, alongside trustees and other VIPs, opened the dance floor for an invigorating moment of jubilation and dancing.
An O, a V, and an E. Kid is equal to you. No, may God bless us all, man.
Asoiga, every Mawada, Olomo de Aso, every Mawado, Asoiga, every Mawada, Olala de Aso, every Mawada. Shetu to let Association of Friends.
In the course of the merrymaking, goodwill messages on behalf of all the royal fathers present were given by Oba Professor Kabiru Adeyemi Lalenge, the Olota Avota.
People or individuals with no friends is nobody. If you are a human being and you don't have friends, then you are nobody. In Yoruba's adage, we say, "Ènìyàn ni aṣọ mi," and things like tell me or show me your friends, and I'll tell you who you are. So this is my first time of coming here today. This is my first time of coming here. I've heard so many things about Association of Friends. But coming around and seeing the whole thing myself today, I want to congratulate all members because there is that love radiating here. One thing I want to say is that please, let the spirit of love and friendship continue to radiate in this association of friends. And I also want to pray that God Almighty will continue to be with you, will also continue to direct you so that Association of Friends will continue to grow from strength to strength. So thank you and God bless you all.
Also, some members of the club, including Chief Kunle Ogwade, took time out to mark their birthday as ace broadcaster and chairman and CEO Biscon Communications Global Media Network. Prince Biscon once again directed the cake cutting session, after which the celebration continued until the end of the event.
your Lord. You put your hands together for the birthday boy, ladies and gentlemen. Chief Kunle Oguade and the life.
From Biscon Communications Global Media Network, it's congratulations to the Association of Friends, ASO, on the successful hosting of the 45th anniversary presidential night and induction of new members. On Saturday, the 18th of November 2023, the Federal Capital Territory, FCT Abuja, was agog as eminent personalities from the judicial arm of government, political office holders, royal fathers, and many others stormed Abuja for the solemnization of the holy matrimony of the daughter of Chief Mike Ozekome, SAN. The wedding between Dr. Esizaze Elizabeth Ozekome and Stephen Oluwadamilola Famure took place at the Church of Assumption, Asokoro, Abuja. High points of the service were hymnals, the exchange of marital vows and rings, the sermon, administration of the Holy Communion, and the Thanksgiving session, during which the couple, in company of their family, friends, and guests, danced and rejoiced as the choir rendered melodious songs.
I now introduce to you the newest couples. Congratulations.
The grand reception was a great feast that took place at one of the remarkable event centers in Abuja, this Day Dome. It had guests from all spheres of life, dressed in colorful attires for the celebration of the newlyweds. Dignitaries at the reception were former Vice President of Nigeria, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, and wife, former Governor of Anambra State and presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 election, Mr. Peter Obi, former Governor of Imo State, Chief Rocha Sokorocha, former Governor of Cross River State, Chief Ben Ayade, Right Honorable Emeka Ihedioha, the Chairman and CEO of Biscon Communications Global Media Network, Prince Bisiolatilo. There were also royal fathers from different parts of Nigeria in attendance. The Obi of Onitsha, Igwe Nnemeka Achebe CFR. Oba Adedini represented the Oni of Ife, Oni Adeyeye Enito Ogunwusi, among many others. The parents of the couple danced into the venue of the reception with great excitement. First, it was the parents of the groom, followed by the parents of the bride, before the couple danced in company of the bridal train. The opening prayer was said by Father Kelvin Fakende. The chairman of the occasion, former Senate President, Senator Pius Ayim, who said he stood in for former President Goodluck Jonathan, welcomed guests and commended the couple for taking the bold step. He stressed the need for the couple to be blessed by the traditional rulers present and other dignitaries. He then invited the Obi of Onitsha, Igwe Nnemeka Achebe CFR, and Oba Jacob Hastrop to bless the couple.
For today, Dr. Steve and Dr. Esisasi, you will witness the crowd you have before you today. You did not experience that when you were born. You did not experience that when you graduated. You did not experience that when you matriculated. That underscores the importance of this event. All of us here had come to celebrate you because you have made your parents proud. You have waited to honor them in a way that all of us are proud to join them to celebrate this day with you. Can you give them a clap?
Some high-profile guests who advised the couple on how to navigate their new life successfully were former Governor of Anambra State, Mr. Peter Obi, former Governor of Imo State, Chief Rocha Sokorocha, former Governor of Cross River State, Chief Ben Ayade, and former Vice President Alhaji Atiku Abubakar.
We are